Some things happen without explanation. Some experiences haunt people for a lifetime. This is where I tell those mysteries. And remember, not everything can be explained. Story. If you see a missed call from someone named Diane Vale, break your phone. The phone didn't actually ring. That I'm sure of. I carelessly picked up my phone and scanned the notifications. Like all other, normal human beings in North America, I check my cell every 15 minutes for that sweet dopamine rush that comes with the notification of a new text or Snapchat message. I was pretty surprised when I saw that I had a missed call from 20 minutes ago. After all, my phone had been sitting in front of me on the table the whole time. And it usually emits an obnoxiously loud notification ping anytime anything happens. The thought that I missed my ringtone of Natalie Imbruglia's Torn playing Leave Me Alone. I chose it half ironically was surprising. I checked the notification, assuming it was most likely spam, and was surprised to see that the call came from my local area code and that it even had a real-life name attached to it. Usually when I get a scam call telling me that Interpol has me on a watch list and that they'll lock me up forever unless I pay $213 via a very shady e-transfer. It's from a private caller. This time, there was a name. Diane Vale. It was still most likely a spam call. But I had been recently playing some modest gigs and opening for up-and-coming artists with my band. And I'd made sure to hand out my music business card, don't judge me, like candy at this point. I figured it wouldn't hurt to call back with this small, exciting but irrational, what if, thought in the back of my mind. And so I did. After a few rings, I heard someone answer the phone. "Hello?" asked the voice on the other end, sounding almost concerned, curious. "Is that an old lady?" I said, weakly. "I'm calling because I think I have a missed call from this number. From 20-ish minutes ago?" "Oh, is that right? Wow," she started, her voice weathered and hoarse. "Yep, definitely an old lady. I'm so sorry. I must have misdialed. Duh, I forgive you." I thought to myself. Cell phones are a lot, even for me sometimes. As much as I wanted to take this opportunity to ask this woman what her experience with TikTok was, to see if the question would melt her brain, I figured it was good to end the call here. No worries at all. I hope you have a great day." "Why, thank you, dear," she said, and before I could press that bright red icon with the retro phone handle to sever all ties with this woman for the rest of my life, she quickly squeaked in right after. "I was trying to reach my husband." "Yes, that's what it was. He must have a similar number to you." Oh, right. Yeah. I imagined you were probably just off by a digit or two." "Happens all the time," I said, still ready to hang up immediately. "Yes, that's what it was. I was trying to reach my husband. But I called you instead. Which means I wasn't able to reach my husband." "That is right, you wonderful sweet old lady. I think therefore I am. You called me. Therefore you didn't call your husband. Logic. I will try him again now. Thank you for being so sweet and tender about this," she continued. "Again. No worries at all," I said, hanging up right after to avoid her throwing more mind-blowing revelations my way. Like if I was on the phone with her. That means I wasn't on the phone with someone else right now. Whoa. Despite my snark, at the time I thought the whole exchange was actually a bit sweet. That was the prevailing thought. Anyways, when I saw her name show up on my caller ID a week later, to the sweet, sweet tunes of Natalie Imbruglia, Screw You. The song's a banger. I decided to answer. Hello? I said. Diane took a while to respond this time. She almost seemed surprised when she did. Wait, you're not Martin. Nope. I think this must be a wrong number. The revelation approached Diane at a glacial pace. Eventually, it clicked for her, and she answered with certainty. Ah, you must be the same woman I called last time. My, your voice sounds so clear. Yep, it's me again. Well, my goodness. You must be fuming that I accidentally reached out to you again. Not at all, ma'am. You're all good. Best of luck reaching your husband. Oh, well, it's not my husband this time actually. It's my brother I'm trying to call. Gotcha. Well, best of luck. I gotta run. I hung up the call just as she was mid-sentence through her response. I felt rude doing it. But at the same time, you have to nip things like this in the bud immediately before they drag out. If someone on a cold call or on the street asks you for 20 seconds of your time, be stern, say no and move on. It's the foot in the door technique, and I had to quash it before she felt empowered to share a series of boring stories with me. It wasn't until nighttime that same day that I realized it was pretty weird that she contacted me on another misdialed call. This time after trying to reach her brother. Did her husband, her brother, and I all have very similar phone numbers or something? I pushed the thought aside and moved on. And after 2 weeks of no misdials, I'd assumed that she'd moved on too. It turns out that the third time was the charm actually. And this time, Diane's reappearance was only frustrating and nothing else. I heard the tail end of my ringtone playing, "You're a little late." I'm already torn, at what must have been 2 a.m. in the morning. I got up just as my phone stopped ringing and checked who the call had come from. Motherfucking Diane again. Except this time it wasn't just this one missed call. It was 20. She'd been trying me for over an hour and I just slept through all of it apparently. I blocked her number and went back to bed. In the morning, I'd noticed that she'd also sent some voicemails. Out of morbid, annoyed curiosity, I decided to give them a listen. I expected to hear a mundane series of messages about her day, an incident at the bank, a complaint that oranges at the supermarket cost 20 cents more than usual, or her frustration that her husband and brother still weren't answering her calls. Instead, as I listened, every voicemail was the same. Breathing. Just her breathing. One voicemail after another. Continuous. Running for minutes each time before cutting out to the next message. Occasionally, it felt as if her breathing would rupture. Like she was just about to start crying. But she never did. What in the ever-loving fuck? I wasn't sure if I should have been creeped out or if I should have felt really bad. Regardless, I was able to rationalize all of this again. She clearly was just terrible with technology. And the line, "Leave your message after the beep," meant nothing to her. Never mind the fact that answering machines had been a thing for a really long time before the advent of voicemail, so she really must have been living under a rock to have missed all of that. I decided to run with my half-baked explanation for the purposes of buttoning all of this up in my head as quickly as possible. Thanks to me blocking her number, the next couple of months were business as usual. All was normal in my world. Yes, I would still get a strange sinking feeling in my stomach every time I thought about Diane's series of late-night calls. But overall, the hustle and bustle of everyday life allowed me to put the incident behind me. Then, on a not-so-special day at a not-so-special time, my phone started ringing. I instinctively went to pick it up as I was actually awaiting a call from one of my friends at that moment. I almost had an aneurysm when I saw the name, Diane Vale, on the caller ID. My curiosity on how she'd overridden me blocking her number was quickly quashed when I realized that her number looked way different this time. It definitely wasn't from my local area code. She changed numbers to reach me? I answered the phone. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you, but stop fucking calling me. I'm completely alone. She interrupted. Her interjection stumped me momentarily. I'm alone. She continued. I heard you. My husband, my brother, my family and friends. They've all passed. I have no one. I'm completely isolated. Look, I'm sorry to hear that. Really. But that's no excuse. I just need someone to talk to. Please. Just one meaningful conversation. And then you won't need to hear from me anymore. God damn it. Okay, I replied. As weird as this whole ordeal was, seriously. Calling a stranger because you're lonely under the pretense that it was just a wrong number? If getting her to talk about the heartache that comes with growing old alone and losing everyone you love was enough to put her at ease, then I could probably burn 10 minutes for it. Secretly, I was more frustrated at the potential kids, grandkids, or extended family that this woman may have had who'd left her all alone with no emotional or social support. Sometimes it feels like I've always been alone. She started, and yet, I have memories of a time when life was full. There was company, laughter, liveliness. I can distinctly remember moments where it felt like I had almost done too much socializing, where the presence of others was almost overbearing. If you could believe it. You don't say? Ah, in hindsight, what a strange, foolish thought for me to have had. She mused, her voice trailing off. I decided to multitask. I had a concert later in the evening, and I figured I could put her on speakerphone and start getting ready. I went to the bathroom, placed my phone on the countertop next to the sink, and started doing my makeup in front of the mirror. I'm sure that reminiscing on the past probably brings back some mixed feelings. I'm sorry to hear that you feel alone nowadays. No old friends or extended family around for you to talk to? I asked her. No, everyone I've been close to has passed. Damn. That really does suck. I tried to approach the conversation from a new angle, while applying eyeliner. Might be a strange question, but is there any way for you to try to make some new friends? You think? Or do you have any kids or grandkids that you could try to reach out to maybe? I've tried. With my kids. No luck. They never answer. That's a shame. I replied. But on the topic of new friends, yes. Absolutely. I would certainly love to make some new friends. That's good, I said, but as I spoke, something felt off. I felt a chill going up my spine. Like, something inside me, some inner barrier, had just been broached. It's a hard feeling to describe. I hope you can find some way to feel empowered. I continued, shaking off the weird feeling. To make some new friends. And to get everything you still can out of life. You should never give up on making your life a fulfilling one. You know, even when the circumstances aren't great. Man, I was really pulling out all of the platitudes today. Never, never ever. I've always been persistent. I've never been one to give up hope on having and maintaining a wonderful life. Not a chance. Not in a million years. She responded with conviction. I tried to focus on her words and the conversation, but I kept getting distracted. I noticed the strangest thing in the mirror. My free hand was caressing my hair slowly. In a really strange way. Why am I doing that? I returned my arm to its normal resting position and went back to dabbing on some concealer under my eyes. But every time I feel hopeful, I sink into sadness again. It truly is the worst thing to lose your family. I'm really sorry to hear that. I responded. I meant it. It was a brutal accident. We were all in the car. It was my brother driving. He'd had this brief moment of negligence. He was distracted in conversation and had turned his gaze away from the road. And it was at that same time that another driver in another car had a moment of recklessness. It was a perfect accident, almost like the opposite of serendipity. Two momentary lapses leading to a terrible cosmic mistake. I was caressing my cheek. Wait, why was I caressing my cheek? Yes, my skin is amazing, but I don't usually feel compelled to touch it like that. I brought my free hand back to its resting position yet again. That's fucked up. I'm truly sorry about that. And just so I'm following. That accident is how you lost your brother. Everyone. My brother was driving. His wife was beside him in the passenger seat. And in the back of the car. It was myself, my husband, and my sister. Jesus. That's fucking brutal. Excuse my language. I'm genuinely so sorry. I can't even imagine how it'd feel to survive something like that. And have to go on while losing the closest people to you. You know? No answer from her for a little bit. Just her breathing. Must have been emotional for her to recall all of that. I could sense that we were probably going a bit too deep. And at this point, I was ready to wind things down. I wasn't even sure if this conversation was gonna do any good for her anyways. And so I started thinking about ways I could wrap up this civic duty I'd undertaken. It's a void, she said. Yeah, I totally get that. We probably don't want to get into it too much. But I've lost people close to me too, and it definitely feels like it's a hole in your. Where you end up when it all ends is a void. It's not at all what people said it would be. What? Also, my involuntary movements were really starting to wig me out now. It almost felt like I was suffering from a concussion or something. 1 minute I was standing up straight, swiping on some lipstick. The next I was leaning over the sink with my face nearly pressed against the mirror, staring deep into my own eyes. It was time to end the call. I'm really sorry to hear that. And I feel terrible about everything you've had to go through. I really hope you can find some peace and solace. I unfortunately have to go though. If that's okay. You know, she continued, my words breezing past her. When the crash happened, even though I felt my skull crack, and my spine snap, and blood fill my mouth, choking me while the rest of me remained a mangled mess, it still felt like I was alive for much longer than I should have been. It hurt for a really long time. Fuck that. I'm out. I felt a movement come from within me. I was pushing my hair back, but I wasn't doing it. But then I thought, when I'd finally crossed over, that I'd be connected with everyone again. We would all be together. But it wasn't true. It's just a void. It's darkness. A sea of it. And it's lonely and horrifying. And yet the hopelessness is paired with a strange vigor. A real want to return back to life. I went to hang up the phone. Why are my hands violently clasped together? Easy now. I can feel you. Stay on a little while longer. I'm almost there, she said. Oh fuck. I'm ready to move on from this. I'm ready to start a new life. Make new friends again. Walk down the street and hear the noise of cars and casual conversations. Company. Why do I feel like I'm about to pass out? Why do I feel like there's something blossoming from me? I am so thrilled you called back and kept answering, because I swear to you this has all happened for a reason, and I'm almost there, and I am almost completely inside of you, and you are so beautiful and young, and I can already imagine with real vividness the friends I'm going to meet and the new memories I'm going to make, and just the liveliness of it all. And everything. Even through the pain. It all means something. I am utterly convinced about that fact. Her speech started to become more rapid, more intense. I could hear it in my head. I was trying to unclasp my hands and hang up the call, but I couldn't overpower it. Stay on just a little longer, dear. I'm almost there and I feel myself taking over ya, this wonderful feeling. I spoke through clenched teeth as I felt myself blacking out. Get the fuck away from my body, I growled. In an instant, something deep in my gut told me that I was only a few seconds away from losing myself completely. So, with a strange burst of instinct, I smashed my head against the bathroom mirror, breaking it. My hands were still clenched together forcefully. It didn't feel like her spirit inside me had weakened in the slightest. So I braced myself for more. What an unkind and selfish thing to do to my body, she shouted. But I cut her off by slamming my head against the wall. I did it again and again. But I could still hear her fucking voice croaking over the phone. I pushed through, this time making sure I didn't hold back. With a wind up, I smashed my head as hard as I could against the bathroom counter. It hurt like a motherfucker. As soon as I recoiled from the impact, I was afraid that I'd done some irreversible damage to my skull or my brain. But it didn't matter. I had a sense of vigor of my own. I'd rather be dead than have anyone else in my body. I felt her impact on me weaken ever so slightly, as her voice came through the call. You're a vessel, she said. Why can't you be grateful for that? I could feel myself on the brink of losing consciousness. I wasn't sure if it was from the head trauma I'd incurred, or if my spirit was about to slip away. But I pushed as hard as I could one last time. I stood up and brought my head down like a hammer onto the counter where the phone lay, knocking it, and myself, down to the ground. Amidst the excruciating pain and confusion, I felt the sensation of freedom for a few seconds. I leveraged the brief lucidity that came with the insane amount of adrenaline in me and crawled over to the phone. I tapped through the screens and notifications in an almost deranged manner. Just as I heard Diane about to say something else, I hung up the call. Jesus fucking Christ. It's fucking done. I screamed in place on the bathroom floor for what must have been a minute. I screamed even louder when I heard my Natalie Imbruglia ringtone play to signify another incoming call. Caller ID. Diane Vale. I hung up the call immediately, but it was interrupted by another call. Then another, and another. Diane was calling simultaneously from different numbers. Over and over again. each call interrupting the previous one before I even had the chance to hang up. I ran to my hallway closet, found my toolbox, opened it, secured a hammer, and ran back into the bathroom. Without a second's hesitation, I smashed my Samsung Galaxy S23 to pieces. Even after I'd destroyed it, I continued banging the hammer into my bathroom floor, getting all of the bullshit and headache out of my system. And then I was done. I stood up slowly. The mirror was broken, so I could only imagine how bruised and battered my reflection looked. With the adrenaline subsiding, the insane amount of pain I felt over my body became ever more apparent. Like Diane had said, it hurt for a really long time. But I was still here, and it was probably time for me to go to the hospital. No concert tonight. Probably for the best. I could explain to the cops later why I was screaming while trashing my own bathroom. It took me a while to feel comfortable getting a new phone. I still remember the puking sensation I felt months ago when I saw her name pop up again on caller ID, this time. Off my new ringtone, Electric Light Orchestra's Evil Woman. I blocked it, which is what I did with every other number permutation she used to call me as the months continued. The skin-crawling sensation every time she tried to reach me was always the same. But, thankfully, as time passed, her calls started becoming fewer and farther between. Maybe she was starting to make peace with the void. Or, alternatively, she was using that spare time to finally learn how to text from the great beyond. I got my first texts from her a few weeks back. "You were so unbelievably selfish. To string me along, give me false hope, and then back out at the last moment. I have a silent prayer that I'm holding deep in my heart. That when you do pass, you'll be in the same void I am. I'll have an eternity to inflict on you what I dream about in every waking moment. Diane." Sigh. Not even an XOX or a TTYL. She needs to brush up on her texting etiquette. At the time, I laughed and thought it was stupid. Lady, if we all end up in a void, and you've already been seemingly alone in said void for what's felt like an eternity, then it's probably safe to say that it's a big fucking void where you won't ever find me. That's the prevailing thought I like to keep. But every now and then I do sink into a bit of despair. Specifically, in the mornings when I wake up after a nightmare. All of my nightmares nowadays seem to take on the same tone. It's a regular ass dream, and then out of nowhere, I turn a corner and off in the distance, the dream extends into a black void, and standing on the edge of the void, where the darkness meets my normal dream surroundings, is Diane. She's looking at me with an intense stare and a subtle smile. And she's waving. And for that brief moment, it all feels unbelievably real and vivid. The thing I hate the most about these nightmares is how my body caves sometimes. Every now and then, involuntarily, I'll catch myself waving back. I wonder if we're allowed to bring things with us into the afterlife. If so, I'd like to ask my loved ones to bury me with a hammer. Story. My daughter is a serial killer. I just found out she may be something much worse. My daughter is a serial killer. It took me a long time to be able to say this. Long after the police came to her house when we were visiting. After they found the graveyard in an abandoned field behind her house. Bodies arranged in 3 wide circles like some kind of macabre fairy rings. After they told us just how many people she had killed, a number so high, I cannot even begin to understand how she managed it at 29. It was 2 years after she was put on death row I finally said those words to my wife. Our daughter is a serial killer. People always say female serial killers were rare and not as bad as male serial killers. But Fiona was right up there with Bundy and Dahmer when it came to the brutality of her kills. She was no less violent, depraved or cruel. The collection of her victims' hearts she kept in her fridge was every indication of that, and so were the coroner's reports that each victim had been kept alive for days. Tortured, starved before Fiona finally killed them. It was a mercy in the end for them. Death. Nobody would want to live in the aftermath of what she did. The cop told me that the coroner had been gray when she said this. That in 25 years of policing work he had never seen anything this awful. Some nights I still wake up in terror from nightmares of what she did. The strangest thing about all this was that Fiona was a tiny little thing. The police were utterly flummoxed as to how she had managed to do any of this. Worse still, they couldn't figure out just how she had killed these people. The cuts were so clean, like a surgeon's hand, but there was nothing in the world that could have made these cuts. No scalpel or knife. All their organs had been removed and then they had been neatly stitched back up again. When they opened the stitches up, they found the insides of the victims had been tattooed with hundreds of lines in a language no one could decipher. My daughter is not a medical professional. She is not a tattoo artist. She only speaks 2 languages, English and Spanish. We avoided the press, but that didn't mean the articles wouldn't be written. And the articles came. Articles where they questioned what kind of childhood she had, what kind of parents we were. They dug through everything about our family and were probably disappointed to find that we were your run-of-the-mill, all-American family, so they made things up through speculation. Perhaps we were too boring. Perhaps the normalcy was the problem. Or perhaps we were just very good at covering our tracks. Either way, the fallout was that my wife and I lost our jobs. We were accosted on the streets. Our tires were flattened multiple times and 3 times have had to remove graffiti from the sides of our house calling us unspeakable things. My son couldn't handle it. He and his wife had to change their names and leave the state. We couldn't do that though. Who would visit Fiona in prison if we left? I know people wanted to think Fiona was an oddball, that these killer tendencies had manifested in her because she was weird. A loner of sorts. No, Fiona was a popular kid. She was a great daughter. Never missed a chance to come visit and help us. She was a cheerleader and did well in school. She had a group of friends she grew up with. She even married her childhood sweetheart. I can't say she was a good wife, however. Poor James. They found his head in the chest freezer in their basement. They still haven't found his body. It was the first time we visited her in prison that led me to finding what was in the attic. We were asked to try to get more information out of her. The police said that there were bodies they couldn't identify yet and that if we could get her to talk, it would help bring some peace to the victims' families. They also wanted to know how she did it. The guilt of what our child had done to other people's children made us go more than our love for our daughter. It felt like some small way of atonement, finding out what we could and helping in some way. Not that anything could make amends for giving birth to a monster. It happened on the day of the visit. We sat nervously and waited in a highly secure room within the most high-security prison. 2 wardens stood within the room with us. 2 stood outside and 4 wardens escorted Fiona, in chains, to us. When the door opened and our daughter walked in, what was alarming was to see the jovial smile on her face despite being chained at both her hands and feet. She looked remarkably well. This wasn't surprising since she had smiled coldly her entire way through the trial as well, but there was something extra obscene about how well prison suited her. She was glowing. "Hi, Dad, Mom." She sat down across the table from us. I flinched as the sound of the chains as they clinked when she moved. Fiona, my wife, Christina, managed, her hand clutched right around a tissue. Then she was crying again and Fiona's face changed a bit. She looked at Christina in concern. "Mom, please don't cry. If you knew what I know, you wouldn't be upset." Anger began to bubble up inside me. What the hell was wrong with Fiona? I had read enough now to know that serial killers were devoid of empathy or human emotions in general, but this wasn't the little girl I had raised to be a good woman. "What happened to you?" I asked, my voice quiet as I tried to keep the emotion out of it. "Why did you kill all those people?" Fiona sat back smiling and tossed her blonde hair over her shoulder. "Oh, Dad, it doesn't matter. You can't stop us, no matter how much you try." I couldn't understand what she was talking about. "Fiona, my patience was wearing extremely thin." "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about your father, Dad, and his father, and his father. All those generations." I swallowed hard and glanced at the prison warden. If he felt like something was weird about our conversation, he didn't show it. However, "What about them?" I asked her, concern edging its way into my voice. Fiona tilted her head quizzically and for a moment I saw her as a 6-year-old. Doing that when I taught her maths. "Do you really not remember?" I shifted uneasily in my seat. "You know what this is. You have always known," she said, leaning forward. "I really. We don't like it when you lie." I stammered and then fell silent. I didn't know what kind of game she was playing. She sat back and smiled brightly. "Then I swear to you my heart stopped." Suddenly the entire room darkened. Fiona's eyes went completely black. Her skin and hair turned pale white. And yet the guards kept standing there, seemingly seeing nothing. Frozen in time. I tried to look at Christina, but she just sat there, staring ahead of her into nothingness. A tear frozen on her cheek. My daughter opened her mouth and ash fell out as she spoke. Her replaced by a deep, cold one. "Elaman zarote koikai eade saplura. Tenu devit okpia ed misdu. Aladi gadara devit ga orif uru kidori." Those words, I knew those words. I had seen them before. My hands cold and clammy. I pushed back from the table as the chair fell away and backed myself up against a wall. Terror gripping my chest. Instantly, the scene was back to normal. My daughter's face was normal. My wife's shoulders shuddered as she sobbed, still unable to speak a word, and Fiona sat there with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Shaking, I told the guard, "We are done here." My wife turned to look at me and I stared into her teary eyes. "We need to go, now." The last thing we heard as we left the room was Fiona's laughter. Once vibrant, now cold and cruel. When we got home, I waited until dinner was over and we went up to bed. I waited until Christina had taken her sleeping pill and her breathing was even enough to know she was asleep. Then, I quietly got up and made my way to the attic. I knew exactly what I was looking for. After I hauled myself up from the square-shaped opening in our ceiling into the dark, quiet room I hadn't visited since we had moved into this house, I shone my torch around. Mostly the room was full of the children's old toys and clothes. Things we had been planning to give away and never got around to. Old furniture that belonged to our parents. But there, hiding in the corner of the room was the cardboard box I was looking for, the reason I had not been in this attic for years. My mouth a bit dry and my hands trembling, I walked over to it and dragged it over to myself. Then I took a deep breath and opened it. Lying inside was a series of old, leather-bound journals I had hoped I would never ever have to look at again. It was the names and detailed torture and murders of every person my family had killed. The bloody and brutal legacy of the witchfinder generals that we used to be. Except, there were no witches. You already know this if you know anything about the witch trials. What witchfinder generals were hunting was much, much more ancient. They were hunting the old gods. You see, this world belonged to the ancient ones long before it became our home. It belonged to beings that were so powerful. They terrified us. But slowly as the world changed and less people believed in folk tales, so did they stop believing in the tales of the old gods. And what are gods without prayer and fear to keep them powerful and immortal? So they began to live amongst us to adapt to their mortality. Less powerful, less able to protect themselves. And we used that adaptation against them. We hunted them in the name our own God. We told ourselves that this is what needed to be done to keep our species safe. That we were servants of God doing His bidding. My family carried this tradition on for years, finding what was left of the ancient ones and decimating them. All the way till my father was born and refused to train in the ways of his father. My father killed his father when he was only a teenager. He was trying to protect a girl who would later become his wife. My mother, he kept the journals. He kept them to tell me of the history he was ashamed of. To tell me that I must never go down this route. I had read them years ago and shuddered at the amount of lives my family had stolen. And I never had. I had lived a good life and raised a good family. Or so I had thought. I turned the yellowed old sheets, reading name after name in faded ink. Finally, I found the thing I was looking for. It was there in the third journal. The last words of an ancient goddess that was burned alive. Elaman zarote koikai eade saplura. Tenu Devet Okpia ed Masdu. Aladi Gadara Devet Ga or if Uru Kidori. As I spoke the words aloud, recognizing now that they were not in a language no one understand but a language no human was supposed to understand. I saw them change slowly into English. For every one of us you kill, we will take 1,000 of you in return. Our vengeance will speak through your own blood. But the thing that made my blood run cold were the words Fiona had not said. The words that were below the ones I had just read. Sitting there written in faded old ink were the words, "Fear not your death, but what awaits every one of you after." Story. My grandpa was a prison guard. And he told me the horrible things he witnessed there. My grandfather was always kind of a dick. I know that's probably not the most kosher thing to say about a close family member, but I think most people who knew him, including him, would agree. He was a stone-faced man, never showed much emotion, and always had a fuse about as short as the balding gray hair atop his scalp. He wore a seemingly perpetual scowl upon his face and a narrowed brow that seemed to sneer with that get the hell off my lawn energy that only a proud boomer could properly muster. I remember one summer my family went out to visit him and my grandma, only for him to chastise my older sister for gaining a bit of weight. It of course made her cry and quickly devolved into a huge family drama that may never have been fully resolved. In stark contrast, my grandma was the most loving and kind person I've ever known. So when she passed a few years ago, it really struck my whole family hard. The funeral was a sordid affair, with my grandfather remaining distant the entire time, and not bothering to say a word on her behalf. The rest of the family gave eulogies and tried commemorating her the best we could. But Grandpa seemed not to notice or care either way. Once the ceremony concluded, most of the guests dispersed from the church. As the attendees thinned, I found myself alone in the pews. Grandpa was seated up at the front, and although I didn't necessarily want to talk with him, I felt as though I should. "Hey Grandpa, I'm really sorry for your loss." He turned to me, a look of spite etched upon his face. He seemed to take note of my expression and his faltered into a sigh. "Thanks buddy, tough day for all of us." He dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief and swallowed hard. In that moment I saw my grandfather in a way I never had before. He was broken and vulnerable, newly alone in the world and clearly struggling to come to terms with it. I felt for him, and although we've never had the best relationship, I very much wanted to try and be there for him. Grandpa rose from his seat and approached the casket. He put a hand down upon it, speaking softly under his breath. "Don't worry, darlin', I'm right behind you." Grandpa and I talked a bit more, and eventually I decided he could use some company for the night. Although he was off-putting as a person, he was family. There was also something I always found interesting about him. There was something about him that always enthralled me. Despite his cold exterior, I knew there was more to him than just mean for mean's sake. Either way, no one should have to mourn alone, and so I decided to join him for dinner. After the ceremony concluded, I left the church and went to the store and picked us up some fresh steaks, golden potatoes and asparagus. I figured cooking him a good meal was the least I could do considering the difficult circumstances. My grandparents' old home was considerably more worn and overgrown than last I'd seen it as I pulled my car into the driveway. Of course, it was understandable considering the situation, but the difference was stark. It had been well over a decade since last I'd been out there, and although vaguely familiar, the wear and tear made it seem foreign. Grandpa welcomed me at the front door, and the two of us went into the backyard as he fired up the grill. It was a bit awkward at first, but after a beer or two we started opening up little more to one another. I told him about my life, fiancé and work, and he seemed genuinely interested in it. We talked a while as the steaks grilled, but I realize not many are reading this to hear about my fated reunion with my estranged grandfather. This is a horror sub after all, and as such it's probably best I just cut to the chase. Grandpa worked in prison rehabilitation for the entirety of his career. He began at just 18 years old as a prison guard, and eventually worked his way up to warden, which he presided as up until his retirement several years ago. I asked him which prison he worked for, but he sort of avoided the question. Boy, that's gotta be a tough line of work. Huh? I floated the question out, and he paused to ponder it. He swished the beer in his bottle before shrugging. You get used to it. Like anything, I suppose. But it'd be a lie to call it easy. Always gotta be on your toes, anticipating things to pop off at any moment. Never know what to expect, really. He told me a few stories he had from his long tenure of corrections. He almost seemed overly eager to talk about them, and it made me realize he probably didn't have anyone else to tell them to. He was a bit of loner after all, and it made me feel for him that his wife and likely only real human connection in the world was now gone. The two of us ate our dinner and continued chatting about his work in the prison industry and the miasma of experiences he was subjected to there. He had plenty of light-hearted stuff about coworkers and various interactions with inmates. But his tone seemed hampered. I don't know how to explain it, but it was likely there was something else that bothered him, and I decided to try and coax it out of him. You probably saw some messed up things there too. Huh? Grandpa sat back in thought, his pale white beard partially obscuring his disconcerted grimace. He then chuckled and clasped his hands together on his lap. Yeah, you could say that, as I'd hoped. He then delved into a few stories about stabbings, attempted breakouts and attacks on prison personnel. He had no shortage of rather gruesome events to recall. But of course there was one which dwarfed them all. Then there were the experiments. My interest peaked as soon as he said that. He paused then, his head slowly swiveling on his shoulders. Experiments? Yeah, or clinical trials, I suppose. They can sugarcoat them however they like, but that don't change the reality. Far as I know, they never even published the findings, and I'm not surprised. He was clearly a bit reticent to divulge the details, and I didn't want to push him on it. The admission alone seemed to hang like a weight on his neck, dragging his posture down and his eyes into fog. If there is a God out there, I can understand why we never hear from him. Grandpa said he had been working at the prison for a good 2 decades when these experiments began. By then he was the lead guard on shift, and essentially second in command to the presiding warden at the time. Grandpa was summoned by the warden one day for an impromptu meeting. Or so he thought. As he entered the room, he found the warden with 2 other men in his office. The 2 men were well dressed in blue suede suits with polished black wingtips. Both had neatly combed hair and beards with stark blue eyes. The warden introduced them to Grandpa as Mr. Smith and Mr. Johnson, but did not elaborate who they were or what organization they worked for. No doubt it was some government branch, but I never got confirmation either way. Grandpa explained. Apparently the 2 men had already struck a deal with the warden, and Grandpa was to be a part of it as well. They explained they were conducting an experiment to test the limits of the human psyche. They explained that all Grandpa would have to do was the same thing he'd been doing for 20 years. Guard the cells, and ensure there were no complications with the inmates. The deal came with a substantial financial bonus, one which nearly doubled Grandpa's salary that year. But of course, he knew there would be a catch. The things we do for money. He just shook his head solemnly as he said it. These experiments would go on to be known unofficially as the Seclusion Project. The idea was a simple one: take 5 prisoners and put them into solitary confinement indefinitely. Smith and Johnson's crew would monitor them and conduct research as they saw fit. The 2 men explained it was important research to determine the harmful effects on the human psyche to further understanding of the brain. But Grandpa saw through it. It was cruel, it was inhumane, and by the end it was a crime against humanity. They knew that from the beginning. But they also knew no one would speak on the behalf of those they chose. 5 inmates were chosen for the experiment. The warden claimed they volunteered for a reduced sentence, but Grandpa knew that was a lie. To put it simply, the 5 chosen were among the worst offenders currently in prison. Prisoner 1 was a middle-aged white male who had been convicted of multiple counts of aggravated sexual assault against minors. He'd been sentenced to 57 years and had served just 4 up to that point. Prisoner 2 was an elderly white male who had been convicted of the rape, murder and mutilation of 6 different female sex workers over the span of 9 years. He'd been given 3 life sentences, and was the longest currently incarcerated inmate in the entire prison. Prisoner 3 was a black male responsible for the stabbing murder of an elderly couple and their 7-year-old grandson as a result of a home invasion. He'd been sentenced to capital punishment, and had been on death row for almost 5 years awaiting his fate. Prisoner 4 was a middle-aged Hispanic male who had once served as a hitman for a notorious drug gang. He'd been convicted of executing 8 people and disposing of their remains during his tenure. Though many believe his body count was much higher, Prisoner 5 was actually the only inmate that wasn't currently incarcerated at my grandpa's prison. He was brought in from another prison, but Grandpa was never able to get a hold of his file to see where he was transferred from or what he was actually in for. He described the guy as a young, very skinny white male with long black hair and evil eyes. Grandpa said he locked eyes with the guy once, and only once, viscerally rattled by the experience. The cells in which the participants were to be housed were in an isolated wing of the prison deep underground. Each cell had to be retrofitted with a number of augmentations which were completed by Smith and Johnson's crew. It took them almost a full year to do it, but once they were done, the cells were unlike any others, entirely soundproof from the inside, and entirely devoid of light. Cameras equipped with both infrared and night vision lens were installed upon the ceiling of each cell to monitor the occupants 24/7. Finally, the renovations were completed and the cells were ready to fulfill their grim purpose. One by one, Grandpa and his team escorted the men into each of the cells. Most went quietly without a word spoken. Grandpa theorized that the men were given promises of commuting their sentences which helped ensure their compliance. But this was never confirmed. Inmate 3 talked non-stop throughout the trek to the cell, asking all manner of questions about a variety of things. Grandpa and his men just remained silent. Inmate 5 was mostly silent during the transport as well, his long dark hair covering his face the entire way. At several points, Grandpa swore he heard the guy giggle under his breath. He said it sounded like a kid's laugh, and that obviously didn't make him feel any better. The guy went into his cell without protest, and as his door shut, the trials had officially begun. All the lights in the block were extinguished, and the outer soundproof doors were shut. Each cell was separated far from one another to prevent the inmates from being able to communicate verbally. From there, all the supervising team had to do was wait and watch. Grandpa simply went back to his duties then, checking in periodically on Smith and Johnson's team but never venturing into the cell block. The inmates were to have no contact with the outside world whatsoever, and no exposure to light of any kind. Small slots in the walls were used to distribute food and water, and the inmates were well fed with good hearty meals, unlike the majority of the other inmates in the prison. Grandpa continually emphasized how uncomfortable he was with the whole thing, even from the get-go. "Why didn't you say anything?" I bit my tongue as the words left my lips, worried I would offend him. Grandpa just sighed, his shoulders slumped as his lips pursed. It's hard to speak on behalf of those you detest, even if you know they are being wrong. There was a profound truth to his words, and it made me take pause as he added another thought. It's not an acceptable excuse, but he just trailed off there, shaking his head and sighing. After just a few days of seclusion, the inmates were already struggling quite a lot. Inmate 2 had been crying periodically, while 3 showed signs of severe paranoia. The other 3 remained mostly silent. 5 was the most unnerving, however, sitting almost entirely motionless for the entire day aside from sleeping. 4 tried to keep himself busy doing calisthenics like push-ups and sit-ups, while 1 mostly just laid around in various positions, slipping in and out of consciousness. On the eve of day 5, inmate 2 had slammed his head into the side of the cell and began bleeding from his nose and mouth. After the impact, he fell and convulsed for several seconds on the ground as blood dripped from him. He fell still, and my grandpa anticipated them conducting a medical intervention. But they never did. They just continued to monitor as inmate 2 was left to his own devices. Later that same day, an inmate 3 suddenly screamed. He began scrambling around his cell blind, slamming into walls and babbling incoherently. "There's something in here, man. Let me out." He shouted the words as tears poured from his eyes. He continued freaking out for a few more minutes until tiring himself out. He then collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, staring upward to the top of the cell. He couldn't have seen it, but my grandpa swears he was staring directly into the feed of the camera. Inmate 1 began having conversations with himself, apparently acting as both parties on either side of the conversation. The things he discussed with himself began as asinine, even comical at times, but they quickly took a disturbing turn. He seemingly role-played conversations between a young boy and his father, and the things discussed turned Grandpa's stomach. He wouldn't repeat or even hint at them, but considering why inmate 1 was imprisoned in the first place, I can probably fill in the blanks. Inmate 1 then broke down, sobbing quietly as he held himself in the fetal position. My grandpa says this was the moment that really made him actually feel something for the inmates, and question what the hell he'd signed up for. These men did horrible things. Ain't no changing that, but even so, you come to realize how everyone has a story. Were they born monsters or were they made monsters? I won't pretend to understand how these things work, but what I do understand from one human being to another is the suffering of life. Things only got worse from there, and outbursts of screaming and sobbing became commonplace amongst all participants minus inmate 5. Alone in the silent darkness, They had nothing but their own minds to keep them company. And that company was clearly not bringing much comfort. Inmate 4 would often pantomime holding a gun, and seemingly acting out shootouts and conflicts in his cell. His breathing would increase and he'd be moving and ducking around the cell as though he were trying to avoid getting shot. Inmate 3 would shuffle around his cell, flinching randomly and at times collapsing to the ground as though someone had struck him. Inmate 2's condition had continued to deteriorate. Clearly, his head wound trauma had likely caused brain trauma, and he would regularly suffer seizures and fits of screaming at the top of his lungs. He refused to eat, and the food he was given began to pile up by the cell door. Some of the prison personnel wanted to retrieve him for medical assistance, but Smith and Johnson wouldn't allow it. They were told time and time again that no matter what happens to the inmates, they were not to intervene. By day 9, Inmate 2 was dead. He'd been laying motionless face down for nearly a full day when his passing was finally confirmed. As they rewound the footage to try and determine the time of death, they noticed something odd. As soon as Inmate 2's chest had stopped moving, Inmate 1 suddenly perked up. He then lifted his head and smiled, extending his hand to wave at something as though he were saying goodbye to an old friend. He, of course, had no way of communicating with Inmate 2 nor knowing he had passed. It was a weird event, but it was regarded as a simple coincidence. Inmate 1 continued to deteriorate after that, spending most of his time just sitting catatonic in his cell. Inmates 3 and 4 also continued to show signs of severe delusions and paranoia. Inmate 4 would randomly burst into fits of screaming as though he were threatening a rival before reverting to hysteric sobbing as he begged to be let out of the cell. At one point he punched the wall full force, shattering his fist into a mangled mess of flesh and bone. Contrary to the rest, Inmate 5 hardly ever made a peep. He would sit motionless in his cell for hours, hiding his face as he seemed to meditate. Every once in a while he'd look directly into the camera lens though, despite not being able to see it. My grandpa said he still gets chills picturing the way the guy smiled, and swears something about him was downright evil. "Let me ask you a question." Grandpa suddenly interrupted his tale. Behind the smoldering campfire I spied him staring down at his boots, swirling his whiskey in his glass. His eyes then drifted to me, an almost hesitant aura in his eyes. Is it evil to do evil things to evil people? I thought about it a moment, a cold chill slithering down my spine as I anticipated where this topic was headed. I wish I could say I came up with some profound response, but I didn't and still don't have one. In the end, I just shrugged and took a swig of my lager. Grandpa's expression then shifted, as though he were at a similar stalemate himself. I fear the day the world finds an answer to that question. Eventually, the team conducting the trial brought medical supplies to Inmate 4. As soon as the guard slid open the access port at the bottom of the door, Inmate 4 lunged for it. "Let me out, man, please. You gotta let me out, I'll do anything." He tried grabbing at the guard through the port, but the guard managed to retreat away. He then slammed his baton on the man's hands until he recoiled back inside. The guard flung the tray of food along with the medical supplies in after him and slid the port shut. Inmate 4 began to sob hysterically, switching between bargaining and yelling threats for nearly half an hour. He eventually seemed to wear himself out and collapsed in a heap in his cell. but not before muttering one final chilling phrase. "Please don't let it get me." Grandpa ended up working late that night, and just before he clocked out was when it happened. One of the other guards frantically called him to the monitor station. On the feed, Grandpa saw inmate 4 flailing around desperately and screaming. He said it seemed like something was attacking him. But of course, there was nothing else in there. By this point, the 2 station guards had already witnessed so many disturbing events that they wanted to intervene and help the guy. But Grandpa overruled them. His chest seemed to deflate as he admitted that. But in the end, all the 3 of them did was watch. Inmate 4 continued to wrestle around for several long minutes until finally falling flat on his back. He then began to grasp for his neck and appeared as though he believed someone was straddling his chest and choking him. He began to gurgle and cough, flailing desperately as his eyes bulged from their sockets. In under a minute, he let out a soft gasp as the strength drained from his body and he fell still. Never to move again. Once again. The moment Inmate 4 fell still, Inmate 1 perked up. Just as before, he then smiled and waved while staring in the direction of Inmate 4's cell. Despite not knowing where he was housed or even that he was there to begin with, Inmate 5 then suddenly perked up from his fetal position. His neck craned backwards, and head angled upwards, but his face seemed entirely devoid of emotion. "Please don't let it get me." He repeated the final words of Inmate 4 in a whisper. He, like Inmate 1, had no way of knowing nor hearing Inmate 4, and yet somehow repeated the exact same phrase. As the words left his mouth, his lips curled into a wide, almost inhuman smile. Grandpa described it as the look worn only by the most deranged of lunatics. Inmate 5 then erupted into a bellowing laugh which caused everyone in the observatory room to flinch. Grandpa said he was damn near scream laughing at the top of his lungs as his eyes seemed to bulge out of their sockets. After a good full minute, he finally seemed to quiet as his calamitous laugh quieted to a hushed giggle. "Please don't let it get me." He then turned and once again glared directly into the hidden camera lens in his cell. Grandpa described that moment as feeling like he was staring into the eyes of the devil himself. He'd seen enough for that night. But before leaving, Smith caught up with Grandpa as he was about to head out. He first made casual conversation with him, before asking him a series of strange questions. "You ever see anything weird around here? How are you sleeping lately? You guys get a lot of inspections in this facility?" Grandpa didn't say much in response, just shrugging off most of the questions. Smith tried to coat his inquiries in a nonchalant manner, but Grandpa knew better. There was no way of hiding the dread which dripped from his every word. For Grandpa felt it too. The following morning, Grandpa got a call as he was preparing himself for his shift. The call was from a frantic coworker telling him they needed him there ASAP but didn't clarify what had happened. Grandpa arrived at the prison not long after, and was quickly ushered into the camera room. There he noticed that Inmate 5's cell was suddenly empty. Grandpa asked where Inmate 5 was and the solemn guards just guided his attention to the monitors. They replayed the recording from the previous night at just before 3 a.m. Grandpa watched mystified as 1 second Inmate 5 was seen sitting idle before suddenly just vanishing. There was no split in the feed, no movement of any kind. Just 1 second he was there, and the next he was gone. Grandpa stared at the other two guards, but neither of them had any explanation for what had just happened. One of them suggested going into the cell to check it out firsthand, but none of them were eager to do that. Instead, they waited around spitballing theories until Johnson and Smith arrived along with the warden. Grandpa then informed them what had happened and showed them the video from inmate 5's cell the previous night. Grandpa said that was the first and only time he ever saw any emotion on their faces, and their reaction clearly conveyed their fear. "Lock the prison down now. No one comes in or goes out," Johnson commanded, and the befuddled warden sounded the alarm. Every single prisoner in the entire complex was returned to their cells. Grandpa and the other guards spent the next 12 hours combing every square inch of the prison. Despite their best efforts, not a single trace of inmate 5 was found. The search was eventually extended beyond the prison walls, but once again the attempt proved futile. Eventually, Smith and Johnson ventured in to search the seclusion cell block themselves. By this point, only inmates 1 and 3 were still alive in their cells. Neither of them reacted as the men entered the block. Inmate 1 continued just rocking back and forth mumbling, while inmate 3 appeared to be asleep. Smith and Johnson were in there for nearly an hour before returning defeated and stupefied. They didn't say much to the others, and by that point the entire staff was exhausted from the day's events. Grandpa and his crew were dismissed as the night crew took over. Grandpa said he had some of the worst nightmares of his life that night, and barely slept a wink despite being exhausted. When he returned to work the following day, he found the other members of his crew looking much the same. They were all summoned into the meeting room with the warden as they awaited their instructions. The warden then informed them that the experiment had been discontinued. The only surviving members of inmate 1 and 3 were to be returned to general population. Grandpa protested that decision, but was overruled. It turns out Grandpa was right to be worried, as neither inmate lasted long when back in the prison. Inmate 3 began behaving like a cornered animal, showing signs of paranoia and aggression. He got in multiple fights with other inmates, until one scuffle ended with him getting his head slammed into a bed. He ended up dying from severe cranial hemorrhage not long after. Inmate 1 was much more composed, but no less traumatized. He just kept to himself, refusing to eat and isolating himself from everyone. After about a week of his self-imposed starvation, Grandpa's team prepared to intervene. They found him dead in his cell the following morning. His body was taken for autopsy, but the coroner could not determine a cause of death. Apparently, the fallout from this event caused the former warden of the prison to step down. My grandfather was named the new warden shortly thereafter, but a lot of the other guards ended up leaving as well. For a while, the management was worried about a potential legal investigation. But as time went on, there was nothing. They never heard from Smith or Johnson again, and in time people forgot. But Grandpa never did. He polished off the remainder of his beer and clasped his hands before him as he concluded his story. The campfire had been reduced to smoldering coals by then, and Grandpa's once serious demeanor appeared suddenly much more crestfallen. "We all do things we're not proud of. You know, we all make decisions for what we think is the best option. But sometimes we're wrong. I did it for the money, no denying it. But why did they do it? Smith and Johnson, whatever their real names were, why did they do it? His gray eyes drifted to me, as though he expected me to answer. More than likely he searched for any answer that could be offered. But I hadn't one to give. Did they ever find him? That prisoner that disappeared? Grandpa's head slowly swiveled side to side as his eyes seemed to deflate. As far as I know, he was never seen again. It was in that moment that I almost found myself skeptical. He'd told his story so well that I very nearly believed it. "You're fucking with me," I called him on it. But his face didn't falter an inch. He slowly turned to me with that cold, ironclad stare that he was renowned for. He didn't need to say anything in his defense, for his expression told me his words were true, and they had haunted him for a lifetime. How does that happen? How does someone just vanish into thin air? Grandpa shrugged at the question and massaged the back of his neck. He thought for a moment, then smirked, but refused to make eye contact. "If you can figure that one out, you let me know." He chuckled to himself, then crossed his arms. "There was one report years ago. This young gal was at home alone one night when someone tried to break into her house. Poor thing was scared stiff, and the description she gave of the man she'd seen seemed to match inmate 5. He met my bewildered stare as I hung on every word. "So the cops look around, but can't find anything." Things calmed down. Then about a month later, the same young lady vanishes, never seen again. Never solved. He paused once more, then scoffed as he adjusted his posture. "Course it's impossible, right? All of it is. That's what I'd say if someone told me. But yet I was there. I seen it." He fell silent once more as the two of us contemplated the prospect. I figured it best to allow him to convey his thoughts, and so I waited until he spoke again. "Maybe it's best we don't know. But there was one detail of that troubling story which really spooked me. There was a message written in blood on the front of her house." He paused and glanced to me, as if waiting for me to conclude the thought. It struck me then, and a cold chill slithered down my spine. "Please don't let it get me," I answered, and Grandpa nodded solemnly. The two of us just fell silent for a while, contemplating the disturbing story before he spoke again. "There's a phrase I've heard before, maybe you have too. Hurt people. Hurt people. People that have been traumatized will traumatize others. Maybe that's what these things we call demons are. Trauma that takes on a life or existence of its own." He paused, and I contemplated his words once more. It was a frightening thought, but I haven't the faintest clue how these things work, so maybe he's right. It's the best explanation I can think of, but what do I know? I've screwed up my own life enough that maybe I'm just trying to not hate myself. His eyes seemed to gloss over, and his lips trembled. He seemed like he so desperately wished to pour his heart out, and for once be vulnerable. But as always he didn't. "Good talk, bud. Don't stay up too late." That was all I got, his last parting words before taking his leave. It was the last conversation we ever had, but his words have been with me ever since. I didn't know what to make of his story, but he sure seemed to put a lot of stock in it. It horrified me knowing what he was a part of, but I suppose I shouldn't be that surprised. I'm sure there's all sorts of nefarious experiments and trials in the past. But that's not really what this account was for. Grandpa was a complicated man who lived a complicated life. I never knew him well, but I am glad I got to know him a little bit. It makes his sour demeanor throughout the years a little less imposing. and shed some new light on why he was the way he was. I just hope he found some peace before the end. But after what I heard, I'm not sure it worked out that way. Grandpa passed away a few weeks after my grandmother did, so I suppose he was right when he shared those words with her. I heard from my aunt later that he'd been found in his favorite chair. A cup of coffee beside him with a single piece of paper in his lap etched in a simple handwritten phrase which rattled me to my core. Please don't let it get me. Story. There's a dark truth connecting three 1980s upstate New York murder cases. This comes from someone who claims to be a former forensic investigator that worked for a few precincts in upstate New York. To clarify, I have no personal ties to this person. Don't know why they specifically reached out to me, or felt this page was their only remaining option to tell their story. I'm simply passing along what they said and will leave it to your own interpretation. After conducting my own research, however, I will say their theories are plausible, and whoever this is genuinely believes they've uncovered something heinous. Here's the account I received, told in their point of view. I worked as a forensic investigator in New York State's Delaware and Columbia counties. I've seen my fair share of crime scenes. From child suicides at ages they had no business of even entertaining such thoughts, to gruesome accidents and murder victims killed in the worst ways imaginable. There were three particular cases whose backstories compelled me to dig deeper. Even after the official investigations concluded, what I found made me question the extents of reality, human depravity, and avarice. The first happened in East Chatham, December 1986. A teen, who I'll refer to as Will, murdered 4 of his family members, seeming to be driven by financial gain. All 4 bodies were discovered in their bedrooms, dying from gunshot wounds to the head. Despite being described as a shallow, detached individual, Will excelled in school and was thought to have a bright future. His family was very active in the community and owned a successful business, which made these murders especially stunning. The teen readily confessed when questioned, but wasn't very forthcoming on certain crime scene details. Dozens of candles placed on top of coins scattered around the house. Inscriptions written in blood on the living room floor, most of which we couldn't document because they were repeatedly tracked over before we arrived. And the bodies all being smeared with an oily light green substance. The coroner reports on all 4 bodies described their wounds as narrow, bullet-shaped holes entering through the victim's forehead and exiting through the back. The exit wounds looked nothing like those made by bullets. No casings or rounds were found, and tests for gunpowder residue were incidentally damaged at the lab by a pipe burst. While the official report said all 4 victims died from gunshots, it was technically never proven. Thinking they had sufficient evidence, detectives saw no need to investigate further after Will confessed, and overlooked these bizarre details. Although they determined Will, who claimed to have no recollection of that night, suffered a psychotic breakdown, I always suspected he had an ulterior motive. Any attempts at deciphering what was written on the living room floor were futile, except for one semi-legible phrase, JUDOC. The light green slippery substance slathered on all 4 bodies was also identified as money oil, an herbal remedy used in witchcraft that supposedly brings prosperous wealth. Although many acknowledged there was a lot more going on, Everyone ultimately wanted to move forward and minimize the attention East Chatham was receiving from this tragedy. In the end, I understood the desire to put this dark chapter of East Chatham's history behind us, and eventually accepted I wouldn't learn any more about what happened than what was already known. Fast forward a few years later, when I was working in Delaware County. The second case happened in June 1989, another mass murder that conjured up memories of East Chatham. A 23-year-old, I'll call Evan, murdered his family at their cabin outside Stamford. Lit candles placed on top of coins littered the home, where 4 bodies were found in the house's attic, initially perceived as gunshots. The autopsy report explained their wounds as being bullet-shaped entrances that went completely through the victim's body. Unlike the East Chatham killings, these murder victims contained several deep perforations. The bodies were centered around a strange symbol that seemed to depict a blocky, crookedly drawn, uppercase B, a small backwards J, protruded from the B's lower left corner, while a jagged uppercase T branched off its top left end. The emblem was drawn with a scorched powder that, based on samples recovered, had an initial light green color, and was composed of different herbs. It looked like Evan had been interrupted in the middle of whatever he was doing, prompting him to flee. He was cornered at an abandoned farm in a neighboring county, which ensued a lengthy standoff, before being gunned down after opening fire on police. Officers on scene recalled, Evan kept screaming he was so close, needed to complete the circle, and finish the process. One bizarre piece of evidence was a black envelope Evan pinned on his family's business storefront sometime after committing the murders. It was covered in green wax and contained burnt remnants of paper that, from what few strands were salvaged, appeared to be some kind of letter or note. Although Evan apparently had severe mental issues, this dismissive explanation for his appalling actions disregarded some alarming details. Evan was apparently obsessed with money and wealth, to the point where it influenced him at a cognitive level. He stood to assume his entire family's estate, which, according to friends of his, Evan incessantly pondered about the liquid value of, and what he'd do with all that cash. When I disputed the investigation's conclusions, my police chief gave a familiar explanation. Evan's dead, he said. No need to allocate time and resources to an already solved case. Even after noting every similarity with the East Chatham murders, he wouldn't entertain any further inquiries, and eventually reassigned me to another division. It was after this I learned the powdery substance found in the attic was identified as money powder, which had many similar vegetal ingredients as its oleaginous counterpart, money oil, despite violating orders and an abundance of department codes. I started my own secret investigation trying to connect these cases. There was too much overlap between them that I couldn't let this go without leaving no stone unturned. Both killings were committed by young men with financial motives. They murdered their families in near identical manners. Candles placed on top of coins and substances made from the same materials were found at both crime scenes. Although I was convinced Will and Evan were trying to perform the same or closely related rituals, my evidence was circumstantial at best. I needed a direct link connecting them that would give my theory the credence necessary to be taken seriously. About a year into my independent probe, a case from February 1988 in Groveland, New York was brought to my attention. A man, I'll call Larry, murdered his whole family before committing suicide and setting their house on fire. After extinguishing the blaze, police discovered 5 bodies. Larry killed his wife and 3 children, who were each found lying in their beds. Although gunshots were officially deemed all 5 victims' causes of death, Larry was the only one described as being explicitly caused by a firearm. His wife and kids died from what the documents described as wounds closely resembling a gunshot that completely passed through the victim's cranial region. For me, there were 2 affirming details in this case that connected to the East Chatham and Stamford killings. Investigators determined the fire was started by lighting a charred black envelope. The note inside was too badly burned and no longer legible, but this envelope looked exactly like the one Evan pinned on his family's storefront. Larry also had a tattoo on his back matching the symbol found at the Stamford scene, a jagged B with a smaller uppercase T and backwards J stemming from its corners. I also discovered Larry and his wife were having marital problems, which derived from a crippling financial situation that put them on the precipice of ruin. Finding this case led to more chilling discoveries. One regarded an owl rope bracelet with a gold wolf head charm Larry had on his wrist. Will wore the exact same bracelet when he was found, which I neglected to mention earlier. Despite living in Groveland when murdering his family, Larry settled there fairly recently, having lived most of his life in Schoharie County. Not only did he own a business in East Chatham from 1983 to 1985 where Will happened to work for 8 months, but the abandoned farmhouse where Evan made his final stand was on land formerly owned by Larry's family. I delved further into Larry's background. Although information was hard to come by, it led me to learning about lupus viridis, meaning green wolf in Latin. What little I found described them as some kind of fraternal order, where Larry was a member. The only other details I uncovered about lupus viridis was they were formerly headquartered in a now abandoned lodge located somewhere between Medusa and South Westerlo, roughly the midway point between East Chatham and Stamford. The lodge burned down in the summer of 1989, after which the organization appeared to cease operations. The former lodge's dilapidated remains still stand today. I spent months trying to uncover more about lupus viridis, but had stagnant progress, and came to a barrage of dead ends. Shortly after, however, my rogue investigation was halted after being discovered by the DA's office. Although no charges were pressed, the police confiscated most of my documents and case files, after which I was swiftly terminated. A few years passed, when something seemingly out of the blue happened that dragged me back down this rabbit hole. I woke up one morning to find hundreds of papers, which came from a filing cabinet filled with old files I still had on these cases that the police somehow missed, littering the room where they were kept. Written on every one of those papers was a 6-letter word: Mammon. It was written in what appeared to be blood, and I initially neglected to mention the filing cabinet holding these old documents was in my bedroom. I couldn't let anyone know these files were still in my possession. So I took to the internet, where I gained a lot of perturbing insight on this word's meaning. Mammon was a theological demonic entity representing greed and want, who promised its worshippers boundless wealth. I almost fell over after first seeing Mammon's sigil, a distorted B with an uppercase T and backwards J jutting from its upper and lower left corners. It was the same symbol found in Will's attic and tattooed on Larry's back. This led me to read up on the different rituals for summoning Mammon. They varied in complexity and many involved using specific items like candles, coins, owl rope, herbal remedies like money oil and powder, along with writing letters and requests to Mammon that you burn or place in black envelopes. I was especially bothered by a redundant detail of Mammon's appearance that was in quite a few visual depictions of the being. Many had Mammon brandishing a long narrow spike that retracted from its wrist, which was used to impale its victims' bodies. The stories I read said Mammon extract people's souls in this grisly manner, which were added to a collection it amassed over the millennia. It made me think about the wounds every one of those cases' murder victims had, which every report was quick to write off as gunshots. What else could create that type of opening? Were those poor souls truly at rest, or suffering a far worse fate? Mammon also apparently frequented the form of a wolf, which made sense of the fraternal order being named Lupus Verdes and those owl rope bracelets worn by Will and Larry having wolf head charms. I also don't think the dates all three massacres occurred were randomly chosen. Will killed his family on December 13th, when the feast of Saint Judoc is held. Judoc, the word we found written at the East Chatham crime scene, was a young wealthy prince who gave up his opulence to become a priest. He lived a life of modesty, solitude, and was said to be a staunch adversary of Mammon, since he stood against everything the demon represented. Apparently, using blood to write names of you or your deity's antagonists is a form of mockery and scorn in occultism that supposedly appeases and empowers your idol. The Stamford murders happened on June 22nd, which falls on the summer solstice, whose signified period of growth is considered an opportune time to summon certain beings. And when the season of Mammon begins. Larry's murder-suicide occurred on February 28, 1988, which fell on a leap year. In the dark arts, leap years are supposed to provide a window for spirits and other beings to enter our world. It's worth mentioning many works I read about or mentioned Mammon described him coming in and out of our world using these leap year portals. Having presented my facts, I'll now tell you what I believe happened. Lupus Verdes was secretly a cult dedicated to Mammon, whose members sought wealth and prosperity. Some rituals for summoning this being, say, flesh and blood offerings, yielded greater rewards, based on enormity, if done correctly and precisely. I suppose the magnitude of sacrificing one's family was thought to yield endless rewards from this being. Larry recruited Will and Evan, who became indoctrinated by the order's teachings. My guess is, Will failed to properly complete his ritual, causing him to undergo an irreversible mental breakdown. Evan appeared to have gotten interrupted while performing his, likely by police when they arrived at the house. Larry's situation was less clear. He was overcome with grief either for botching or coming to grips on what he was actually doing during his ritual. and ended his life in response. After how much publicity the Stamford killings got, Lupus Verdes probably decided to vacate the area or go underground, which could explain why their lodge burned. I expectedly made waves when trying to get my findings reviewed and investigate whether Lupus Verdes was still operating. I should have seen it coming, but anyone who even gave me the time of day dismissed my report, saying the evidence was too disputable, circumstantial, and, most insulting of all, inventive. I eventually gave up when my former precincts threatened me with legal action for not turning over all the files and documents I still had. Who said I was rehashing settled business that had no need to be revisited? Things settled down for a while afterwards, until something that happened recently. I found a familiar-looking black envelope among some of my spouse's belongings while clearing out a room that we were renovating. After reading the recently dated letter it contained, I now know I'm not safe in my home, and have been closely watched by people I've known and loved for years on behalf of a certain aforementioned organization. I don't know who to trust or where I'll go, but hope making my story known will help anyone that is, or suspects they're in a similar situation. This goes way deeper than expected, and those cases I used to put this puzzle together may only be the beginning of uncovering what other horrors this entity and its devout followers have committed. Story. When I was a kid, my dad kept a second family in our basement. Growing up, I thought everyone had a second family in their basement. In retrospect, I understand how ridiculous that sounds, but it was all I'd ever known. I knew that every night, my dad tented the leftovers from dinner with foil, got up without a word, and carried the plate to the basement. I'd listen from my room as he lumbered down the creaking steps, held my breath to hear the muffled mumblings of his greeting. I knew that every morning, he'd make the trip downstairs to see his second family off before work, then kiss me on the top of my head and ruffle my hair as he walked out. I knew that each Christmas, he'd bring a sack of brightly wrapped packages downstairs in a Santa suit. I knew that my dad had a second family in the basement, and it seemed so normal that I thought everyone else did too. I'll never forget the first time I asked my mom about them. I was young, maybe 5, when I finally found the words to ask, "Mommy, why can't I play with the people in the basement?" My mom was the human embodiment of frenetic energy, an organic perpetual motion machine, always pacing, or cleaning, or stirring a pot, always with a lit cigarette tucked between her yellowing fingers. I'll never forget that, as that question hung in the air, she finally stopped for the first time. Her stillness was unsettling in a way I can't quite explain. "We don't talk about them," she rushed, chasing the hurried statement with a lengthy drag off her cigarette. She blew a plume of smoke out the opened window before leaning down to meet me at face level, her bloodshot eyes mere inches from my own. "You don't need to play with the kids, but the kids need Daddy." She paused again, the haunting image of her at a standstill etching itself into my mind permanently. Finally, she muttered, "Daddy needs them too." That night, I heard my mom shrieking at my dad in their bedroom. I was surprised that they didn't know that I knew. More shocked, frightened, even, to find that they didn't want me to know. Most of all, they didn't want me to tell anyone at school, anyone at all. Really, after that night, everything was different. My dad only tented the leftovers after dinner. Only brought the food downstairs after I'd gone to bed. He stopped visiting them in the mornings altogether. My mom started acting differently. 2. I'd always noticed that she was distant from my dad. Had always noticed how she bristled under his touch. How she stole away to the other side of the room whenever he entered. But it got worse after that. As a kid, I felt deeply guilty. I felt like I'd ruined my parents' marriage. But I was just a kid. And I was curious. My mom meant to dissuade me from asking more questions. But she accidentally gave away something that made me even more curious. The downstairs family had kids. Maybe kids my own age to play with. I needed to know about them. In the way that little kids need to understand all of the strangeness of this chaotic world. Need to make sense of the nonsense that surrounds us daily. The nonsense that we become acclimated to as adults but struggle with endlessly as children. Like a puzzle or a riddle or a word problem on a math test about buying 80 watermelons. Another change following that critical night. The basement door was fitted with sturdy lock. Even still, I needed to know. There's something horribly dreadful about finding out that a second basement family is abnormal. Something more horrible still about not knowing who or why. By the time I was 7, I made up my mind to get to the bottom of it. To avoid getting in trouble, I could only investigate when 3 conditions were met. I was home from school. My dad was still at work. And my mom wasn't around to catch me. These circumstances rarely overlapped, but the first time I came home from school to find that my dad's car wasn't in the garage and my mom's endless movement had driven her to the point of exhaustion. I threw off my shoes and crept to the basement door, quiet in my sock feet. And then, I knocked. It was a quiet knock. For fear of waking my mom from her nap. But it was a knock. Nonetheless, it was more than just a knock. 2. It was an initiation, an invitation, a confrontation of my life's greatest and most terrifying mystery. I jumped when a gentle knock returned from the other side. It was almost immediate, like the person on the other side had been waiting for me. The thought froze me in place for a moment. But I knew I didn't have time to waste. My mouth felt suddenly of sandpaper and chalk. But I leaned into the door to whisper. Hi. It was a little girl. Her voice sweet yet timid. Like testing the keys on a piano for the first time. I'm Ricky. What's your name? A long pause. Lila. My brother's is Isaac, but he doesn't talk so good. But he's still little. Mommy says he'll start talking when he's ready. There's 3 of you down there? She replied simply, as if the entire situation felt as wholly normal for her as it had for me. On the opposite side of the basement door, Daddy comes to visit sometimes. Though, so I guess there's 4. My eyes widened as a flurry of questions began to sprout in my mind. But I heard my mom start to stir in her room. I sped down the hallway and into the playroom. I busied my hands with my toys. But my mind was somewhere else. The sprouts of questions continued to grow rapidly, soon overtaking my thoughts like an unruly patch of weeds. And like weeds, the questions were stubborn, hard to, impossible to get rid of. The roots of the situation and its implication unraveled, stretched through my whole body. Fear planted itself firmly in my belly as I was forced to confront the possibility that I didn't really know my dad. Didn't really know my own family at all. If my dad was Lila's dad, too, what did that mean for me? For my family? And why wasn't she allowed to come out of the basement? Over the next couple years, I stole away to the basement door in those rare moments of freedom. I got to know Lila, got to like her, and eventually even to love her. She was my best friend. As a kid, I was pretty lonely. My classmates shied away from me for reasons I couldn't quite understand. Like something about me was inherently repellent to my peers. I only had one friend at school. And at home, I had Lila. As we spoke more, a never-ending stream of back and forth questioning crammed into the briefest moments of time. We both came to understand the differences between us, between our lives and our circumstances. The differences that at first felt so normal grew bigger and sharper and scarier than either of us could comprehend. The unfairness of it all became impossible to ignore. Lila lamented that she wasn't allowed to go to school, that she couldn't go outside to play or make friends or ride bikes around the cul-de-sac in the summer until the street lamps flickered on and the cicadas started to scream. She even longed for the things I loathed most: homework, rinsing off my dishes after dinner, tidying up my room each Sunday morning. She said she'd lived in that basement all of her life, was probably even born down there. She couldn't remember anything different before being locked up in the cold and musty room. I'm ashamed to admit this, but eventually, I couldn't manage the guilt I felt for living the life Lila never had, could never have in my mind. I was so young, so naive. I didn't know how to manage the situation anymore. So I did the only thing I could think of. I stopped trying. I stopped visiting Lila. No more secret, whispered exchanges. No more quick knocks on the door just to let her know that I was there, that anyone at all was there for her. Days and weeks and months and years trickled by with Lila never quite leaving my thoughts, but with her existence instead compartmentalized, confined to the basement of my own mind. At home, it was harder to keep thoughts of her locked away. When my dad brought her dinner hours past my bedtime, I'd lay awake warm in my bed. Sometimes I'd hear her scream. Sometimes I'd hear the tray clatter to the floor, the plate fracturing on impact. Sometimes I'd hear her crying, awful, painful sobs, while I assembled new Lego sets in the playroom. Sometimes she would call out my name. I'll never forgive myself for this. I hate myself for it. And I deserve to. But I ignored her every time. Worst of all, though, was when she started knocking. I was finishing up my science homework for the day when the first knock came. A quiet knock, but a knock. Nonetheless, an initiation, an invitation, a confrontation. My blood ran cold as I realized where it was coming from, who it was coming from. I hopped on my bike and didn't come home until dinner was on the table. That night, I heard my dad scream back at Lila for the first time. Yelled for her to knock it off with all the knocking. He took care of her little brother and her mom, and that he could only do that if she stayed in the basement. If she stayed quiet. She wasn't persuaded, though, and her knocking only grew more frequent and louder. I was about 10 years old by then, so I had a little more freedom, all the freedom in the world. Compared to Lila, I avoided my house at all costs, only returning in the evenings, where I'd be greeted immediately by the knocking. By then, it was less knocking and more ramming the total weight of her body into the door. My mother took to vacuuming the house obsessively just to cover up the noise. She wouldn't even look my dad in the eye anymore. I imagined the bruises blooming on Lila's shoulder, up and down the length of her arm. If it hurt her, she didn't let on. She didn't stop. Sleep became a distant memory, leaving me dazed and irritable and confused and, most of all, terrified. I began showing up at my school friends', now my only friends', house unannounced just to escape Lila's knocking. His parents clearly didn't like me, and tensions rose between the two of us kids, escalating to a boiling point that ended in a fight. I slugged him in the gut, and he returned with the words that broke me, broke everything. A blow far more powerful than he could have delivered with small hands balled up into fists. My mom says you're a bastard. That your mom's a whore. I had to look up the words in my dictionary when I got home. I had to gather the courage to, once again, ask a difficult question. Mom, am I a bastard? I had to watch my mom lose her momentum. To stop again. I had to watch what little light she had left in her go out. I had to sit there as she left the room. Had to sit there spilling hot tears as the knocking kicked up again. Each powerful thrust against the door racking my mind. A painful reminder that Lila was coming for me. But my mom came back, and she returned with an old newspaper clipping in her hands. Worn at the edges, she held it to her chest as she finally told me the truth about Lila. About Dad's second family in the basement. I was young, but I needed to know. My mom knew it, too. Through choking sobs, she told me about my dad's old family. The one he'd had and made before he met her. The horrible mistake they'd made. The one that gave her the best thing she'd ever had in her life but took away 3 others. About how my dad's old wife was already skating on thin ice. Her cries for help that went unanswered. How when she found out about what my mom and my dad were doing, that what little was left beneath her shattered. About how they couldn't have known. But about the guilt she carried regardless, like a heavy backpack. Mom? Yes, sweetie. But I can never put it down. That Lila was dead, and Isaac, too. That their mom had done that to them. And then did it to herself, too. My dad found them in the basement when he got home from work. That he'd never forgiven himself. And my mom never had either. That when they reappeared back in the basement like nothing had happened. Even after their bodies were taken and buried all those years ago. They couldn't think of anything to do but to give them as normal of a life as possible. Yet another difficult question. But why do they have to stay in the basement? I found out later that evening. When my dad came home from work and unlocked the door, Lila came out of the shadows, and I flinched instinctively as I saw her face for the first time. Saw the gaping hole in her face where her left eye should have been. Isaac was little like Lila said, but the oozing wound to his jaw would have made it nearly impossible for him to speak if he had the chance to grow up. I was scared at first, but I put on my brave face and took Lila by the hand. I played with Lila and Isaac for the first time, shared my toys with them, laughed with them. I didn't meet their mom that day, but I would, years later, once she and Lila and Isaac knew what became of them. She struggled to cope. She doesn't come out often. But I treat her with kindness when she does. The woman I know her as now couldn't imagine doing what she did. My dad's second family still stayed inside, but they were no longer confined to the shadows of the basement after that day. They became less of my dad's second family as we all became one larger family that laughed and played and loved together. I don't live in that house anymore. I'm an adult now, with an enormous appreciation for all of the freedom and opportunities available to me that I once took for granted. I know my family is far from normal, even horrible and horrifying in many ways that I helped to perpetuate as a kid, but it's all I've ever known. I love them, all of them. I still visit whenever I can. For birthdays and for Christmas and for summer vacations. And whenever I do visit, I take a moment to be grateful for the fact that when I knock on the front door, Lila opens it. Story. The night itself. Do you remember the night the stars went out? I know you don't, but I have to hope that I'm not the only one. She told me the world would forget, that they would make us forget. But I remember. That night is carved into the rawest corner of my memory, nailed there like a body to a beam. Every time I close my eyes, I see their faces. I know they are real, no matter what everyone else says. The stars didn't go out all at once. Instead, each white light was snuffed out individually, as if an infinite field of candles was being blown out one at a time. Lizzie was the first to notice. "Dad," she called out from the window. "The sky is going out." I glanced up from my screen. "That's nice. Kiddo, does it look like rain?" Lizzie plopped her small frame down onto the window nook. "Not like rain," she said. "Just dark. I think the stars are out of batteries." Laura looked over at me from the couch, a perplexed smile tugging at her lip. I winked back at my wife. Our daughter was a treasure, always saying strange little phrases. Her imagination a perpetually whirling engine even at 8 years old. The twins, Casey and Connor, were curled up next to Laura. She was reading them a story, her latest children's book about a treehouse and a talking dog. That moment, that was the last truly good memory of my life. All of my children took after my wife. The same clever brown eyes. The same wild, dark hair like spilled ink. Looking at them all together in our cozy living room that night. Any night, it made my heart swell with a fierce, immovable love. I cared for them all equally, but I have to admit I appreciated that Lizzie took after me the most. She'd inherited my curiosity and love of mischief, but balanced with a solemn grace that all came from Laura. Lizzie was my little troublemaker, and I was entirely wrapped around her finger. So when she sweetly demanded that I come look at the stars going dark, I indulged her. Dropping down on the padded nook and looking up, the sky did hold strange shadows, lakes of darkness in a starry field. As I watched, one of those stars went out. It was like God pinching out a wick between thumb and forefinger. Then another followed, and another and another. "Laura, please come here," I said. She settled next to us on the nook, gently holding Lizzie close. "Oh my God," Laura whispered. The stars were going out faster now. Every blink left more of the sky empty. There was still plenty of light from the street lamps in our neighborhood, but it was uncomfortable to watch a sheet of blackness stretched out in a canopy above us. "Just some cloud cover," I mumbled. Lizzie looked up at me. "Are you sure?" "Of course," I lied. We all tried to get back to our regularly scheduled night. Lizzie joined Laura and the twins in the den. Sprawling her tiny form out on the fluffy ottoman I knew she loved first among all furniture. Laura went back to reading, and I went back to my laptop to work on my report. I angled myself away from my family so that I could see out the window whenever I glanced up from my screen. The darkness was a distracting bell and kept dragging my eyes towards the sky. My fingers kept tapping rapidly on the old wood table. Tap, tap, tap. Nerves were getting the best of me. There was something so troubling about the way the stars went out. Their lights suddenly dead, quick as a cut throat. After a few minutes staring up at the nothingness in the sky, I couldn't resist. I had to check the news. Social media. My laptop had no signal. I pulled out my phone but couldn't access the internet, even with data. "Hey, Laura," I called out to the den, trying very hard to sound relaxed. "Can I use your phone for a second?" She padded into the room in her socks. "What's wrong?" Laura whispered. I considered laughing off my concerns, but I knew she'd see right through me. "I can't get on the internet," I told her, glancing back at the kids. "Can't reach anything on my computer or phone. I'm hoping it's just a technology issue." Laura tried her phone. She was shaking her head. "Nothing, Mike. No signal. We couldn't go online or make calls. There was no way of knowing if the stars were going out for anyone else." Was the whole world going dark, or was it just our neighborhood trapped under some dark signal that was erasing the sky? I looked into the den and watched Lizzie and the twins. The three of them were now together on the couch, clumped all on one cushion, even though there was plenty of room to spread out. Casey was trying to steal her brother's Cheerios from a plastic cup. All three were fixated on the television, unaware of the growing concern nibbling at their mother and me. The lights flickered. Shit. They flickered again and went out for a moment before coming back. Shit, shit, shit. Lizzie looked away from the TV. "Are we going to have a power out?" She sounded excited. The last time we lost electricity was over the summer during a thunderstorm. We sat around the living room surrounded by the glow of candles and flashlights and played board games the whole night. Lizzie and the twins built a pillow fort. They were all thrilled to stay up past their bedtime. The blackout was a novel thing, a welcome adventure more than an inconvenience. But I didn't think they'd be excited if we lost power that night. My pulse skipped every time the lights flickered. Laura stayed with the kids while I gathered up candles, flashlights, matches and batteries, just in case, I thought, praying that the lights would not go out like the stars, even though a terrible certainty in me knew they would. It was the strangest conviction. Strong enough to be a memory but lacking all detail. The power cut out while I was rummaging in the cabinet under the sink. I already had a pile of candles of every shape and size, matches and flashlights and extra batteries. It was more than we could possibly need during a blackout, but something in me pushed me to gather more, to stockpile, just in case. "Daddy, it's dark," Lizzie yelled out. "Where's the lights?" "They're coming," I said, heading back to the living room, flashlight beam bobbing on the floor. I looked out the kitchen window on my way. The sky was black. Every star was out. The entire neighborhood was dark. There wasn't a light to be seen anywhere I looked. Whatever was happening, it wasn't just us. And that gave me some small comfort. Laura and the kids had already started construction on an impressive hybrid blanket pillow fort. I placed candles in a circle around us, on the coffee table and TV stand and even an empty bookshelf. A bright camping lantern sat like a miniature sun on the rug. I passed out flashlights so we each had one, even the twins. They immediately began making shadow puppets that dodged around the wall. We sat there in the living room, the five of us, stacking pillows into towers and walls. The blankets stretched into a canopy above it all. Candles sketched shadows on the cloth. Casey and Connor made up a story to tell us with their puppets. A rabbit chased a bird around a tree made from a tiny arm. Laura and Lizzie clapped. I kept glancing out the window, hoping the stars would return. Maybe it's just a storm, I told myself. Cloud cover and a power outage. But if that was the case, why was it so quiet? No rain, no wind, no sounds at all. Really, it was like we were cut off from the rest of the world. Living under glass, even though I couldn't stop replaying the stars dying out in my mind. I did start to relax and stopped checking the large window in the living room every 30 seconds. I was with my family. We were all bundled together in a nest of blankets and cushions, and the twins' shadow puppets were surprisingly agile for the work of a pair of 5-year-olds. Flashlights dipped and wove across the wall. Casey and Connor's hands operated as well individually as they did when they came together. Watching their perfect coordination, I wondered, not for the first time, if the rumors of twins sharing a casual kind of telepathy might be true. "There's someone looking in the window," Lizzie whispered. My eyes snapped to where Lizzie was staring. I didn't see anything in the window except for a reflection of my family. The dark room, and our candles. Lizzie was shaking her head. "They're gone, but they were just there. I promise. There was someone looking in the window." I shivered. "It's just our reflections, Liz." She shook her head harder. No, I saw them. They were quick, but they were there peeking in at us." "What did they look like?" Laura asked. She was trying to be calm, but I heard a strain in her voice. "My wife was afraid." "Laura?" I asked. Even in the low light, I could see she was tense. Shoulders pulled close. "I saw it, too, Mike," Laura said. "There was a face in the window." "See," Lizzie beamed. "Fear overridden, at least for the moment." "Told you." I turned back to the window, straining to see past the reflection of our room. I couldn't see anything odd, but I believed them. There was something very wrong about the night. Something that felt intentional, manipulated. "What did the face look like?" I asked. "Stretched," Laura said. "Wrong. I think you should close the curtains." I stood up, keeping an eye on the window like I was watching a coiled snake. Cupping my hands against the glass, I leaned in and tried to see outside. I was terrified I'd find a face staring back at me from the other side of the window, but the street outside was empty and dark. There was a strange rusty tint to the night. However, I looked up to the sky and froze. The stars were still out, except for one. It was a star I didn't recognize. Red and distant. My head ached when I looked at it directly, and a greasy nausea turned in my stomach. Worst of all, looking at the red star made me feel angry. My focus began to narrow to one tiny, scarlet pin prick in the sky, like the hole left by a needle going into a vein. "Daddy?" Lizzie called out. I came back to the moment and closed my eyes. The star disappeared from my sight, and the sickness and the rage went with it. I'm not sure how long I'd looked up into the sky. My hands were gripping the windowsill and they were shaking. I glanced down and opened my eyes. The red glow had grown stronger, and my neighborhood was bright enough where the houses and trees cast shadows onto the street. As I got ready to pull the curtain on the window, I noticed a small twitch of motion. One of the shadows was moving. The silhouette of a hunched figure peeled away from the shade of a nearby elm tree. Tall and gangly, the figure moved in awkward jerks and stumbles. It slouched into the middle of the street, then froze, slowly turning to face towards our house. The thing raised a long arm, unfolding it across several joints. Then it waved. I shut the curtain and rushed to the front door. It was locked and I threw the deadbolt for good measure. "Mike," Laura called. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," I lied, walking through the kitchen to check the back door. Everything was shut. Everything was locked. I made my way to the hall closet, rummaged behind hanging coats and pulled out a baseball bat. When I turned, Laura was there. "Mike, you're scaring the kids," she whispered. "You're scaring me. What did you see?" I gripped the bat tight. "I don't know. Something. Maybe a person or an animal or..." There was a loud tapping on the kitchen window. Laura was staring at me, eyes wide. Neither of us was ready to look. The sound came again and I turned and I saw it and it saw me. The creature's face was pressed against the glass, very nearly human but with uneven features. Cheeks and jaw and brow pulled and pitted like a crude clay figure. When I caught its gaze, it winked, then began to bash its forehead into the window. Laura screamed. The figure crawled through the window, ignoring the shards of glass that cut red valleys into its skin. Naked and rail thin, the thing reminded me of a doll Lizzie had left out on the sidewalk on a hot summer day. The creature was ill-formed, distorted. All I could do was stand and shake. I was rooted to the kitchen floor, unable or unwilling to accept the reality dragging itself into my home. I heard Lizzie scream from the living room. Then the twins, whatever was coming through the window, heard them, turned mismatched eyes towards the sound and grinned. The creature was smiling at the sound of my children screaming. Suddenly, I wasn't frozen. I wasn't afraid. How dare this fucking thing break into my house, frighten my family, and enjoy their fear? It slithered the rest of the way through the window and stood up on spindle legs. The figure unfolded, limbs clicking with an excess of joints. Before it could take another step into my house, I swung the baseball bat. There was a satisfying crunch of bone snapping. The creature's arm broke, jutting off into a sharp angle. I grinned. I may have even bared my teeth, but my celebration was short-lived. One arm dangling, the invader swept me aside and flowed past me, too quick to follow. It was in the living room before I could pull myself off the tiles. Lizzie and the twins' screams grew louder. I heard glass breaking, followed by a terrible quiet. I scrambled into the other room, half crawling. The kids were gone and the window was shattered. Something hurtled over my half-prone body. Laura was out the door and into the street in the time it took me to stand and leave the room. The red haze was even brighter outside. I could hear screaming echoing across our small neighborhood. Creatures were everywhere, as were the signs of damage: cracked windows, scratched walls, doors ripped from their hinges. The monsters swarmed over houses and cars, moving like puppets with stiff strings. Each of the forms had the same crooked but agile build, stretched and warped. One of them stood frozen in the street, cradling my 3 children. The twins were crying, but Lizzie was pale with shock. The rusty light gave her drained face a sick warmth. Laura was running towards the creature, towards our children, but one of the other monsters skittered over on all fours and dragged her back. Before I could move towards her or the kids, I felt thin, wet arms wrap around me. The grip was absolute. I was anchored and could only watch the nightmare in front of me. Laura was struggling, fighting like a tiger in a trap. She was kicking and clawing and practically roaring, trying to get to Lizzie and the twins. But Laura was as helpless. We were both caught. The creature holding my children was rocking them back and forth. Maybe lovingly. It was cooing to them. We all stayed like that for several minutes. Laura fighting, me only able to stare at the insanity taking over my night. My street, my family. The monster seemed to come to a decision. It gently lowered Casey to the ground. Then it was running, Connor and Lizzie still in its arms. I saw Lizzie's small face looking back over her abductor's shoulder, her eyes wide and locked on me. Laura screamed again. Whatever was holding me made its own decision. It lifted me up and began to run in the same direction the other monster took my son and daughter. Several of the creatures fell in with us. Insanely fast. A rolling pack of rotting shapes straight from a fever dream. Perfectly quick. Perfectly quiet. Our procession left my home behind within a few moments. It was like flying just over the street. I noticed, now that I was so close to the things, that the creatures smelled like salt and mold. Faster. We kept going faster. I couldn't hear from the wind funneling past my head. I had to close my eyes, tucking in tight to my captor like a scared child against a parent. This wasn't like flying anymore. It was like falling from a very high place. With my eyes closed and the roaring wind, it was impossible to gauge distance or time. I was carried for minutes or hours. I had no idea. Eventually, the sense of motion ended and I opened my eyes. In front of me was a massive beach crowded with shadows. I heard screaming, begging, thousands or millions of voices crying out. Red light washed over everything. I could feel the single star pulsing above me like a heart in a panic. There was no sign of Lizzie or Connor anywhere. But there were acres of miserable people, suffering in the sand. The tall creatures walked among them, nearly as many monsters as captives. Nearby, I watched one of the horrors bend low and grab the limbs of an old man. The creature began to tug and twist and pull, cooing the whole time, helpless. The man shrieked, his arms and legs stretching. I heard joints pop and skin rip. All across the beach, the same scene played out. Freaks tore into people, bending, breaking them into terrible contortions. They were making new monsters. I fought. I tried to break free, to look for Lizzie and Connor. The thing holding me let me drop suddenly and I fell to my knees in the sand. I tried to rise, but a gentle, firm hand pressed me back down. Looking up, I noticed a new creature next to me. Despite the absolute ruin of its skin and form, I saw that this thing was female, and she, seemed familiar. She held a finger to her lips and instantly the beach became much quieter. There was still screaming and moans, but they were muffled. I saw that creatures all around us had put their hands over people's mouths. "Have you missed me, Mike?" the thing asked, leaning down until its small eyes were level with my own. I shook my head. "I don't know you. What are you? Where are my kids?" The monster smiled down sadly at me. "I know you don't miss me, or even remember me. Even though I think about you every day. It's awful, isn't it? To forget, to be forgotten, to lose the ones we love and not even know that they were lost. It leaves an ache in you, an absence that you can't quite explain and can never fill. What can ever take the place of the memory of love? Please, I begged her, knees leaving twin trails through the cold sand. Please, give Lizzie and Connor back. Please don't take them away. I'm sorry, the thing said, drawing back to her full height. They're already gone. All over the beach, the creatures were dragging people from the shore into the ocean. Men and women, old, young, children, all went screaming into the surf. Their cries cut off as they were pulled into deeper water. I never saw Lizzie or Connor go under. Never saw them on the beach. At all. I hold onto that uncertainty every day. Now, the creature who claimed to know me looked down as the beach cleared around us. I do miss you, she told me, and love you. I always have. Maybe I always will. So I'll give you a gift. Mike, I'll let you remember them. Those you've just lost, even though the world will forget them. Once tonight is over, the ones we've taken are erased. Completely, entirely. It will be like they never existed. Reality will hold no record of them. History no memory. Even those dearest to the taken will forget. All except you. That's my gift, and it's a bitter one. I know that. One that will bring you so much pain. I'd ask you to forgive me, but you don't even remember me. So what does it matter? The creature turned to leave. It was quiet out now. There was no one left on the beach to scream. Wait, I said, crawling after her. Please, wait, don't. The scarlet light above me grew brighter, staining the night wine red. It became so vivid I couldn't keep my eyes open. Couldn't do anything except press my face into the sand. I curled up into a ball and prayed for the dark. I passed out. When I woke up I was back home. I was in bed. The smell of bacon drifted from downstairs. Laura and Casey were eating breakfast in the kitchen. They greeted me warmly, Laura offering to fix me a plate and Casey gesturing at me for a morning hug. Both were surprised when I began to scream. There is no sign anywhere that Lizzie and Connor ever existed. Our walls have no pictures of them. They are absent from all family photos and videos. Even the colored pencil marks I drew by the front door to track their heights are gone. Only Casey's line remains. Worse than any of that, though, is Lizzie and Connor's disappearance from everyone else's memory. Laura doesn't remember her own children. Casey doesn't remember her sister or her own twin. Well, I think some part of Casey might miss Connor. I see her, some days, staring out the living room window to the street. She gets so confused if I mention Connor's name and looks around as if she expects him to be there. Maybe the bond between twins can survive almost anything. And even if it can't, I think some echo might remain. I don't mention Connor much, though, or Lizzie, not anymore. Talking about them only upsets Laura. She thinks I had some kind of nervous breakdown. That I'm grieving for children that never existed. Fiction. Phantoms. But every time I close my eyes I see their faces. I know they are real. No matter what everyone else says. I have 3 children. It breaks me to know I mourn alone, but more than the grief, it's the fear that makes it harder and harder to carry on. I feel a wave of dread every time clouds hide the evening sky. My hands begin to shake when the sun sets and don't stop until dawn. I'm so scared of another night when the stars go out. Of what I still have to lose. Of what lost things might return. More than anything, now, I'm afraid of the night itself. Story. I think my postman is stalking me. I think my postman is stalking me. I'm also terrified it's just my imagination. Weird things have been happening for a while. Things I didn't really put down to anything. Aside from the post.an being interested in his customers. He will normally only knock the door if here is a parcel that's too big for the letterbox. Or a parcel or something that requires a signature. But recently he's started knocking when there are just plain old bills and letters. He knocks, and waits for me to answer before rummaging around in his sack for my mail. A few weeks ago, he dropped my letters when handing them to me. Dropped meaning threw them into my house. And then crawled around on his hands and knees picking them up. And smirking. All the while I'm saying, no really. You don't have to. And he's just baring his teeth up at me. Maintaining eye contact for longer than necessary. And appropriate. I didn't answer the door to him for a few days after that. But on 2 occasions I saw him walking up one side of the street and down the other. Out of his male uniform. Glancing over at my house. On the Saturday of Easter weekend I was sitting in the back garden. Enjoying the sun. I wear SPF 50. And will only really stay out until 11 a.m. when the sun starts getting too strong for my freckly ginger skin. The postman usually arrives around 9:10-9:30. I'd been sitting out for about an hour. On a sun lounger soaking in vitamin D when I heard a voice switch. Given my back garden is private property I was not expecting. Oh. Aren't you lucky? Naturally. This scared the living daylights out of me. Much I'm sure. To the pleasure of smirking Mr. Postman. Smirking Mr. Postman who had assumed it okay to unlock my side gate. And sidle round the back of my house with some more letters. Although, you're going to get some terrible tan lines in that t-shirt. At which point I was already on my feet, snatching the letters out of his hands and marching him back down the side of my house. I slammed the gate, slid the deadbolt through and snapped the padlock into place. Without even looking at the letters. I placed them promptly in the chimney and lit it. I couldn't handle the thought of me or any of my family touching anything that creepy man had touched. Since then he's been putting letters through the door and taking parcels back to the depot like he should be doing. Like what was normal. I've emailed the depot to ask if they can just keep all of our mail there for us to collect it, but I haven't had a response yet. I'm terrified of being in my own home. And I don't know what to do. What do you guys think? Am I being too sensitive? Or should I invest in some kind of protection for myself or my home? Story. I'm a water witch. I found something even my abilities can't explain. Yeah, you read the title right. No, I'm not talking about a D&D character class. I'm a water witch. If you want the more professional term, a dowser. But between having the word witch describe your line of work, which is objectively brilliant, and having a job title that sounds like you drench things for a living, I'm more inclined toward the former, especially because, to some, what I do might just teeter on the realms of witchcraft and magic. In case you're unacquainted with either of those terms, I'm basically a living, breathing metal detector, except, instead of finding you metals, I'm mostly hired to find any and all sources of underground water, with nothing at my disposal outside of a few sticks, metal rods, and a good dollop of intuition. You think I'm crazy, don't you? I don't blame you. Most folks do. That just comes with the trade, and I take it in stride. I do my talking on the field, and if you follow me as I go, you'll see I do my job well. No muss or fuss. Just point me where you want, and I'll grab the applicable witching rod. Bonus points if you can name any other job that encourages you to carry witch tools. And within the hour you'll be following me to the location of your future well. I can't tell you how I do this, because I don't know myself. If I'm being honest, as much as I respected the former town dowser, Old Man Duncan, I can tell you with some certainty he was probably a phony. A good reader of the land if you're rosy about it. He'd walk out onto a property with the owner, crouch and grab a handful of soil, and let it run through his fingers as he watched it with slitted eyes. Then he'd tell them to step away, while the magic happened, and when they did, he'd find the nearest tree sturdy enough to support his weight, place his hat over his eyes, and switch off for the afternoon. If for some reason they were bold enough to return, he'd tell them they threw him off his process, and that he'd need to up the fee for all the trouble. And where was I when he did this, you ask? Well, when you admire someone enough, you might just trust them blindly, as I did Old Man Duncan. So, in those early days, I sat by him as he snoozed and watched the world go by, thinking it was all a part of the process. But at some point, spending all that time letting the afternoons while away, I spotted the signs. They appeared subtly at first, the blink and you miss it sort of cues. But then I saw them again, and again, and in time, they became frequent enough and pressing enough to one day compel an investigation. Have you ever played the game, hot or cold? Think of that, but as you approach the item or person that's hiding from you, your ears start ringing, your vision becomes tinted, and your head starts to feel like it's been swapped for a bowling ball. Well, on one of those slow afternoons, seated against an old tree and poking at an ant trail with one of Duncan's dowsing rods, my ears caught a steady trilling sound, and my vision was ever so slightly tinted, coated in the lightest shade of blue. Confused, I'd risen from my usual place alongside the old dowser and walked a little bit, thinking I was going light-headed from all the time spent doing nothing. Instead, stepping away from the tree, the shrill noise in my ears picked up, and the tint became stronger, like replacing a pair of dollar store sunglasses with the fancy ones you get in the malls. It was a gradual change, but noticeable no doubt. Intrigued, I continued moving forward, about 40 more paces before I'd stopped. There, the ringing was roaring, and the tint was its strongest, like watching life through a filter made of cerulean shadows. As if the sensory overload wasn't enough, my head, which had been getting heavier and heavier the more I walked, a phenomenon I'd written off once again to extended periods of idle time, had reached a point where I felt the need to prop it up with my hands just to keep it upright. With that triumvirate of quandaries, I'd stood rooted to the ground in sheer confusion until enough sense broke through that veil of bewilderment to drag me away from where the worst of the symptoms were happening. Stepping back to where I'd been seated earlier, a calmness washed over me as the sensations fell close to quiet once more. For a few moments or so, I thought I'd gotten trapped in an all-too-real nightmare. As the minutes passed, my relief gave way to perplexity. Those symptoms replaying before my mind's eye. I'd looked at my hand, which had remained clasped over the dowsing stick. Suffice it to say, old man Duncan didn't get to complete his nap on that fateful day. My puzzlement over what I'd just experienced beating him to the chase. I'd tapped at his shoulder until he finally felt compelled to open his eyes. Before recounting to him what had happened, he listened with all the enthusiasm of a kid whose ice cream had just fallen off the cone. The matters all told, I waited for a reply, which he finally provided after staring off into the distance for half a minute. "You sure you weren't dreaming, kid? I don't know why some folks think children are inherently untrustworthy. Sure, they can let their imaginations run a little wild every now and then. And sure, they can tell you a tale from the playground that'll make you raise your eyebrows at the very claims they're making. But when a kid approaches you with the countenance of an austere monk, when the smile that usually wicks on and off of their faces as they tell a fib is wholly absent, any good adult should treat those signs as seriously as they do the concerns of their boss or best friend. And so, when old man Duncan had met my eyes and told me there was no world in which what I'd just said could possibly be true outside of the one in my head, I felt compelled to prove it. On that day, hearing those words, in the face of those new discoveries, I'd grabbed him by the arm and yanked at it until he muttered a string of words I shouldn't have heard at that age and hauled himself up. I stomped my way to where I'd experienced the worst of those symptoms, putting myself through them again, if for nothing else than to make sure he knew I wasn't pulling his leg. As we got closer to the apex of the sensations, he watched me with an expression that grew increasingly concerned, before eventually drawing me back when I'd resorted to supporting my head once more. We walked back to the tree, but instead of resting against it, he sighed, shook his head slightly, and asked me what it was I was trying to prove. I blinked a few times, weighing up my options, and looked back to where I'd almost lost my mind from the tinnitus. Tinted eyesight, and heavy head. Then I said something that, in hindsight, I was probably ill-placed to say. "Tell the landlord the water is there," I'd proclaimed, pointing to that spot once more, meeting the old dowser's eyes and holding them with every drop of conviction I could. Honestly, I don't know why that had been the first conclusion I'd stumbled onto. You'd think I'd have asked him to take me home so I could have a nap of my own. But there was something about the way those symptoms had waxed and waned that urged me to do what I did, say what I said, and anyway, I knew the routine, the game he played. If the man had one thing going for him, it was how damn efficient he was. Because at the very moment the confused landlord would start growing skeptic, the dominoes would fall. Old man Duncan would awaken from his sleep, dust off his backside, shake the landowner's hand as they approached him, and walk them over to a patch of grass a little greener than the rest before proudly declaring, "That's your spot." And you'd be damned if he was wrong. Because, luck be on his side, he rarely was. Now, some adults aren't quick to trust kids. But there are some actions, those primal ones that trigger the subconscious parts of a person's brain, that'll wrangle the faith of even the most leery soul no matter the circumstance. My favorite of those? Meeting the doubter's eyes and holding them, There's something about anchoring your vision against someone else's that really gets them squirming and second-guessing. Makes them realize you aren't telling tall tales. Just wait for the next time it happens to you. You'll see what I mean. And so, my tiny eyes fixed on him and the clock running out before the inevitable performance. Old man Duncan yielded. When the landlord arrived, he pointed to right where I'd done, and said with as much confidence as ever, "That's your spot." And then nothing happened. At least, not immediately. Because who drills a well immediately? But that doesn't mean fate and consequence weren't mixing their cauldrons. Fast forward a few months later. As I was running another job with the old man, we ran into that very same landlord. He'd waved at us and flagged us down. And Duncan looked like he was bracing himself for a storm. But instead, he'd come right up to him, gave him a firm shake of the hand and slap across the back, and with a beaming smile declared how that well was the best bit of work he'd ever come across. The water plentiful even when the rains weren't. I ran most of the old man's jobs henceforth. The crazy part is, when I wasn't using the rods, those effects were totally absent. The world passing by me like it did anyone else. Rods in hand. The more I practiced, the better I got at controlling and subduing the effects. I found that different witching rods, the old man always carried a variety, but never made much use of them outside of the odd encore for a particularly important performance. Served different purposes, the metal ones helping me find the approximate location to go hunting in, before switching to the wooden ones which pinpointed the spot. This meant we were finishing on even the massive properties before the day was over. I'll save you the rest. But in short, we routinely located the most productive wells in the county. The old man passed away happy, and I took the helm of the business formally. And that brings us right up to this afternoon. You'd be hard-pressed to find anything out of the blue about how the day had started. As per usual, I began the morning late and slow with a hearty breakfast, capped with a cup of tea and a good book in hand. When it came around 11:30, I began the drive to the site of the job, letting time do the running while I meandered to the address. I'd scheduled the appointment for 12, right at midday, but that didn't mean I wasn't going to make a few stops before I got there. The thing about small town living, especially when you've been around a place your whole life, is you're going to run into some familiar folk. And if you do, well, you'd better stop to talk, or you might as well be giving them the finger and driving off. Was that Mr. Collins out on the field? Well, he needs to hear what the Andrews are planning on doing with the unused plot at the back of their land. And, oh look, Mrs. Buchanan's grandkids are selling lemonade on the curb. Don't mind if I do. And so a few stops became a few too many, and I reached the site around 12:20 p.m. Strangely enough, for all my knowledge of this town and its ins and outs, the address I was headed to was one of the only places around here that was grayed out on my mental map. It was one of those properties that had its own approach. A narrow dirt track with trees on either side that went on for a few minutes, bumping you along until you met the smoother dirt on which the house sat. Right where the plot started, the ground gained in elevation a little and the trees parted, revealing an open field behind the property that, much like the abode that sat on the near end of it, I had no recollection of seeing prior. The house was as bog standard as they came, a run-of-the-mill two-story place. painted a brilliantly bland shade of gray, with asphalt shingles for the roof, 4-pane windows in even intervals where the rooms probably were, and an old oak door right where you'd expect it to be. Front and center, no garage, just a lone hatchback parked in the open. Perpendicular to the facade, there was a porch too. Nothing fancy, mind you, floored with the same oak as the door and decorated modestly with a single aging rocking chair and a coffee table. And there, upon that chair, sat a man, an average-looking man to complement the house behind him, middle-aged from what I could discern, bespectacled with brown hair and a cup in his hand. When I got out of the truck, he stood and gave a light wave. "You the dowser?" he asked. "The one and only," I returned. "Thought you wouldn't show up." A grin crept across my face as I replied, "Not acquainted with country time, are you? We do things slow and steady around here." He pondered my answer briefly before setting his cup down on the coffee table and trotting over to where I stood. "Seth," he said with a slight smile, offering his hand. I shook it and replied in kind. "Meg, well, it's nice to meet you. Meg, you were the one on the phone, right?" I gave a single nod before responding. I don't think there are many water witches out here with assistants to take their calls. I hoped he'd appreciate the attempt at humor. But instead, Seth cocked his head. "Water witch? Water witch. Dowser. Interchangeable terms," I retorted in clarification. He looked at me funny before slowly nodding and turning to face the house. "You probably think I was being petty. And you wouldn't be wrong. This place belonged to my father. He passed away a few months ago. Left my name on the inheritance. And now it's mine. Truth be told, I didn't even know he was out here." He looked around as he spoke. "I've been living in the city and hadn't talked to the old man in ages. Then one fine evening I'm minding my business and the news arrives. Listening to Seth, I am Haid and Yuhud along. But, between you and me, my head just wasn't there at the start. Nothing against the guy, but while I was still switching to work Meg lingered on the thought of getting back to her domain and shutting down. I guess some of Duncan's habits have rubbed off on me. But in my defense, the past few months have been super hectic. Even though these days I have the symptoms of this work under pretty good control, they still leave me woozy and depleted if I push myself too far. At that moment, with no appointments scheduled for the next week, I was relishing the opportunity to recharge my batteries and step away from the water hunt. Seth, though, he'd booked well in advance and at a time when I thought I could juggle the load. A deal is a deal, and I always hold up my end. He went on for a fair bit longer, though all I can recall now are the highlights of what he'd said. About how he was estranged from his dad and apprehensive to even visit the place when he'd found out about it, which had kept him away for a good while. Eventually, he'd put it down to a coin toss, and when he called heads to stay in the city, it landed on tails, fate and chance mixing their cauldrons. I'd told him, which elicited a half laugh. Better than the reception I got for the earlier attempt. He paused for a moment then and looked at the sky, shaking his head at the heavens. "Can I be honest with you?" he'd asked. "I thought we were already being honest," I said, arching an eyebrow. He waved his hand as if to dismiss the previous statement. No, you're right. What I mean to say is, look, I don't normally put my faith in pseudoscience. But the one thing I know for sure is that there's no running water in that house. Which makes me wonder how my old man even lived here. He gestured around as he continued. No well either. Which means I've got to get one built. And that's gonna cost a dime. Even if it's just to sell the land. So I figured, heck, if fate wanted me to be here, I'd gamble on her some more. He stopped watching the clouds and looked at me. So just point me somewhere half decent. I've only seen good things on your Google reviews, which was news to me. I haven't set up a page for the business. And if you're half good at this job, then you ought to save me some trouble. Right? There was this look in his eyes and a slight quiver in his voice when he'd said that. The sort of cues that hinted at desperation. Like he'd banked a fair share on his decision to visit and fix up that house. In a way, I almost sympathized with him. But that first line about not trusting a water witch, maybe he hadn't said those exact words. But the message was clear, was the only thought still lingering in my head when he was said and done. Like I said, I take it in stride. But that doesn't mean I won't relish an opportunity to prove a doubter wrong. Well, Seth, I appreciate your forwardness. I don't take offense to your skepticism. Most people think I'm a fraud. I walked back to the truck as I spoke, and undid the tarp covering its bed, rummaging through the branches and rods I kept there before finding my trusty copper rods and witch hazel twig. The very same twig Duncan used. Retrieving them, I returned to Seth and held out the Y-shaped stick for him to take. I didn't expect him to suddenly start dowsing with me, in case you're wondering. It was more a gesture of goodwill, an attempt to break through that first barrier of suspicion. You're welcome to join me as I work. I reckon we can get your doubts sorted in. I glanced at my watch for dramatic effect, 20 or so minutes. He stared at me a bit longer before putting his hands on his hips. Exhaling sharply and glaring at the ground. Lips pursed. That's a no then, I'd thought. I lowered my arm and returned to the truck. Assuming the conversation was over, I began on the part one was paid for. The work. And started on gathering my bearings. The best place to kick off the search on most properties was out in the open. And I noticed the house's slightly raised plot extended for a bit beyond the building's back before giving way to the field. With the facts in mind, I headed in that direction and was at the end of the plot when a voice from behind halted my progress. All right, let's go. And so I handed Seth the witch hazel stick, smiled, and off we went, as we stepped off the house plot and walked out onto the field. I asked Seth if he had any preferences for the location of the well. Sometimes I get multiple hits on a single property. It all depends on the strength of the sensations. He shrugged, saying it didn't matter, so long as it produced enough water to service a family. Once it was set up, he could advertise the property as having one, which would increase its market value. While he waited for it to sell, he could use it too. That piqued my interest. You're not going back to the city? I'd inquired as a follow-up, to which Seth quickly and subtly shook his head. Not anytime soon. He looked a little more comfortable as he said that, like he'd been contemplating the very idea and waging war in his head. Glad to finally give the thought substance by sharing it with someone else. I didn't prod any further, and instead, as we approached the center of the field, shifted the conversation topic. We're good here. I came to a stop, and Seth followed suit before lifting the witch hazel stick. Studying it, And then speaking, "Do you need this yet?" "Not quite. That there is for close range work," I answered with a gesture at the twig. He flicked his eyes at me and then down toward the copper rods. "So you use that for long-range stuff?" "Kind of. The metal rods tell me where to search, and from there the sticks take me to the spot. Dowsing rods are shaped like guns, and my copper ones have handles on the shorter side." Planting my feet shoulder-width apart, I stood straight and raised the long ends of the rods until they were perpendicular to the ground. The ends pointed right at Seth. He raised his arms in mock reply. "Hey, if you shoot me you don't get paid." He chuckled. I rolled my eyes but felt redeemed by the fact his humor was as flat as mine. "I've not told you about the metal rods and their effects yet." "Have I?" "Well, they differ from the sticks in that their influences are of a subtler nature. Far more comfortable to work with." Steadying my focus, I shut my eyes and awaited the first sign, which always manifests itself as a droning sound coming from the direction I ought to search in. Once that was determined, the ends of the rods would begin to bob up and down. Though not by my volition. Wikipedia calls it the ideomotor phenomenon, which apparently occurs when you move without meaning to, like being a puppet on the ends of a greater being's strings. But there, in the light chill of the autumn, under the soft glow of the sun and what I presumed to be the focused eyes of Seth, all was quiet, and nothing happened. The seconds that passed started in the single digits, grew into the dozens, and eventually ran into the hundreds. I even tried slowly spinning without the sound for guidance, stopping intermittently to see if the rods would begin their dance. But my arms remained stiff and straight. "Shit," I muttered when I'd done multiple complete 360-degree turns. A solid 3 minutes had come and gone with no hit whatsoever. There were always hits, even when the water source was miles away. Faint and feeble, but still there, still present. "Has the magic happened yet?" Seth asked, breaking his quiet. He had a sorta smug look on his face, decorated by a sense of contentment, practically the equivalent of a kid sticking their tongue out at you. I'll admit, I probably should have seen the warning signs then and there, since I discovered my abilities. I've never had an occasion where the rods didn't elicit some kind of response. Even the times I've started on concrete plots, wooden porches, or on asphalt roads, the sensations were never pointed or pronounced like they were on earth and soil. But they still made themselves known. Still, while Seth stood there subtly delighting in his triumph and while I sat in my defeat, I felt that, though the battle was lost, the white flags of surrender weren't yet ready to go up. "Game's not over yet, Seth," I said, gathering the copper rods in one hand and holding them out for him to take. He scoffed and smiled before accepting them, but my hand stayed extended. He glanced between it and the witch hazel stick and made the connection. "But you don't know where to search yet," he remarked, the smugness of sure victory running through his voice. "Doesn't mean I won't try." He shook his head in enthused satisfaction before obliging. And then my world fell apart. The very instant I had a hold of the stick, the sensations that I'd spent years mastering broke free of their chains and cuffs and brought their wrath upon me. My ears were flooded with a blaring ringing, like a school bell going off inches from my face. And when my head assumed a weight twice that of the rest of my body, I crumpled to the ground, Seth had stepped forward when he realized what was happening, reaching out to try and stop my fall. But he had started too late, and I struck the earth with a thud against the back of my skull, blacking out on impact. The timeline is still blurry in my head, and I don't recall how long I was out, though I dipped in and out of consciousness throughout it all. When my senses finally felt compelled to return, the first sight I caught was a worried Seth hunched over my figure, his concern swapping places with relief upon realizing I was wholly back in the realm of mortals. Christ, Meg, what was that? I blinked a few times before propping myself up on my elbows and scanning the surroundings. The ringing had subsided and the weight dissipated, but they'd both been replaced by a far subtler terror. Why's everything red? Seth's eyebrows creased. What? Look, I think we gotta go to the hospital. Your eyes are crazy bloodshot. But his words slipped between the cracks of my focus, which, though still recovering, was distinctly aware of the fact the world beyond was coated in a monochromatic sea of red. The tree trunks were dark, their leaves darker, the sky was a pastel shade, and the clouds were still lighter, though I only glimpsed it momentarily. The sun was the most striking of all, a blazing orb of bright crimson, but all invariably red. I shook my head and rubbed my eyes, but the filter maintained its heavy intensity. Come on, Meg, that fall was intense. You gotta get a doctor to check if everything's alright. I'm sure whatever you're seeing has to do with that fall you just took. His words prompted me to feel the back of my skull, the site of the impact swollen and throbbing as I brushed my hand across it. All I'd struck was soil, but the fall was so swift and sure that it had dealt more than enough damage. I switched my focus to Seth then, who was now standing. In each of his hands, he held different ends of the now splintered witch hazel stick, which had suffered from the fall as much as I had. Shit, the stick's broken? I asked. He sighed and dropped the pieces to the floor, crouching slightly before offering me a hand up. I took it and rose to my feet, examining the dirt that clung to the back of my trousers and work jacket. You can't tell me that twig is your biggest concern, he said. Did you take that fall for show? If that's what this is all about, then you win. Meg, I believe in your powers. For a moment there I thought I had a deceased dowser on my hands. Water witch, I corrected. And no, none of this is a performance. I wish it was. My thoughts had spun into a flurry, still attempting to reason with the redness that had overcome me. Seth sighed and held his tongue as I looked around dazed for a moment before brushing myself off. Now are we going to the clinic? I firmly shook my head. I don't do doctors. Well, look, you ought to sit for a bit after that. He gestured back to the house as he continued. I can prop you up as we walk. Those were terms I found more agreeable, and so we made our way back, my arm around Seth's shoulder, in a punctuated silence. When we stepped up onto the house plot, the redness began to dissipate. My vision's getting better, I remarked. Seth glanced at me and raised his eyebrows in mild assuagement before continuing. By the time we returned to the foot of the porch, the filter had subsided completely. I said a silent prayer of thanks to the greater being who held the strings, before dropping off of Seth's side and onto the steps. Exhaling deeply, he went to retrieve the cup he'd left on the table earlier, came back to where I was, and held it out. Care for cold coffee? Thanks. But I'm a tea person. He took a sip for himself before joining me on the stairs. Your eyes are still bloodshot, he said. Bloodshot, maybe, but back to normal. That's all that matters. I shot back, perhaps a little too defensively. He responded with a low grunt of acknowledgement. We stayed like that for a few minutes, the quiet occasionally broken by the sound of Seth sipping at the coffee. It's supposed to be blue, I said. What? My vision's supposed to turn blue the closer I get to the water source. Seth shifted where he sat and turned to face me. Do your eyes turn blue too? I shook my head. Not outwardly, no, but the effects are never this bad. And my vision has never gone red. Seth looked like he was processing my answer before he offered another question. So what does that mean? I met his eyes briefly and shrugged. I wish I knew. I was going to leave it at that. But a thought bubbled up to the surface of my mind that wouldn't sink until it was addressed. You can't dig a well here. Seth recoiled a bit at the words. Why not? Something's wrong with this place. I nodded in the direction of the field. Whatever happened there, first with the rods and then with the witch hazel. Those were signs. You said you wanted to gamble on fate, right? She brought me here, and I'm speaking on her behalf now. That land is cursed. Seth dropped his head and stayed quiet. A few more seconds passed before he mumbled something. I caught it the first time but asked him to repeat what he'd said to see if he believed the words enough to say them twice. Could be blood. This time it was my turn to face him. Blood under the ground? You've lost your mind. You said your eyes go blue when you find water, right? What else turns them red? Iron? I scraped my mind for objections but settled on saying nothing. Better not feed an idea that had no substance to begin with. Instead, sensing the mood was shifting from cautious to tense, I rose from my seat and approached the truck. The tarp was still undone, and so I refixed it before wandering over to the driver's side door. I reckon I'll head home now, I called. Don't worry about the payment. We'll say that scare I gave you calls us even. Seth was still seated on the porch steps. His head hung. He raised his hand to signal goodbye, though kept his face obscured. Sighing, I climbed into the truck, started the engine, and was fixing the seatbelt when I heard a tap on the window. I looked up to see Seth standing there, raising the copper rods I'd handed him earlier. I quickly rolled down the glass. Crap, thank you. I can't work without these. He gave a single nod in reply before returning to the porch. Watching silently as I turned the truck around, starting down the dirt road, I glimpsed his figure through the side mirror as it fell behind the trees. When I reached the main road, I paused to check the time. 1 p.m. The pickup's dashboard clock told me only an hour had passed. But something about the whole ordeal I'd just gone through made that fact feel entirely wrong. In that field, the minutes felt far longer, like they'd come and gone at their own pace, following no rules or reason. That, or the fall, had splintered my ability to think straight. Returning home, I collapsed onto the couch, exhausted from the affairs of the day, and slunk into a tranquil sleep. When I awoke, the sun was setting, and I brewed another cup of tea, this time of the chamomile variety. Picked another book from the shelf, and settled down on the sofa for a long evening of peace and quietude. But something about what Seth had said kept gnawing at the back of my head. Despite the shudders I'd put up to the idea, there was nothing ill-placed about his logic. Some dowsers claim they can find you more than a place to put a well. I say that's how you find out which ones are really bogus. It's always been about water for me. Always been a vision of blue. But red? There's something sinister about this kind of unknown. And so I sat down to compose my thoughts. The very ones you're reading right now. When you're truly unaware of something, of its ins and outs, you retain that blissful ignorance. And I'd had that, all the way up until I accepted the witch hazel stick and suffered consequences beyond anything I ever thought possible. Now my unknowing is pocked and marked not by ignorance, but by incomprehension. And that's scary. That's dangerous. There's something I've not told you. I was weighing up whether to put it in the write-up at all. But I realize that, while you're missing the whole picture, you'll remain ignorant. And don't get me wrong, that's fine. So I'd advise you to stop reading here if you want to keep your thoughts in order. You've been warned. When I was out cold, caught in the time that doesn't flow as time normally does, I saw a place in the darkness. It was a place of pure black, but I felt the fingertips of consciousness there for a few moments before I returned to our world. In that place, I saw nothing, felt nothing, thought nothing, but I heard something, a voice, gravelly and potent. It filled the space around me and consumed my consciousness with a vigorous grip. Its message was simple, lucidly clear. Stay away from here. Story: The truth about Suicide Forest. We went spelunking in and around Mount Fuji, Japan, many years ago, most specifically to visit the Narusawa Ice Cave, an alluring, magnificent convergence of ice crystals and lightly coated, dry snow inside an iridescent cavern, magically shifting colors from blue to a fluorescent purple depending on time of the day and the amount of light creeping in. Nature's ancient lava lamp of which you've only seen in dreams or paintings. Only there was a tension infecting the group the further we traveled. Is something getting to any of you? Are we hearing things? Something's coming to me, but I can't keep a hold of it. Alyssa trailed in back of the group. The introvert, she'd barely spoken a word. Didn't even seem to get enjoyment out of any of this. But unaccounted for dread began to tap and shake at my nerves. And finally there was the light at the end. And we exited to find ourselves outstretched on a natural shelf overlooking Aokigahara National Forest. Forest of the Dead. The five of us abound with nervous laughter on our way down the mountain. Mostly in exasperation, hurling ghost stories at one another, all the while admiring its beauty and Fuji's snow-covered cone, as if visiting a fantastical planet in a far-off galaxy. The landscape was breathtaking, air clear, smelling like pines and fresh water for miles. Sounds of strange animals chirping and leaping across the canopies above us. And then there was the never-faltering sound of running streams at all times surrounding us in every direction, including the sky, once we made our descension down the west face of the foothills and arrived at our destination. We for the first time gazed beyond the tree line into an infinite, refracting green prism. Jen, one member of our group, spoke for all of us as the day fell eerily silent. I just got a chill. We all felt it, a complete shift in mood. All I could muster was, what the hell was that? All I know is that if I find a hanging corpse I'm putting it on YouTube. said Andrew, trying to quell our collective uneasiness with a bit of levity. Didn't someone already do that and get banned or something? If I see a hanging body, I'll kill all of you for dragging me down here, I warned. Alyssa was most shaken, most likely because of her history of staring suicide in its face. She came home from school and found her twin brother in the closet, toes hovering 3 inches above the wood floor, twirling in slow concentric circles. Nobody even knew he was depressed. He was only 17. It's the quiet ones, the friends you never suspect. So often it's the ones no longer begging or asking for attention or help, who are always in the most precarious places mentally. They gain an acceptance of their fate, and tend to exude an air of catharsis with the situation. Guys, I don't know that I'm too excited to go into this place. I can smell it already. Can't you guys? Alyssa, there is no smell except the pines and firs. Wildlife. I smell something stinking. Oh, God, it's bad. Perhaps a placebo effect. We only assumed she was expecting the worst before we went in there. Undoubtedly, the reputation of the aptly dubbed suicide forest indeed precedes itself. I can take her back to camp, said Jen. That's a 2-day trip. You can't be serious. I'm fine, Alyssa said, but she wasn't. It was in those eyes of hers, always squinting and looking ahead or up in the trees, as if she saw something we didn't. We each took one final allied inhale before beginning to slog forward. Of course, we imagined rows and rows of dead bodies. But what was most bothersome about this place's lore is that thousands get lost and die every year of starvation. Perhaps this is more the cause of the suicides than depression. They say compasses don't work there. All a wives' tale, spouted a skeptical Andrew. Of course, we didn't truly expect to see anything to write home about. 34.5 degrees north, 138.7 degrees east. Looks like the compasses work. Debunked, joked Jeremy. Despite its disturbing history, being trapped inside this viridescent emerald schism was much more tranquil than I suspected. Do you all feel that? Like a calming relaxation? Yeah, we all said at the same time. But Alyssa remained silent. It's too quiet. Where are all the birds? Why does everything look the same? Liz, it's a forest. It's supposed to look the same. Soon there was as much a thicket behind us as there was in front and all around. No more points of entry or exit. How many people travel this place every year? Jeremy, you know all the little fun facts shit. About 100,000. And how many kill themselves or get lost? Depends. On what? Depends on how many enter the forbidden zone. That's just bullshit to draw in travelers. Don't listen to him, Jen said directly to an anxiety-ridden Alyssa. I'm going to go back. This doesn't feel right. You can't go back already. Liz, just do me this favor. I promise we'll all be laughing about this on the flight home. And after those mercurial few seconds of pleading, a black crow fell from the canopy right at our feet. Head turned completely around. We all jumped, but Alyssa screamed, "I'm going now." Alyssa began to run off down the direction we came while we cried out for her to stop. I had an extra compass, so I ran to Alyssa and slipped it into her palm. Her eyes were red from sobbing. "Here, take this. Look, I'm not leaving you alone in the middle of the Japanese wilderness. I can't go in there. I've got to get out." I don't mean to interfere with your exploration. But, like I said, it doesn't feel right. If nobody else goes back with you, I will. But Liz, please try to understand our side. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Where better to face your fears than in one of the most pristine places on planet Earth? It's sticks and leaves. No offense. Through her sniveling and mewling, she said something I'd never forget. I've already been here. You know? I was confused. But Lisa, we haven't seen anything yet. I did. And that's why I'm not going back there. What did you see? She paused while composing herself. And then said it. My brother. Yo, you guys coming or what? Shouted Jeremy. Just give us a minute. Alyssa, I can't tell if you're being literal or philosophical. I felt like I treated her as if what she said was all bullshit. Another chill running up my back at the sound of a creaking treetop in the wind. So fucking eerie. Despite the emptiness of our surroundings, she stood by her conviction. And after a few puffs of my last joint, she decided to trek on alongside us. We made a silent pact to not talk about suicide around Alyssa. The further we traveled, the more entombed we felt. And oddly, more depressed. Like we were inside a chamber slowly filling with some noxious, melancholy gas. After a bit, the chatter just organically subsided little by little. Soon we weren't even speaking. I'm not sure where it came from or why, but I had to stop, lean against a tree, and catch my breath, and then I wept. They tried to console me, asking me what was wrong. It's been ailing me this whole trip. It's Jack. I can't stop thinking about the last day of our marriage at the house. Jen placed her hand on my shoulders. Honey, that was a long time ago. Wait, how do you even know that? Did I tell you? Another shot of ice into my veins. Jesus, I don't even know. April, it was like the thought was forced into the forefront of my mind against my will. I'm sorry. Guys, please give me a moment. I couldn't stop crying. The episode came and went. Disappeared into apathy as quickly as it turned from peaceful to being grief-stricken. We continued our journey. Now, the entrance was gone. We could have been anywhere. Soon the talking was non-existent. We just marched ahead like zombies, not going in any particular direction. Even the looks on their faces, perpetually slack-jawed like a corpse. Well, it looked like they were dead already. I noticed Jen's lips and face turning blue. I felt downtrodden, wheezing, a burn across my neck. Hopelessly out of breath. I thought trees produce oxygen. Feels like they're sucking it out. I can't breathe. I began to take inventory of everything wrong in my life. Hidden drug addiction, stealing to make ends meet, cheating on my ex with his friend. Despite many of these things happening 15 or 20 years ago, somehow in these moments it was dragging me under. I tried to speak but couldn't. Suddenly I became afraid of my friends. Even Alyssa was smirking. I finally knew why we were here. It was all a ploy. A ploy to take me out. We were marching into danger. The air still thinning. We continued wandering aimlessly between uncannily similar trees, repeating patterns in an endless loop. At this point, after maybe 5 miles, we ceased, for unexplainable reasons, talking about any planned or mapped out route. I turned to see Jeremy turning blue and wheezing. Alyssa began gasping for air, stretching to the sky, and out of nowhere, a jarring sight, Jen had fallen to the ground and had begun seizing. Andrew was still standing, but he made a comment which truly disturbed me. "Do you smell that stench?" And truthfully, I did. It smelled like pungent roadkill with a tinge of sweetness. The exact description of how a carcass smells from my stepdad, who was a cop. It was why they used smelling salts. I wanted to puke. Something was wrong with this place. I came to the realization that it wasn't the people killing themselves. It was the forest. 37 degrees north, 141 degrees south. I can't articulate why Andrew would even continue to tell us where we were. Because his coordinates meant nothing at this point. I'm feeling sick. I need to sit down. Jeremy found a tree and sat against it. Jen, remember when we were like 10 and we used to catch bugs? What does it matter? He began to whimper and cry quietly. Remember when I caught that big, beautiful monarch butterfly and put it in the cage with all those spiders? And we laughed while it struggled to fly away, even though it was being devoured? How scared do you think that poor thing felt? Trapped, you know? I guess I remember. Why, Jeremy? That was like 15 years ago. It was just a butterfly. Because that's us. We're the butterfly. And it's us. How could you be so fucking cold? Grow up. We were kids. What is with you people? If I'd have known this would happen, if never had suggested it. This is your fault. Jen. Alyssa raged. Jeremy. Where the fuck are we? How do we get out of here? Jeremy looked to the sky, eyes wide with fear, and asked, "Do you hear them? They're right above us." "Okay, we need to stop. Anyone's GP's working? We have to keep going." Andrew replying with complete indifference to my concerns. "Go where?" One big circle with no exit. I couldn't identify anymore one particular voice from another. It's still daylight. We've been walking for hours and it's still 7:14. It's blurry. I feel sick. I can't breathe. We have to get out of this oxygen sucking force field. We were adrift in an ocean of trees. Point Nemo. I couldn't stop thinking about how much I missed Jack. And even more, how much I longed to see Abby again. She's only 6, and I don't want her believing her mother abandoned her. I started to hear a gentle sobbing and turned to see Jen with her head against a tree. They took my baby away. I was a good mother. She turned to address us as a group. Eyes red and watery. Babies fall sometimes. What was I supposed to do? I never hurt her. Falling apart at our seams. So, I looked at Andrew. So, let's get it over with. What do you need to cry about? The way he looked at me filled me with dread. He held this expression of satisfaction. I shuddered at his cold, dead stare, my senses beginning to heighten. Oh, I don't cry. I don't have the ability. I don't understand. When something tragic occurs, it leaves what I like to call an eternal cigarette burn in the place of where the cataclysm took place. When I first brought you here, you complained of a smell, a lingering after effect, an anomaly undeniable but also unexplainable to mortals. My head abruptly began to spin, my vision blurry and broken out into a cold sweat. I precipitously came to a profound realization the more nauseated I became. And in this moment of acute cognizance, I felt myself sinking inside. Jen, Andrew, Alyssa, and Jeremy. I'd never met them before. Except, I had, all at the same time. And it hit me once I approached the yellow tape and signs reading, Kinshi Kuiki. Japanese for Forbidden Zone. I shut my eyes and stumbled down into the mud. When I came to, I found myself standing in a circle with 4 other American tourists, Alyssa, Jeremy, Jen, and Andrew, and instantaneously, I found myself clothed, looking through the eyes of my mortal vessel. We wondered when you'd show up. April, it's getting to be that time, uttered Andrew. Alyssa placed her hand on my shoulder. It's okay. It will take you a few minutes to catch up. Don't be afraid. We're your friends. I could mutter only one thing. When am I going home? I need to see my little girl. Night was beginning to fall, and snowflakes leisurely drifted as far as my eyes could see, far into my green prison, meandering and blowing in swirls. Birds and other animals cackled and hooted to infinity. This is going to be awful. I'd rather go first. Get it the fuck over with, murmured Jeremy. Alyssa still empathetically clung to my arm and ran her fingers through my hair. Jen began to sob. Not again. Please. Will one of you please tell me what is happening? She's still not remembering. Andrew approached me and gazed into my eyes inches from my face. Bloodshot eyes with dilated black pupils. And suddenly the stench came back. No need to worry about your daughter. She's long grown up. She'd be about 25 or 26 now. Who are you? I'm the proliferation of this place. When you killed yourself, a deal was made, and you made a choice. And then I began to see it all clearly again. I think I understand. Then say it, demanded Andrew. In Japan, there is an underground organization called Project Evacuate. For a hefty fee, they will take you out in an unmarked van and guide you into the Forbidden Zone. The further into the forest we trekked, I remembered our guide putting on a mask of some sort, and then we took turns climbing the tree. I can't recall anymore. Andrew's skin turned a pale blue, his hands cold as ice. Who are you? Really? I was the first, at least as far back as history can be calculated. An American in a Japanese forest. Of all the people, right? So, am I alive right now? Andrew turned and angrily spat out at the group the words, "You keep quiet or there will be hell to pay." It's all right, began Jeremy. None of us wanted to live anyway. But April, you were never sure. Andrew is the embodiment of whatever incalculable evil is in this place. He's not human. But you, we are, right now, for this short space of time. You can have it all back. What do you mean, have it back, Alyssa? Aokigahara takes lives, but it can also give them back. I've watched you repeatedly kill yourself each time you relive your journey here. This forest is as much a miracle as it is evil. The rest of us don't want our lives back. Go home and watch Abigail grow up. Run now. In this direction. Do not deviate. Alyssa, I don't want to leave you. You've been so good to me. Listen, April, in about 5 minutes, your lucidity is going to blur, and you'll wind up where this journey began, and have to relive it over and over again. 5 minutes. Go and get out of here. Before Andrew had stopped tearing into Jeremy's flesh with his instantaneously grown claws, I quietly extricated myself from the group. I hid behind a tree and watched Alyssa drop a noose around her neck and say one last thing. I'm ready. I didn't stay to watch. When I emerged into the parking lot, I found a white van waiting for me, and saw the face of a man I hadn't seen in decades. I never knew his name. So you know our secret. How long has it been? How long have I been gone? I'd say about 2 hours. You're the first to ever come back. Congratulations. On the ride back, this man, named Loki, hesitantly told me something deeply honest within his heart. You know, I understand we are here to help, but I'm not so sure this is the answer. I always hoped they'd come back. Can you please take me to a payphone? There will be one at the stop. May I ask, what made you do this in the first place? I lifted up my shirt to find open sores, and grazed my hand across my shaven head. Cancer. I didn't want my daughter to watch me deteriorate. I learned about you guys from a friend at one of my cancer therapy groups. I see. But, Loki, is it? I do have one question. Why would God give me another chance after committing the most damning of all sins? I mean, what exactly is that forest? There was an uncomfortable silence. Loki, did you hear my question? He began laughing menacingly. I hear it perfectly good. And my answer is this. Someone lied to you. What? Suddenly the van crawled to a stop, and 3 people stepped inside. Jen, Alyssa, and Andrew. No Jeremy. I see you folks so much. I'm beginning to think I'm dead, muttered Loki. They all chose their seats as I began falling inside and breaking into a cold sweat. Hi, I'm Alyssa. She reached out to shake my hand. All of a sudden I felt hot breath in my ear, leaning in from behind me. It was Andrew. Nice try, April, but nobody escapes the forest. It's all in my control, just as it is where I sent Jeremy. And why are you the authority here? What are you, a demon or something? Do not speak too loudly. As to your question, I don't know. I never knew what I was. All I know is that you're trapped. Just like me. I can scream. Scream all you want. Nobody can hear the dead. You're lucky to be where you are. And know that. Other place. He was right. No use in getting myself on worse trouble. Or going wherever Jeremy went. I now knew exactly what this forest is. It's purgatory. Andrew will probably find this recording of I Keep It On Me. As I watch each one of my newest friends ride and gasp desperately for air, twitching and shaking into oblivion until their heart stops. So, I'm shutting this off now, and tossing it as far as I can away from here. Maybe one day someone will find it, and explain to Abigail why I left. Perhaps if this recording is found, it will disprove Andrew's notion that, at least for a while, I'm actually alive, real. I'm sure it's wishful thinking. Aokigahara Precinct 22, November 14, 2013. Detective Haru Matsushimi. Investigating Officer. Item checked into evidence. Sony TCM 929 cassette recorder, 2001 model. After review of tape, Deck's conclusion is that it's merely a hoax or lost personal item lacking pertinent details to continue looking into. There are no dates, last or maiden names. Recorder weathered but preserved. Item registered into evidence cleared for pickup by owner. Matter now closed. Aokigahara Precinct 22, November 15, 2013. Detective Haru Matsushimi. Investigating Officer. In reference to evidence item number 2241. Detective made aware of a positive information relating to Sony TCM 929 cassette recorder, 2001 model, and possible link to case docket number 77124. A report filed on February 28, 2001 related to multiple deaths ruled as suicide. Subjects: Jennifer Riley, Alyssa Reinhold, Jeremy Nagy, and April Winston, discovered by anonymous witness suspended from trees dead by hanging and asphyxiation. Coroner's report indicates all subjects in nearly identical states of decay. Case reopened. Story: There's an old woman who appears outside our house at 4:31 a.m. every night. She's getting closer, and I don't know what to do. I never thought I'd be the kind of person posting on no sleep. But here I am. I need to get this off my chest. And maybe someone out there has dealt with something similar. God, I hope not, but I'm desperate for answers. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Jake, a 19-year-old college student living with my parents in a small town just outside of Portland, Oregon. We've got a cozy 2-story house on a quiet street, surrounded by towering pine trees. It's usually peaceful here, but for the past week, our nights have been anything but. My mom, Sarah, is a high school English teacher. She's always been the rational one in the family, with a no-nonsense attitude that usually keeps us grounded. Dad, on the other hand, is Mike, a former Marine turned construction foreman. He's got that tough guy exterior, but I've always known he's a softie at heart, especially when it comes to me and Mom. It all started last Tuesday. I was up late studying for a biology exam, my eyes burning from staring at my textbook for hours. I glanced at my phone 4:30 a.m. Shit, I muttered, realizing I'd have to be up for class in just a few hours. That's when I heard it, the distinct sound of our doorbell. Who the hell would be ringing our doorbell at this hour? I crept downstairs, my heart pounding. Our Chihuahua, Scooby, was already at the door, growling softly. I peeked through the peephole and felt my blood run cold. There, illuminated by our porch light, stood an old woman. She was thin, almost skeletal, with wispy white hair that seemed to float around her head like a halo. Her skin was pale and wrinkled, hanging loosely on her face. But it was her eyes that really freaked me out. They were completely black, like two empty voids staring straight at me. Jake, what's going on? Mom's voice made me jump. She'd come downstairs, rubbing sleep from her eyes. There's an old woman outside, I stammered. Mom frowned and gently nudged me aside to look for herself. Her sharp intake of breath told me she saw her too. Dad appeared moments later, his Marine training evident in his alert stance despite being woken up. Should we open the door? I asked hesitantly. Mom shook her head. No, absolutely not. We don't know who she is or what she wants at this hour. Her teacher instincts kicked in immediately. We need to document this, she said, grabbing a notebook to jot down every detail. Dad, meanwhile, went into full protection mode, checking every window and door lock twice. I'm calling the police, he said, his voice gruff with concern. While Mom dialed, I kept watch through the peephole. The old woman remained motionless, her arms hanging limply at her sides. It was like she was a statue, except for those eyes. They seemed to follow my every movement. even though I knew she couldn't see me. The police arrived about 15 minutes later. As soon as their car pulled up, the old woman turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows of our street. The officers took our statement, but there wasn't much they could do. No laws had been broken, and the woman was gone. They promised to keep an eye out during their patrols and left. We all went back to bed, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that old woman's face. Those black, empty eyes. The next night, I made sure to be in bed early. But at exactly 4:31 a.m., I woke up to Scooby's frantic barking. My stomach dropped as I realized what it must mean. Sure enough, there she was again. This time, she was a few steps closer to our front door. We called the police again, but by the time they arrived, she was gone. This pattern repeated for the next 5 nights. Each time, the old woman appeared at exactly 4:31 a.m., and each time, she was a little bit closer to our house. As the nightly visits continued, I watched my parents struggling to cope. Mom threw herself into research, spending hours online looking for similar cases or local legends. There has to be a logical explanation, she'd mutter, surrounded by stacks of printouts. Dad, true to form, focused on fortifying the house. He installed new locks, motion sensor lights, and even talked about getting a security system. I could hear them arguing in hushed tones late at night. Mom wanted to go to the media, thinking publicity might help. Someone out there must know something. She insisted, but Dad was dead set against it. You want us to be the crazy family on the evening news? He'd retort. The tension between them was palpable, and it scared me almost as much as the old woman. Last night was the worst so far. She was right at the bottom of our porch steps, her face turned up towards my bedroom window. I swear, even though it was dark and she was far away, I could see a faint smile on her lips. I don't know what to do. The police have stopped responding to our calls. They think we're pulling some kind of prank. My parents are at their wits' end, torn between their fear and their need to protect me. Part of me hopes this is all just some weird, prolonged dream, that I'll wake up and everything will be normal again. But deep down, I know that's not the case. If anyone has experienced anything like this, please let me know. I don't know how much longer we can take this nightly visitor. I'll update if anything changes. For now, I'm just praying she doesn't get any closer tonight. Thanks for all the responses to my last post. I wish I had better news. But things have only gotten worse. Much worse. It's been 3 more nights since I last updated, and each one has been more terrifying than the last. The old woman is getting closer, and I'm starting to lose my mind. My parents aren't faring much better. On the 8th night, she was halfway up our porch steps. I remember pressing my face against the cool glass of my bedroom window, my breath fogging up the pane as I stared down at her. She stood there, motionless, those black eyes fixed on our front door. Dad, thinking he could scare her off, flicked on the porch light and yelled through the door, "We see you. Get off our property or we're calling the cops." His voice cracked slightly, betraying the fear behind his tough facade. The moment the words left his mouth, the old woman's head snapped up, her eyes locking onto my window. A chill ran down my spine as a grin spread across her face. revealing rows of yellowed, pointed teeth. "Oh God," I whispered, stumbling back from the window. When I worked up the courage to look again, she was gone, but the porch light was off, even though Dad swore he never touched the switch. The next night, she made it to the top of the porch. This time, Mom lost it. "That's it," she screamed, stomping down the stairs. "I'm going out there and giving this old bat a piece of my mind." Her usually calm demeanor had cracked, replaced by a frantic desperation. "Sarah, no," Dad yelled, but she was already yanking the door open. The old woman stood there, her face inches from my mom's. For a moment, they just stared at each other. Then my mom let out a blood-curdling scream and slammed the door shut. She collapsed against it, sobbing. Her eyes, she kept saying, "Oh God," her eyes. Dad wrapped his arms around her, his own eyes wide with shock. I'd never seen my mother so shaken, and it terrified me more than anything else had so far. We spent the rest of the night huddled in the living room, jumping at every creak and groan of our old house. When morning came, we found deep scratch marks on the outside of our front door. Last night was the worst yet. At 4:31 a.m., like clockwork, Scooby started barking, but this time, it wasn't his usual aggressive bark. It was high-pitched, terrified. I ran downstairs to find him cowering in the corner of the living room, whimpering, and there, pressed against our front window, was the old woman's face. Her skin looked even more deteriorated up close, hanging off her cheekbones in gray, rotting strips. Her mouth was open in a silent scream, revealing a black void where her tongue should have been. But her eyes, God, her eyes, they were like bottomless pits. And as I stared into them, I felt like I was falling. I don't know how long I stood there, transfixed. It could have been seconds or hours. I was only snapped out of it when I heard my dad's voice. "Jake? Jake, snap out of it, son." He shook me roughly, his face pale with worry. I blinked, coming back to reality. The old woman was gone, but a foul, rotting smell lingered in the air. We're at our wits' end. My parents are barely holding it together. Mom stopped trying to find logical explanations and has started leaving salt lines at all the doors and windows. Dad's talking about calling in favors from his old Marine buddies, convinced that we're under some kind of attack. I've been researching non-stop, trying to find any similar cases or local legends that might explain what's happening. So far, I've come up empty. The only lead I have is an old newspaper article one found from the 1950s. It mentioned a widow carver who lived in a cabin in the woods near our neighborhood. Apparently, she was accused of witchcraft and driven out of town. The article said she vowed revenge on the townspeople and their descendants before disappearing into the forest. It's probably nothing, just my desperate mind grasping at straws. But at this point, I'll take any explanation, no matter how far-fetched. I don't know what tonight will bring, but I'm dreading 4:31 a.m. The old woman has made it to our window. The next step is inside our house. I'll update again tomorrow if I can. If you don't hear from me, well, I don't want to think about that. Wish us luck. No sleep. I have a feeling we're going to need it. I'm writing this with shaking hands, trying to make sense of what happened last night. I don't know if I'm going crazy or if something truly evil has invaded our lives. Either way, I'm terrified. Yesterday evening, my parents and I tried to prepare for the old woman's nightly visit. We double-checked all the locks, closed all the curtains, and even pushed furniture against the doors. Dad got his old baseball bat from the garage, and Mom clutched a can of pepper spray. We were determined to confront whatever came at 4:31 a.m. As the hour approached, we huddled together in the living room. Scooby was unnaturally quiet, curled up in a tight ball under the coffee table. The air felt heavy, like the moment before a thunderstorm. 4:30 a.m. 1 minute to go. Maybe she won't come, Mom whispered, her knuckles white around the pepper spray. Her usual composure was gone, replaced by raw fear. 4:31 a.m. For a moment, nothing happened. We held our breath, ears straining for any sound. Then, we heard it, a soft scraping noise coming from the front door. Dad gripped his bat tighter. I'm going to check, he said, moving towards the door. His Marine training was kicking in. But I could see the tremor in his hands. No, Mom and I hissed in unison. But he was already at the peephole. He looked through, then stumbled back, his face pale. She's gone, he stammered. Relief washed over us, but it was short-lived, because at that moment, we heard Scooby let out a pitiful whine. We turned to see him staring, trembling, at something behind us. Slowly, dreading what I'd see, I turned around. There she was, inside our house. The old woman stood in the doorway to the kitchen, her emaciated frame silhouetted against the darkness. Her black eyes seemed to suck in all the light in the room. Mom screamed. Dad swung his bat, but it passed right through her as if she was made of smoke. I saw a side of my parents I'd never seen before. Mom, usually so composed, was shaking like a leaf, tears streaming down her face. But her voice was steady as she recited what sounded like a protection prayer. Dad, who I'd always seen as unshakable, looked utterly lost. But when the old woman took a step forward, he positioned himself in front of us without hesitation. His body a shield. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Those eyes held me paralyzed. She took another step forward, her mouth open, wider than any human mouth should, revealing that terrible black void. Just as she reached out a skeletal hand towards me, Scooby burst from under the table. He launched himself at the old woman, barking furiously. The moment he touched her, there was a blinding flash of light and a sound like a thunderclap. When my vision cleared, both Scooby and the old woman were gone. We spent the rest of the night searching the house, calling for Scooby, but found nothing. No sign of the old woman. No sign of our dog. It was as if they'd never existed. When dawn finally broke, we were exhausted and confused. Had it all been some sort of shared hallucination? But the scratch marks on the door were still there, and Scooby was still missing. Mom's rational facade finally cracked. She spent hours calling animal shelters and tacking up missing dog posters, her voice breaking every time she had to describe Scooby. Dad, who had always rolled his eyes at Scooby's yapping, now wandered the house at night, whistling for him and leaving his favorite treats in every room. I tried to sleep, but when I did, the nightmares came. In my dreams, I was in a dark, misty forest, I could hear Scooby barking in the distance. But every time I moved towards the sound, it got further away, and always, just at the edge of my vision, I could see the old woman, watching, waiting. I woke up gasping for air, my face wet with tears. That's when I noticed it, a faint whispering in the room. Words in a language I didn't understand, barely audible but definitely there. And something else, a light touch on my face, like fingers gently caressing my cheek. I scrambled out of bed and ran downstairs. The living room looked like a scene from a horror movie. Every single flower in the vases, the ones Mom had put out to brighten the mood, was rotting, not just wilted, but actually decomposing, giving off a sickly sweet smell that made my stomach churn. Mom and Dad were in the kitchen, both looking as shell-shocked as I felt. "Did you hear?" I began, but they just nodded silently. The tension that had been building between them seemed to have evaporated, replaced by a shared sense of dread. We're at a loss. The old woman didn't appear at 4:31 a.m. like she had been. But somehow this feels worse. It's like she's everywhere now. Invisible but present. Waiting. Scooby is still missing. The police have been no help. They think he just ran away in the night. They don't believe our story about the old woman. To be honest, I'm starting to doubt it myself. But then I look at the rotting flowers. I remember the whispering, the phantom touch on my face. And I know it was real. I found something else too. Something that chills me to the bone. Remember that old newspaper article one mentioned? About Widow Carver? I dug deeper and found her full name. Eliza Carver. I also found her death certificate. She died on May 17, 1954, at 4:31 a.m. Today is May 17th. I showed the death certificate to my parents. Mom's face went ashen, while Dad's jaw clenched so tight I could hear his teeth grinding. "This can't be a coincidence," Mom whispered, her voice trembling. She'd abandoned all pretense of rational explanations now. What if? What if she's come back for revenge? Dad shook his head, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. "That's impossible," he muttered, but there was no conviction in his voice. As night fell, the atmosphere in the house became suffocating. We tried to go about our normal routines, but every creak, every shadow, sent us into a panic. Mom kept checking and rechecking the salt lines she'd laid down, muttering protection prayers under her breath. Dad paced restlessly, his old service pistol now holstered at his hip. "I don't know what's going to happen tonight. Part of me wants to run, to get as far away from this house as possible. But another part of me knows it won't make a difference. Whatever this is, wherever it came from, it's attached to us now. As I write this, it's 11:45 p.m. Less than 5 hours until 4:31 a.m. Mom and Dad are in the living room, holding hands and talking in low voices. I can see the love between them, strengthened by this shared ordeal. Whatever happens tonight, we'll face it as a family. If you're reading this, please, be careful of who, or what, you let into your life. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. I'll update if I can. But if you don't hear from me again, well, at least you'll know why. Update 3:17 a.m. Something's wrong. Very wrong. The house has gone completely silent. Not just quiet, silent. I can't hear the hum of the refrigerator, or the ticking of the clock in the hallway. It's like all sound has been sucked out of the world. I tried to go downstairs to check on my parents, but my bedroom door won't open. It's not locked, the handle turns, but it's like there's a solid wall on the other side. The air feels thick, almost syrupy. It's hard to breathe, and it's cold, so cold. I can hear whispers now. They're coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I can't make out the words, but they sound angry. There's something moving in the shadows of my room. I can't quite see it, but I know it's there, watching. Story. When we were 18, my friends and I played the staircase game. I didn't think any of us would get alive. One Saturday night, when we were young and bored and felt invincible, my friends and I decided to play the staircase game. To play this game, you need a black staircase and at least 3 people. To win this game, you have to finish walking down all 5 staircases. There are only 4 rules. 1. Once you start to play the game, you can't quit. 2. You have to walk down the stairs backwards. 3. While you're on a staircase, you are not allowed to talk to anyone. 4. While you're walking down the staircase, never ever let go of your travel companion's hands. Simple, right? We thought so too. My best friend Margot was the one who ultimately convinced us to play. Left to our own devices, Jonathan and I would have spent our entire summer in front of the TV. Content to stay there until our respective college orientations started. As Margot put it, you would have just re-watched the same boring shows, played the same boring board games, and gossiped about the same boring people. Margot was the kind of person who was going places. She had her whole life mapped out, from her college major to her 10-year career goals. Frankly, she was a terrifying force of nature. For example, when we were 12 years old and still naively believed in Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, and the Tooth Fairy, our parents took us to see the mall Santa. Margot argued with Santa for 15 minutes straight about why the nice and naughty lists were unfair and didn't account for the nuance. Cowed and beaten, he finally told her that he would take her feedback into account and create the neutral list. Margot and I had been best friends for nearly all our lives. To anyone else looking in from the outside, our friendship was impossible. Margot was brilliant, passionate, and outspoken. She took so many AP classes she set a new record at our school. And she always knew exactly what she wanted to do and how to do it. In comparison to her, I meandered through life in a perpetual daze. Standing next to Margot, I was so quiet that people sometimes forgot I existed. My parents would gaze at us and shake their heads in puzzlement. Well, they do say that opposites attract, my dad once said weakly. At the end of the day, it didn't matter what other people thought. Our friendship rested on the solid bedrock that was our mutual love for all things horror and the paranormal. We exchanged online scary stories late at night instead of sleeping, watched new horror movies and TV shows together constantly, and frequented paranormal discussion forums in between our classes. Instead of clashing, we evened each other out. I'd never thought it would be possible for anyone to come between us. Which brings me to Jonathan. He transferred to our high school at the start of senior year, a time when most friendships had already weathered countless adolescent storms and were set in stone. Everyone noticed him because he was tall, dark, and handsome. but he seemed arrogant and aloof. Instead of approaching anyone, he kept to himself and read books during lunchtime. One day, we accidentally bumped into one another, sending his books flying. Stephen King, Paul Tremblay, Stephen Graham Jones, and Sylvia Moreno Garcia. While I helped him pick them up, I asked him what his favorite Stephen King book was. And just like that, we became friends. It turned out that he wasn't arrogant at all, just incredibly shy. His friendship was the missing puzzle piece that completed Margot's and mine. His dry humor and dark jokes fit right in. And of course, he was wildly in love with Margot. How do I know that? Because she's drop-dead gorgeous. She had long brunette hair that she often tied into a French braid and dark gray eyes. I saw the way his face lit up in the glances he sent her way. Jonathan's voice interrupted my thoughts. Are we really going to do this? It'd be so much less work to just lie on the couch all day. He brushed a hand through his dark curls and gave us that lopsided grin of his. The one that made my stomach do a flip. Margot had led us to the pantry in her enormous house. Shelves groaned with the weight of cans and jars, rice and pasta, and other food items stacked all the way up to the ceiling. If there was ever an earthquake, whoever stood in here would be buried alive under all that food. Of course we are, said Margot, and then she softened, looking at us pleadingly. Guys, I want an adventure. You know my parents. If they had their way, they'd bundle me up in bubble wrap and lock me in a safe. Sadly, she was right. Mr. and Mrs. Auden were fiercely protective of Margot. We suspected that protectiveness stemmed from her sister's death. Mary Ann drowned in their pool while Mr. Auden was on a business call. They hadn't found her body until it was too late. Margot had only been 3 years old at the time, Mary Ann 5, so Margot didn't remember much about her. I wondered sometimes whether Margot tried so hard to be the best at everything because she wanted to make up for the fact that her sister would never get to do anything. She led 2 lives. The life she wanted and the life her sister should have had. I know it's silly. Everyone else who's celebrating the end of our senior year is going on road trips or traveling abroad. All my parents are letting me do is sit on the couch. I can't even attend a pool party. She took a deep breath, her eyes shining with tears. I want to do this, and it would mean a lot to me if we did it together. Even if nothing happens, I don't know. Aren't you a little curious? Yes, of course I am, I said as I hugged her. Jonathan came over too, so we were all in one another's arms for a few seconds. Truth, I was curious about the staircase game. The first time I had ever seen someone mention it was back in the late 2000s. That post had been taken down, but not before Margot and I agreed that it sounded intriguing. A handful of other posts on those paranormal discussion forums we loved so much detailed users' experiences with the game. According to those posts, each of the 5 staircases would be 100 steps. The posts advised us to count the steps to make sure we were on the right staircase because sometimes the game tried to trick you. Additionally, every staircase would be a different color. The first one was always black. Then, the rest of the staircases would be red, gray, blue, white, in any order. Each staircase supposedly took you to a different dimension. Strangely, none of the posts described what happened after you went down the first staircase. All them did agree on one thing though. We should bring flashlights, food, and water with us. So, we were in the pantry. You might be wondering why we took this game so seriously. As I've said, Margot and I loved scary things. Together, we tried nearly all the weird shit you've read online. We trespassed on abandoned asylums, visited haunted houses, and slept at cemeteries overnight. But our speciality, what we did the most in our free time, was playing supernatural games. We played the elevator game, Light as a Feather, Suji Ura, the corner game, Daruma San, and more. We had never been able to play the staircase game before because it had been just the two of us. Over the past few years, as we dabbled in these games, my belief in the paranormal had faded to a pale imitation of what it once was. Like a fire slowly dying out into embers. Nothing had ever happened to us. Not once. I wasn't sure if Margot still believed in the paranormal either. Still, it was a fun hobby. This would be Jonathan's first time doing anything like this. Senior year had been too busy for Margot and me to get up to our normal shenanigans. SAT prep classes, the SATs, college applications, homecoming preparations, and the time-honored tradition of playing a senior prank had occupied all our free time. I tried not to think about the fact that Margot and Jonathan would both be at Stanford in the fall. Margot majoring in econ and Jonathan in biology. Margot had considered going to Yale until her parents made noises about moving to New Haven with her. Meanwhile, the only place that accepted me was our local community college. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against attending community college, just this specific one. Everyone at our high school, and I do mean everyone, joked about how bad it was. I still hadn't told my friends where I was going. The disappointment on my parents' faces was bad enough. I said, if we're doing this, let's get started. Maybe we'll be back in time to check out that new Korean show trending on Netflix. Okay, said Margot. With one foot, she shoved the heavy black backpack with all our supplies towards Jonathan, who picked it up as if it weighed nothing. Let's head over to the basement stairs. A few years ago, someone had slopped black paint all over the basement stairs. Okay, I admit it, that someone was Margot and I back when we first heard that you needed a black staircase to play the staircase game. Her parents had been furious. We stood on the basement stairs gazing down into the darkness. Personally, I wasn't a fan of the dark, and basements have always seemed creepy to me. I knew it was a childish fear, the kind you're supposed to outgrow. But that didn't really help. It just made me feel stupid for having a nightlight in my bedroom. Well, said Margot, it's now or never. She held out her hands to mine. Wait, said Jonathan, suddenly serious. If this game is real, then I should walk down first, in front of you guys. Just as I was about to tell Jonathan that the staircase game probably wasn't real, I saw the vulnerability on Margot's face. That expression answered my question as to whether or not Margot still believed in the paranormal. Unlike me, she had more to lose if it didn't actually exist. Why do over 4 in 10 Americans believe in the existence of supernatural beings? Because they do exist. Or maybe because we all have cognitive biases. Patternicity, pareidolia, a form of apophenia, and confirmation bias. In other words, We make connections in meaningless data or between unrelated events. And we interpret information in a way that confirms our pre-existing beliefs. Of course, I knew why Margot continued to believe in the paranormal. Marianne, it's a human impulse to try to make sense of a senseless tragedy. To dissect it endlessly so that you can figure out what exactly happened and why. If you admit that there is no fate, no purpose or order to anything in this world, then everything bad that has happened to you so far means nothing. The death of a loved one, an abusive relationship, bullying from classmates or colleagues. It's pure chance that you survived. Some people, like Margot, had a hard time coping with that. We linked our hands. Jonathan went first, then Margot, and then myself. Any last words? Jonathan joked. None of us said anything. I didn't know what Margot was thinking about. I stared down into the darkness and my eyes strained to make out any shapes or movement. "Let's do this," said Margot finally, with her usual certainty, and we walked down the first staircase together. Staircase 1. I watched the light from the doorway vanish as the darkness pressed down on us. In a matter of seconds, it was so dark that I could no longer see the steps I had already walked past. I kept imagining monsters in the darkness. Monsters with gleaming yellow eyes who waited impatiently for us to descend further down the stairs. My hand sweated in Margot's grip and I longed to discreetly wipe it off on my shorts. Unfortunately, per the rules of the game, I couldn't let go yet. I took a quick moment to be devoutly thankful that it wasn't Jonathan's hand in mine. We walked and walked. It was hard to tell how far we'd gone, especially since walking backwards down the steps disoriented me. Yet I still felt that we should have reached the end of the staircase by now. Even though I wasn't that familiar with this basement, common sense said that an object couldn't be bigger on the inside than it was on the outside. I.e., the TARDIS is a lie. I chanced a glance over my shoulder to see how far we still had to go and nearly fell over in shock. Instead of the darkness I expected to see, there was a bright light below us right where the staircase ended. I swerved alarmingly towards what was probably a steep drop. My fingers brushed the air, unable to find the railing that was supposed to be there. I caught my balance at the last second and heard Margot gasp behind me. I had almost brought her down with me, a perfect metaphor for our friendship. The words, "I'm sorry," were actually on the tip of my tongue just as the stupid rules came back to me at the last second. Instead of saying anything into the darkness, I simply squeezed Margot's hand in apology. She squeezed mine back. I began counting the steps as we went down. I should have done that from the start, but I hadn't thought that the staircase game was real. Even now, I wasn't completely convinced. I don't think anyone would have been, aside from Margot. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Is a longer than normal staircase and a bright light at the end of it enough to shatter years of conviction about the way the world works? But as we drew closer to the light, I did start to believe that the game was real. The light showed us the details of our surroundings, and I could see that we were most definitely not in a basement anymore. I heard our footsteps and dripping water echo in the darkness. I had the impression we were in some giant hollow cave. Air currents brushed my face. Weirdly, I even heard birds chirping. Although why they were awake in the darkness, no idea. By the time the staircase ended, I counted 57 steps. That seemed about right. Since I hadn't started counting from the beginning, we went through a doorway and stood around blinking the spots from our eyes, trying to adjust to the sudden contrast from darkness to bright light. Bright sunlight? That didn't make any sense. Yet as my vision cleared, I realized we stood outside in the middle of a vast desert. Shining golden sand surrounded almost everything. The exception was a long black road stretching ahead of us. That road gleamed under the sun like some sleeping obsidian snake. And, set along the road at equidistant intervals from each other, suspended in the air without any visible support, floated the doors. There were doors of all kinds and sizes. Some seemed like normal wooden doors, only painted in eye-watering shades from neon pink to a blinding yellow. Some were large enough for a Boeing 747 to fly through. Others so tiny none but a mouse could pass. A handful of them were made of the oddest materials, from stone to glass to what seemed like steel. The only thing all the doors had in common was their bronze doorknobs. Those attached to stone doors looked particularly out of place. I turned to the black road. Sand dunes blocked portions of it from view, and the heat was so intense that the very air shimmered. From what I could make out, the road ended in another door. Great, even though I was afraid, confused, and overwhelmingly anxious. Part of me, the part that had never stopped believing in the paranormal, rejoiced. Finally something had happened to us. Something that couldn't be easily explained away by natural causes. Probably, maybe, this can't be real, whispered Jonathan. He let the backpack drop to his feet and stared around wildly. The blood had drained from his face, leaving his dark skin pale. This is impossible, Margot said. Don't you see? She was transported with a kind of savage joy. It took me aback because that was the expression you expected to see on some unhinged religious leader's face as he preached to his flock about the end of days. It's real. The staircase game is real. She laughed wildly. If I had heard that laugh while in the dark, I would have been afraid. Okay, I said, made uneasy. It's real. I turned to search behind us for the staircase that had brought us here, and saw nothing but more desert. The door to the staircase had disappeared. Jesus fucking Christ. The staircase game was real. It's gone, said Jonathan, voicing my thoughts. Margot didn't appear to hear us. She strode forward and literally left us in her dust. Jonathan and I stared in confusion. And then we ran after her. I could hear the cans clinking around in Jonathan's backpack. The heat was so intense that I was sweating even in my tank top and shorts. Either I just ate the worst pot brownie of my life, Jonathan said, panting, or I'm having a psychotic break from reality and I'm imagining all of this. I couldn't respond because I had to use all my breath for running. I wasn't used to running on hilly terrain and the road hurt my feet. I was wearing thin-soled sneakers. I leaned down to examine the road and realized that it wasn't smooth. Black obsidian stones comprised it, similar to a cobblestone road. By the time we finally caught up with Margot, a stitch burned in my side and I sounded like I was close to death. I felt close to death. Slow down, I wheezed. I wanted to curl up in the fetal position, but Margot just kept on marching forward, forcing us to match her pace. We can't, said Margot impatiently. She wasn't looking at us but straight ahead. Don't you remember the post by Pharos 7921? No. We only have a certain amount of time per floor. If we aren't quick enough, the next staircase will disappear and we'll be trapped here. Fresh adrenaline shot through my veins as I thought about being trapped in this weird desert. Now that Margot mentioned it, I did remember Pharaoh's post and was annoyed at myself for forgetting. He hadn't specified exactly how long we had to find the next staircase, but he had been very clear that we needed to find it as soon as possible. You don't want to be there after the staircase disappears, he'd written. Margot's urgency instantly made total sense. As we trudged along, passing around the water bottle we had brought, I waited for something terrifying to happen. But nothing did. The road was strange, and the differently sized doors kind of creepy. But otherwise, it was just a desert devoid of any other life. Eventually, as incredible as it may sound to you, I became bored. I guess it's true that humans can get used to anything. The heat remained relentless, and I began to daydream about going to a nice, cool, air-conditioned mall. I imagined sitting at the food court directly under a vent with a giant smoothie in my hands. I was so lost in this daydream that when Jonathan tapped my shoulder, I flinched back as if he'd hit me. "Sorry," he said, "but do you hear that?" Actually, yes. Now that I was paying attention, I heard the strangest noise. We glanced back and saw that all the doors behind us rattled and vibrated, as if something was trying to get through them. By then, we were nearly at the road's end. We could see that the road led to a red wooden door. "Run," said Margot, her calm tone at odds with the fear in her eyes. We took off in a sprint. I hardly felt the heat anymore or the stones on the road that jabbed my feet. What stitch in my side? I was suddenly sure that I could run for hours. It's amazing what fear does. Along the stretch of road we hadn't crossed yet, the doors there began to rattle as well. The sound of knocking and meaty thuds filled the air. The doors trembled and shivered as if things on the other side were ramming their way through. The second to last door, right next to the red one that was our destination, began to buckle under the weight of whatever was pushing it as I watched. It splintered in half. "Go!" I screamed. Margot reached the door first. She slapped at the doorknob, trying to open it, and then rammed the door with her shoulder. Jonathan pushed his way forward and simply turned the doorknob counterclockwise. We all piled through the door as it opened, our hands clutching at each other. As before, Jonathan was first and I was last. Because I was last, and facing the still open door, I saw what broke through the door closest to us. Splinters flew through the air as the door finally gave away under the tremendous force battering it down. I saw them walk towards us as we backed down the staircase. They were beautiful, with shining white skin and hair. No, they were horrifying. Their faces were the faces of praying mantises. They opened their mouths to scream at us, and I saw two sets of jaws, both filled with sharp teeth made for rending and tearing flesh, and too big for their triangular faces. And then they were heart-stoppingly lovely again, with liquid, dough-like eyes. I blinked, reeling from all the different images. I looked yet again and saw that their corpse-pale bodies had been starved to thinness. I could count every single rib. They staggered towards us and held out their hands, beseeching. My mind began to buckle under the strain of trying to make sense of them. Their appearances flickered back and forth, lovely to ugly, monstrous to beautiful, over and over again. I somehow knew that if I didn't stop looking at them, I would go insane. But even with that knowledge, I couldn't tear my gaze away. My eyes burned, as if the very sight of them was cooking my eyeballs in their sockets. The last thing I saw before the red door slammed shut on us, leaving us in the blessed darkness, was that they had the arms and legs of giant spiders. They lunged at us, and the hooks on those limbs scratched frantically at the closed door. The sound of the angry buzzing faded the further down we walked. All three of us panted raggedly from our flight and from residual terror. We couldn't speak to one another though. Not on these steps. I wanted to tell Margot and Jonathan that we had made a terrible mistake in starting a game we couldn't quit. I wanted to say that I worried we wouldn't all make it out alive. 4 more staircases to go, I thought, and I was afraid. Staircase 2. As we walked down the second staircase, that same darkness full of lively birdsong surrounded us again. The birdsong sounded even more wildly out of place than before. I wanted badly to talk about what I had just seen. The shapes that had been so beautiful and horrible at the same time. But I couldn't say anything aloud while on the stairs. Not without breaking one of the rules of the staircase game. So to distract myself, I counted off the steps. It should have reassured me that the only thing I could hear was our ragged breathing. Instead, I kept thinking about the claws scratching at the door. Would we have enough time to run if they broke the door down? All too soon, we arrived at the end of the staircase. Jonathan pulled open the door ahead and we stepped out. Onto a moonlit beach. We stood at the edge of a vast ocean. Moonlight turned the waves black and they lapped at us, stealing the sand from under our feet. A salty wind swept over us, though instead of bringing the briny smell I expected, it brought something sweet and metallic instead. Wait, a horrible thought crossed my mind, one provoked by the familiarity of that scent. I bent down to inspect the ocean more closely and instantly knew that we did not stand in water. "Now can we talk about what's going on?" asked Jonathan. "I need to throw up," I replied, and stumbled away from the sea of blood around us. There were tall cliffs set further back on the beach. They reminded me of the white cliffs of Dover. Not just because of their beauty but because of the sense of history they held. These cliffs had stood here on the beach for 500 billion years already, and would continue to do so for another 500 billion years. No matter what else happened, staring at those cliffs, I somehow knew that great and terrible wars had been fought here. The blood of slain armies had stained the ocean red, transforming it into what it now was. After emptying my stomach of everything I had eaten for lunch, breakfast, and dinner from last night, I walked back just in time to see Margot and Jonathan arguing fiercely, practically shouting in each other's faces. "You need to get a grip," snapped Margot, as if Jonathan was a recalcitrant toddler. "We don't have time for your hysterics. I'm sorry I didn't tell you more about the game in advance. But we have to focus on finding the next staircase before we're stuck here." "It's more than that, Margot. What else aren't you telling us about this game?" I instinctively did what I always do. Act as the peacemaker between Margot and whoever she was arguing with. "Hey, stop fighting. We're all freaking out here. Let's take a deep breath and step back." As usual, everyone ignored me. Margot looked right past me at Jonathan and said frostily, "I've told you everything I know. Winning the game is how we get back home. So can we get on with this? Jonathan gave her a disgusted look. You love this. You love the fact that we're trapped in some kind of horror movie right now. You don't actually give a fuck about going home. If it was up to you, we'd stay here forever. Jonathan turned away and waded deeper into the sea. I hurried after him. Jonathan, wait, where are you going? There's a door over there. It must lead to the next staircase. Right? Said Jonathan bitterly, pointing at a seemingly empty patch of darkness. The waves hid what he pointed at, yet when I kept my eyes trained there, in between one wave and the next, I saw the gray door. It was half submerged, only the very top of it visible. Then it was gone again, obscured from view. I had no idea how Jonathan had even managed to spot it in the first place. The tide pulled me further away from the safety of the beach. Jonathan was tall enough that the water, or rather blood, only hit his thighs. Meanwhile, I was already chest deep in it. If I wanted to keep moving forward, I would have to swim, which I really didn't want to do. I imagined ducking my head under all that thick blood and being completely surrounded by it, feeling it pressed against my face like something alive. I took one tiny step further in and stopped. Against all logic, the blood felt warm against my skin instead of cold. That was better though, wasn't it? How much worse would it be to have to swim in cold or cooling blood? We've wasted enough time, said Margot, coming up to stand beside me. You know we're standing in blood, right? She dove in without a reply or any hesitation, though I saw her grimace as the blood washed over her. I don't think I can do this, I thought, but they were already more than 20 feet ahead of me. Apparently I was the only one who had a problem diving into a literal sea of blood. I took another tiny step forward, and this time a wave lifted me right off my feet and bowled me over. The current curled around me and tugged me forward like an impatient child. I swam, doing my best to not think about what I was swimming in. It was weirdly similar to swimming in water, so I concentrated on moving forward, slicing my arms through the blood and paddling my feet, and tried not to dwell on the taste of iron in my mouth. I really didn't want to get left behind. Something brushed my ankle. Seaweed? I scoffed at myself. What could live in a sea of blood? Then again, technically none of this was possible. The post said the staircases took us to different dimensions. What if the very laws of nature differed from dimension to dimension? What if the staircases took us to a place so different from our own world that the air itself was toxic to us? Or the gravity tripled and crushed us all into a pulp? Preoccupied with my thoughts, I hardly noticed when something brushed my feet again. And then what was unmistakably a hand closed around my ankles and started to drag me downwards. Stupidly, I opened my mouth to scream for help and of course blood filled it. I swallowed convulsively without thinking and gagged. Thank God I had already emptied the contents of my stomach, otherwise, if I had had anything else to throw up then, I would have. The blood closed over me and I couldn't see anything. I struggled to break free of the iron grip around my ankles, pummeling at whatever held my ankles. It let go of me. I swam up towards the distant moonlight, my lungs aching with the need to suck in great lungfuls of air. My head broke the surface right as I heard Margot yell, "Alex, where are you?" I could dimly see her and Jonathan treading water next to the half-hidden door. I spat out the blood from my mouth. "There's something in the water." A coughing fit interrupted me. It dragged me down. God, the taste of blood was awful. I swam towards them, still spitting out blood. Funny to think that I had been so concerned about grossing Jonathan out earlier. And now I looked like an extra from the set of Carrie. The only comfort I had was that, although they hadn't been dunked into the blood quite as thoroughly as me, neither Jonathan nor Margot had escaped entirely unscathed. Margot slid her hand along the door before uttering a triumphant cry and wrenching the door open. I expected the sea of blood to flow down the stairs, but some invisible barrier stopped it. The sea simply split around the open doorway. Only a few droplets of blood spattered down onto the steps leading into the darkness. I peered down. "What color is that?" "Gray," said Margot decisively. "And the staircase before that was red." I admired the fact that she'd had the presence of mind to note down the color of the last staircase while we'd been running for our very lives. Margot added, "This was easy. Sure, if the sight, smell, touch, and taste of blood doesn't make you puke non-stop. More to the point." I glanced at her sidelong and said resignedly, "Did you have to jinx it?" Right on cue. The sea started to ripple and churn around us. Frothy blood sprayed out into the night. As we watched, disembodied arms emerged from the depths and reached for us like sunflowers orienting themselves towards the sun. They were small, like the arms of children, but too thin to be anything human. All of them were white and somehow untouched by all that blood. Once more, I felt hands brushing against my feet. Cold fingers closed around my ankles. "Let's go," yelled Jonathan. "Move it." I reached out to Margot, and just as our hands clasped together, the arms below tugged on me in earnest, forcing my head back under the blood and wrenching my arm painfully in its socket. A brief tug of war ensued. Margot wouldn't let go, so the hands below began to pull her down with me. I wondered for a moment if I should simply let go of Margot's hand. I was the weak link here. After all, the hands held me and not my friends. But fear overrode my noble intentions. I didn't want to die, and especially not like this. My lungs filling with blood and my last sight the white cliffs staring down at me impassively. By some miracle, Jonathan pulled both of us through the doorway. 1 second, my hand slid inexorably out of Margot's, my fingernails leaving deep furrows in her skin as I tried to hang on. Next, my feet were on solid ground. It was strange being on the other side of the invisible barrier that stopped the sea. Occasionally, blood sprayed through and onto us. Not that it could do much worse. Our clothes, our hair, our skin, everything dripped blood and we left puddles behind us. It was going to be even worse when it dried. Jonathan took a deep breath ahead of me. I knew with sudden fear that he was going to speak. Useless knowledge, because there was no way for me to stop him. No way unless I broke one of the rules of the game myself and let go of Margot's hand. "Do you think," said Jonathan, and then he realized his mistake. He clapped his hand over his mouth as if he could stuff the words back down his throat. It was too late. Those 3 words echoed through the darkness and the birdsong abruptly stopped. As if someone had switched it off with a remote. I threw a quick glance over my shoulder to try and gauge how many more steps we had to go. The sight wasn't reassuring. Margot tugged on my hand urgently, and I picked up my pace to match hers. Even though this meant that I kept nearly slipping on the puddles of blood. Suddenly, a great wind buffeted us and we were forced to slow to a snail's pace. The wind kept trying to blow us back up the stairs. Hungry shrieks filled the darkness. By then, the flashlights from the backpack were in our hands. But none of them worked save for the one Jonathan held. The sea of blood had ruined nearly everything inside our backpack. Even that one flashlight sputtered in the darkness, on the verge of going out. Yet it cast enough light to reveal the birds high above us. The ones that had been chirping and singing. Except, they weren't birds. I caught a glimpse of something staring down at us with insane, hate-filled eyes. Human eyes, a human face, but it had the body of an enormous eagle. It spread its giant gray-brown wings, opened its mouth to reveal needle-sharp teeth, and screamed at us with a woman's voice. Other hungry cries filled the air. How had we ever mistaken that for birdsong? We scrambled down the steps as fast as we could, helping each other up whenever one of us fell. Jonathan dropped the flashlight and it didn't matter. We didn't need to see them to know that they were coming for us. I don't know who fell, Jonathan or Margot, but whoever it was brought all of us down. We tumbled down the stairs, thumping against one painful step after another. It was impossible to keep holding hands. I continued to fall head over heels until I smashed into the ground right beside Margot. I staggered up somehow, my ears ringing. I pulled Margot to her feet. Her eyes fluttered. She was only half conscious and would have slumped right back down to the ground if I hadn't caught her at the last second. Jonathan was sitting up already, holding his left hand out in front of himself. The fall had crumpled it into something broken and bleeding. Between the two of us, we managed to drag Margot with us as we limped to the door. I tugged on the handle, hearing the shrieks growing louder behind us. By now, the ringing in my ears had fully stopped and I could hear what sounded like words in the screams behind us. I pulled on the door handle with all my strength, praying that we weren't too late, praying that we wouldn't feel sharp talons digging into our unprotected backs. And then the door finally opened, and we stumbled through it from one horror to another. Staircase 3. The stench hit us first. The unmistakable aroma of blood, urine, feces, and rot. Bright sunlight illuminated it all in brutal detail. Corpses, stacked together in huge mounds so that they loomed over us and seemed to stretch into the sky endlessly. The bodies were naked, obscenely mutilated. Those that still had intact faces stared at us unseeingly with their cloudy eyes. It was as if some giant hand had carelessly thrown them to the ground. Yet there was a clear pathway between the bodies. It curved to the left and disappeared from our sight. The sky was black with crows. They flew in circles overhead or perched on the corpses they could reach. They cawed merrily to each other and us while they feasted on the dead. Some of them had gorged themselves full, yet they still kept pecking away, tearing away strips of rotting flesh. As I watched, one crow expertly peeled someone's face off, revealing the decaying muscles and fat just underneath. "It's my turn to throw up," said Jonathan. He instantly leaned over and vomited noisily. But I didn't feel disgusted. The sight was too much, too unreal. It was like seeing the pages of some illustrated storybook spread out before us. My mind simply could not comprehend it. If I didn't look at the faces of the corpses, I could pretend they weren't real. I could pretend that they were simply Halloween decorations. Yes, that seemed safe. There was no need to examine them any more closely or to think about how they must have died in pain and terror. Margot groaned. "Where are we?" She started to get up and froze. I cleared my throat. "I think it's some kind of maze." "A maze? Why?" I shrugged. "Uncomfortable. I don't know. The way the bodies are stacked. They're like the walls of the labyrinth." I trailed off. I was pretty sure that I was right. It was a labyrinth made of corpses, and the door to the next staircase would be at its center. I glanced at Jonathan. He looked exhausted. Under the sunlight, his hand was even worse than I'd thought. 3 fingers had been bent backwards or sideways into broken sticks, and they were beginning to swell. He tried to smile at me. "It's not as bad as it looks." It was exactly as bad as it looked. Maybe even worse. But if pretending otherwise helped him get through this, so much the better. Unlike everyone else, I'd been lucky enough to escape the fall with nothing more than a few bruises. Jonathan and Margot's injuries meant that we couldn't go as quickly as we should have, and we kept running into dead ends. I suppose we could have split up or tried to climb through the gaps in the rotting bodies. But by unspoken agreement, we stayed together. On the path, none of us said anything aloud. But we all knew we were running out of time. I watched the sun tread its path across the sky, leaving behind itself flames of blazing yellow, marigold, and pale pink. It was the most beautiful sunset I had ever seen. I couldn't appreciate it. Its indifferent beauty seemed to mock all the corpses strewn here. Just as the last of the sun dipped below the horizon, the corpses woke up. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Someone whispered my name. "Alexandra, Alexandra," in a deep guttural voice. I looked around to see who had spoken and stared straight at the corpse on my right. I couldn't help but take several steps back, my mind reeling in horror. It said in its broken voice, "They came from the sky. We asked them to come down, to help us. They rounded us all up and took us into their ships. They killed us, Alex." Another corpse turned its head towards me. The crows had eaten away its nose and lips, but it still had its eyes. They danced with silver fire as it said, "Alex, I watched my son die. They made me watch. They took my son apart, until he was nothing but lumps of flesh. And then they laughed, all around us." The corpses stirred, opened their mouths, and spoke. Most talked about the way that they had died. Others talked about their regrets, their mistakes, their loved ones. They all spoke at once so that it was nearly impossible to distinguish one voice from another. I could only catch disjointed words and phrases. Margot stood by the small mutilated body of a child, whereas Jonathan stared at a corpse that had only a head and torso left. I couldn't hear what the dead whispered to them, and I couldn't pretend that these bodies were just Halloween decorations anymore. If we didn't get out of here soon, I was going to lose my mind. I was about to go to my friends, to tell them that we had to leave right now, when another corpse spoke from beside me. "Margot is lying to you," it said. "What?" I moved closer. Scraps of flesh clung to its weathered skull, and it stared at me with empty, gaping eye sockets. I waited for it to say more, waited for countless more minutes until I realized that it had said all it would. I shook my head. It must have lied to me to keep me here longer. I ran over to Margot and had to physically drag her away from the dead child. My hand tight on her arm. "We need to go, Margot," I said through gritted teeth. Finally, she stopped struggling to get away from me and turned to give me confused eyes. She asked, "How long has it been?" and sounded close to crying. "I don't know," I replied. "Help me with Jonathan." It took the both of us to tug him away, and by then we were all out of breath and sweating. But we had to hurry. How much time had we lost listening to the dead? We scurried through the labyrinth frantically, trying to keep track of all its twists and turns, keenly aware that our time was running out. When we finally reached the center of the maze, we saw 3 blue doors floating there instead of one. "Well, fuck," said Jonathan, summarizing my own thoughts perfectly. "We'll have to try all of them." I marched forward and opened up the first door on the left. "The staircase in this one is yellow?" "Margot, is that one of the colors?" "No," said Margot. She made no move to inspect any of the doors herself, and I wondered what the corpse had said to her. Jonathan reached out with his uninjured hand to open another one. "This one's blue. So is this one," I said. "Let's try counting the steps." Both staircases had 100 steps. We both looked at Margot then, because she knew the game best. But she simply gazed back at us. Her face was pale and drawn. She looked like a child who had just seen the monster hiding under her bed. "Margot, come on," I said, trying to sound calm even though I felt anything but. "Do you have any idea which door to choose?" Margot shook her head. I don't know." Tears spilled out of her eyes. The doorknob shivered under my hand, and suddenly I was holding something soft and stretchy, as though the doorknob was turning into taffy. I looked across at the door across from Jonathan and saw that it was beginning to melt as well. "Okay, fuck this. We're going in," I said, arbitrarily picking the door closest to Jonathan. I strode over and flung it back open even as the doorknob dissolved in my hand, leaving behind a foul-smelling liquid. "Are you sure?" demanded Jonathan. "There's a 50% chance it's the right one," I said. We all went inside, and as the door slammed shut behind us, enclosing us in that now familiar darkness, I prayed that we hadn't chosen the wrong door. Staircase 4. We braced ourselves to be attacked again. Instead, the same lovely birdsong as before greeted us. We all relaxed an increment, our hands no longer clutching at each other quite so tightly. I couldn't relax all the way though, because now I knew that those things above us weren't actually birds, no matter how much they pretended to be. As we neared what seemed to be the end of the stairs, my heart began pounding an impromptu drum solo. If this staircase had less than 100 steps, or more, that meant I had chosen the wrong door. We could try to run back up the stairs if that was the case, though I didn't hold out much hope we'd make it. Going back upstairs meant breaking yet another rule of the staircase game, which in turn meant something else nasty trying to kill us. At any rate, I'd seen the other door melting, so even if we did make it back up in one piece and re-entered the labyrinth, there wouldn't be anywhere else to go. All I could do now was fervently pray that we were on the right staircase. 98, 99, 100. We came to a halt. I craned my neck over my shoulder to see that the steps had ended. We had chosen the right door after all. Thank God. If the game rules hadn't expressly forbade talking to each other while on the stairs, I probably would have celebrated our luck by cheering loudly. As it was, I wanted to collapse in relief. Scratch that. I wanted to collapse. Period. We're over halfway there, I thought, and tried to squash the hope that followed. I reminded myself that this game probably had tons more unpleasant surprises in store for us. Jonathan opened the door, and a bizarre sight greeted our eyes. We stood in a spacious room completely made of mirrors. The ceiling, the floor, the walls, every inch of it was covered with mirrors. A soft glow illuminated the room, though we couldn't see where it came from. We could, however, see the white wooden door set at the other end of the room. Like us, it produced infinite reflections. The entire room reminded me of the Infinity Mirror Rooms installation series by Kusama Yayoi. It had that same sense of space and time warping out of joint. Granted, compared to everything else we'd been through so far, walking across a room, albeit a large one covered in mirrors, was nothing. This is too easy, I muttered. I kept staring at the door, expecting it to vanish before my eyes. It stayed stubbornly solid and annoyingly ordinary, as if someone had happened to pluck it from a house in the suburbs and deposited it here. Jonathan said, "Agreed." There was a moment where we simply stood around waiting for something terrifying to appear. But the only things that moved in the room were our own reflections. It was the first time I'd seen myself since we'd started the game. And I finally realized that we all looked, well, horrible, itchy. Flaking dried blood covered us. Our hair and eyelashes were stiff with it. Our eyes and teeth showed very white against all that reddish-brown blood. If another human being happened to meet us right now, they'd probably run screaming in the opposite direction. I don't know why the thought struck me as so funny. Probably because one thing after another had been chasing us nearly non-stop for the past few hours, and I was near delirious with exhaustion. Once I started laughing, I couldn't stop. Jonathan got it. "Good thing no one else we know is here right now," he said, grinning back at me, even covered in blood. That lopsided smile of his was lovely. My dad would probably have a heart attack. At long last, we were able to sit down and rest for a few minutes. Thanks to the sea of blood, our flashlights, phones, and portable phone chargers were completely ruined. The water bottles and canned food were all right, though the backpack they'd been carried in would never be the same again. "You'd think," I said, while trying not to gulp down the canned peaches all at once. Someone who played the game before could have warned us that the blood would ruin nearly all our supplies, including the flashlights they told us to bring. Why not tell us to bring dry bags? Better yet, why not tell us to bring weapons? Jonathan was too busy wolfing down his own canned peaches to answer. But Margot finally spoke. "It's different for everyone." "What?" "The staircase game is different for everyone. You encounter different things and go to different places. It really depends on what you fear or what you want. The only thing that's the same across all of them is the darkness on the staircases." "And what's in the darkness?" We both eyed her with hard suspicion. But I was the one who asked. "How do you know that, Margot?" She heaved a deep sigh. "I talked to Pharos 7921 before we came here. His real name is Lucian Hammond and he's played the staircase game a few times now. Before I could respond, Jonathan said with an edge in his voice, "That would have been helpful to know. Oh, I don't know, at any previous point before we started playing this game. Is there anything else you want to share?" I added. Margot shook her head and clammed up again. Frankly, it was eerie to see her so silent and downcast. She'd been able to shrug off everything else so far. Now that we were no longer running for our lives, I personally was struggling not to dwell on the shapes that had broken through the doors in the desert. Although I didn't enjoy being stuck in a constant state of fear. At least then my brain was too occupied with surviving to focus on anything else. "We should get going," said Jonathan unenthusiastically. Yeah, neither of us made any effort to stand up. As the adrenaline receded, fatigue took its place, and my eyelids seemed to weigh 100 pounds. If I could have slept here, with solid reassurance that the door wouldn't disappear on us, I would have had zero trouble passing out on the cold, hard glass. It felt as though we'd been stuck in the game for decades already. Margot stood up and started walking over to the door. Because of course she did. It occurred to me then that Jonathan had been right. She was more focused on winning the game than going home. Her secrecy over what she knew about the staircase game, and her behavior recently, had crossed the line from stubborn straight into obsessive. She went to the door as though she didn't feel the hunger and exhaustion the rest of us felt, or even any pain from her fall down the stairs. Worried, I got up to follow her, only to see that all her reflections stood still, out of sync with her. One of them waved at me sardonically. I heard the sound of breaking glass, as if someone had accidentally dropped a stack of dishes on the floor, or shattered a mirror. Jonathan said from behind me, "Alex?" I turned around. For a full minute, I couldn't comprehend what had just happened. I looked up to Jonathan's smiling face and down to where his hand rested on my shoulder. It was the injured hand, the one he'd been cradling close to his chest while we ate our food. Except it was whole and perfect again. And then I looked at the shard of glass held in that hand. Roughly 6 inches long and 2 across. The shard he'd shoved all the way through my left shoulder. There was no pain. Not yet. I whispered, "Jonathan?" Some instinct made me look down at where his reflection should have been. And I saw another Jonathan staring up at us, trapped behind the glass. "My Jonathan!" He screamed something at me, but I couldn't hear what he said because the thick glass muffled his words. He started slamming his hands against the glass, leaving bloody smears on it as he tried to punch his way through. And then the other Jonathan pulled the shard back out of my shoulder, and that did hurt. It burned, and the pain cleared my head enough that I could think again. Blood spurted out of my wound as I pushed him away, or tried to. I couldn't move my left arm at all. It hung from my punctured shoulder, dead and useless. The other Jonathan evaded me easily and wrapped one hand into my hair so he could pull my neck back and dig the tip of the bloody shard into my throat. "Any last words?" he said, mockingly. I was hoping for a snappy comeback to come to mind. The best I could do was refuse to give him the satisfaction of begging for my life. I slammed my elbow into his stomach and heard him give a small oof sound. Then I twisted around and grabbed the shard from his slackening hand. I nearly succeeded in shoving it into his throat. Except by then one of my own reflections had risen out of the mirror behind me like an evil ghost. She forced my arm up and away from the other Jonathan, and then used her hold on me to throw me across the room. On one hand, she'd thrown me towards the door instead of away from it. On the other hand, I couldn't leave Jonathan behind. I scrambled to my feet, shaking my head to try and clear it of the gray spots dancing across my vision. I managed to take 2 steps towards where I could still see him trapped in the mirror. And then Margot yanked me backwards by my injured arm. Pain exploded through it, and I could barely hear her say, "Alex, we have to go. Jonathan's still here." I snarled at her. "We can still save him. Get him out." Even as I said it though, I knew it wasn't true. More of our reflections had stepped out of the reflections of the white doors in the mirrors. 10 other Jonathans, 10 other Margos, and 10 other Alexandras stood between us and Jonathan. And more were coming, an infinite number of them pushing their way out of the mirrors as if the mirrors were made of water and not glass. Those reflections already in the room started running towards us, their eyes burning bright with bloodlust. Margot dragged me backwards. "It's too late, we can't help Jonathan. We don't have a choice." "Yes, we do." I screamed the words so loudly that my throat ached. "Let go of me." She didn't. She dragged me away from the room and through the doorway, towards the final white staircase waiting for us. I watched our reflections stop chasing us. I watched them turn towards where Jonathan was still trapped. They converged on him, dropping down to put their faces right by the glass above him. And the very last thing I saw, before they completely surrounded him and the door slammed shut, was Jonathan staring at us with agonized, despairing eyes, still beating on the glass. Staircase 5. I immediately tore myself free from Margot and ran towards the door. Only rough wood met my fingertips. No doorknob. I tried to wrench it back open anyways, wrapping my fingers around the edges of the door and ignoring the sharp splinters. Right then, I didn't care about the staircase game or its dumb rules. I didn't even care about going home. What I cared about was Jonathan and the way he'd looked at us as we left him behind. And then the door began melting under my hands. No, 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 I thought. I tried to hold it in place. Like I thought the door would turn solid again if I could just make it stay still. Margot touched my shoulder and I shook her off violently, unable to even look at her. Part of me knew she'd probably been right, that there was no way we could have saved Jonathan. At least not without getting ourselves trapped behind the mirrors too. Yet a larger part of me seethed in rage. We could have at least tried. How could she have abandoned him like that? I don't know how long I spent in the darkness trying to get the rapidly disappearing door back open. I did everything I could think of. At one point, I ran to the other side of it and tried to open it from there, alternating between pushing and pulling. I even flung myself through it as it disappeared. That didn't work either. In the end, as the last of the door dissolved in front of my eyes, all I could do was stare at the empty space where it had been half a minute before. When Margot reached out to me, I didn't bat her hand away again. My mind was completely blank. I followed her obediently down the steps because I couldn't think of what else to do. Had I missed some obvious way to open the door? Was it completely impossible to reopen after it closed? Or had I simply not tried hard enough? Halfway down the stairs, I contemplated simply sitting down and refusing to move. Yet that wouldn't bring me any closer to saving Jonathan either. Eventually, I realized that my best bet was to make it through the next door. Maybe there would be more doors on the other side of it. Doors that connected back to the mirror room. So when Margot pulled open the door at the end of the staircase, I didn't try to dash back up the stairs again. I stepped through it without hesitation, and I had to shield my eyes from the warm sunlight that shone down on us. So bright it didn't seem real. As my vision adjusted, I saw that we stood in the center of a beautiful meadow, roughly the size of 2 football fields. Daffodils grew everywhere, nodding cheerfully at us, and the air smelled like spring, green and new, the scent of wet earth and growing things. It was spring here, and it would always be spring. I looked across the meadow and saw a black door, only one and no others beside it, on the riverbank closest to us. The river looked polluted. It was black as well, and it rushed around the whole meadow in a giant loop, enclosing us. The other riverbank, way past the door, was shrouded in a gray, nearly opaque mist. I couldn't make out anything on that riverbank except for a boat of some kind that sat at the very edge of the bank. A tiny, rickety boat that bobbed up and down in the furious current, one stiff breeze away from falling apart. I took a deep breath, the better to yell at Margot, and unexpectedly, contentment stole over me. It was the kind of contentment you feel when it's a cold winter night and you're safely ensconced at home with your loved ones. You're sitting in cozy armchairs beside the fireplace, a really good book in your hands, and you can hear the wind howling and furiously yanking at your windows. Knowing that it's absolutely awful outside only makes you more grateful to be warm and safe inside. That kind of contentment, if I stayed here, I would feel that contentment forever. No more arguments, no more worries, no more fear, ever again. I could let go of all my rage and self-loathing. It was incredibly tempting, and I most likely would have given in if Jonathan's face hadn't flashed across my mind right then. The peace didn't disappear entirely. It simply lessened enough for me to decide that it wasn't yet time for me to stay here. I turned to Margot, ready to shake the answers out of her if necessary. Luckily for her, I didn't have to. She saw the look on my face and said, "I can explain." I glared at her, fists clenched tightly by my side. "I'm waiting. The staircase game gives you whatever you want. That's what Lucian told me. What he didn't tell me is that the game needs a sacrifice before it gives you anything." She took a deep breath. I saw my sister back there. Alex. I saw her in the labyrinth. She told me that she died because of me. She started to cry again. I stared at her, my anger momentarily forgotten. "That's impossible. Margot, you were 3 years old when she died. She told me that I fell into the pool. That the reason she died was because she went in after me. She helped me get out, Alex, and she drowned in there all by herself." I wanted to tell Margot she must have heard a lie, but actually, it had a horrible ring of truth to it. I remembered the corpse telling me, "Margot is lying." It had been right. Unwillingly, I felt a moment's sympathy for Margot. Margot threw a pleading look at me. The whole reason I even wanted to play this game was to bring her back. I had to keep going. Don't you see? Her confession rendered me silent for a few minutes. And then my anger roared back to life and I said, "So you decided to sacrifice one of us?" How did you choose Jonathan? Or was it supposed to be me? No, said Margot quickly. I would never sacrifice you. So what? You didn't give a fuck about Jonathan? I chose you, Alex. I chose you and my sister. I shook my head. No, that's not true. You chose yourself. Like always. Suddenly, I was close to crying myself. Except my tears were born of rage. I had always known that Margot missed her sister. Just because she couldn't remember Marianne, that well didn't mean she loved her any less. Yet I had never thought Jonathan and I would have to pay for the cost of that love. How could she have lied to us? How could she possibly stand there, trying to justify herself as if she hadn't condemned Jonathan to being trapped in the game for the rest of his life? Tell me how to get back to the mirror room. I can save Jonathan without your help. I waited for her to respond, only to find her staring past me. I followed her gaze to see the dead walking towards us. They came out of the river. They started out as dark gray figures with indistinguishable features. And then the closer they got to us, the more clearly I could see them. Except they stayed pale and ghostly, like they were barely there. How did I know that they were dead? Because Marianne led the pack. She could have been Margot's twin. Only the slightest of differences set them apart. As if someone had set out to create two identical figurines. And his hand had slipped at the last second. They had the same build, the same heart-shaped face, and the same eyes. Except Marianne was taller and her hair wavy instead of straight. She was inexplicably older too. Our age, maybe, or the age she would have been if she'd lived. Margot ran to her. It was my turn to grab for her, to hold her still. She slipped through my grasp like water. I ran after her even though a tiny voice inside my head screamed at me to get out. To leave before it was too late. Even though I was still angry at Margot. Angry enough that I never wanted to see her again. I knew somehow that if I left her to the dead, they would do something unspeakable to her. And maybe she'd deserve it. But I didn't want to be the one to decide that. The dead stopped moving. They waited for us to come to them. Their eyes as dull and dusty as marbles. Margot finally slowed down when she reached Marianne. She stopped beside Marianne as if she couldn't believe her sister was finally here. I stopped as well. Still a good distance back from them. Margot, I called. Get away from them. It was like she couldn't hear me. Or maybe she simply didn't want to. She threw her arms around Marianne and hugged her tightly. Marianne didn't return the embrace. She was as lifeless and unmoving as a doll. Let's go, Marianne, Margot said. Let's get out of here. She tugged at her sister, and Marianne actually walked forward a couple of steps before stopping. Margot dropped her sister's hand as if it had burned her. I can't leave, said Marianne. Her voice was the eerie sound of branches scratching at your window late at night. Nothing human. Stay with us. I knew with instant clarity how the staircase game had interpreted Margot's wish. She'd probably thought, I want to see my sister again. And the game was fulfilling exactly that wish. Nothing more and nothing less. I also knew Margot well enough to predict her response. I screamed at her anyways. Even though it wouldn't make a difference. Don't, Margot. Don't. Margot didn't even spare me a glance. Instead, she kept staring at her sister. The agony plain on her face. She couldn't go back. She'd lied to herself every step of the way here. telling herself that her friends didn't need to know why she wanted to win the game or even what she would get if she won. She'd told herself that the game wouldn't affect us. And then when she found out that it did, and in the worst way possible, she'd tried to justify it all with simple math. One life was going in and one life was going back out. It wasn't really wrong to do this. If she went back home empty-handed, with Mary Ann still rotting in her grave and Jonathan worse than dead, that was as much as admitting that she'd made a mistake, that she'd majorly fucked up. And Margot never, ever, made mistakes. Margot licked her lips nervously and gave a single nod. And the dead tore her apart. They reached out with terribly strong hands and they tore off her limbs, her head, and they dug their hands into all that meat. They ripped her open the way you tear apart the wrapping paper of your Christmas present. She didn't even have time to scream. They sprayed her blood and stray teeth into the air, and then they scooped up handfuls of viscera and stuffed it into their mouths, smacking their lips in enjoyment. It was like watching a swarm of beetles and maggots and rats devouring a dead deer. They ate like they'd been starving for 100 years. 1,000. As they ate her, the color returned to their faces and bodies. They looked alive again. And then one of them looked up to see me still standing there, frozen by sheer horror. They all turned as one to stare at me, like the many heads of one creature, with drooling jaws and vacant eyes. I took that as a sign to start running. I sprinted past them towards the door on the riverbank, to keep the exhaustion at bay. I made myself think about what I'd just seen, the red ruin that Margot had become in a matter of seconds, and told myself that I couldn't die like that. I ran without having any idea if they were still eating her or if they'd started running after me. I couldn't hear anything over the sound of my own breathing. The black wooden door grew closer and closer, until it loomed over me, impossibly tall. I could hear them now, their feet slapping down on the ground as they tried to reach me before I escaped. I imagined their hands grasping for any part of me, my hair or my clothes or my useless left arm. I opened the door and tumbled through without really seeing what was on the other side. Immediately, I scrambled up to check whether any of them had followed me through the open door, their hands outstretched into claws and their red mouths gaping. There was nothing there, no door. Just an empty street, an ordinary, empty street that I had walked along many times before, on my way to school or Margot's house. Everywhere I turned, I saw normal shops, normal houses and apartments, normal cars and bikes, normal people going about their everyday lives, laughing or talking loudly. There wasn't a single staircase in sight. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I survived the staircase game. Any sane person would be grateful to simply still be alive. And I am grateful. I am. When we'd first started the game, we'd been so sure of ourselves, so certain that the game would turn out to be either a hoax or completely harmless. We thought we were invincible. We were wrong. No time had passed at all since we'd first entered the game and I came back out, the only survivor. I didn't bother attending my college orientation or any of the classes I'd signed up for a month ago. Instead, I focused on trying to learn more about the staircase game. Yet no matter how hard or how often I scoured the internet and various paranormal discussion forums, I only ever got the same posts I'd already reread 100 times. At one point, I became so frustrated that I reached out to Lucian, Pharos 7921. Even though I suspected he'd been the one to dangle Marianne in front of Margot like a carrot. I responded to all his old posts. Sent countless private messages to him, all with no response. Either he's ignoring me or he's somewhere where there's no phone service and no Wi-Fi. I wonder if he's playing the game again. And if so, who he's playing it with. The truth is, guilt and self-loathing eat at me every day and every hour. Every minute, and every second of every day. Each night I go to sleep, I'm back in the game. Watching Jonathan scream at me from behind the mirrors or Margot torn apart. I keep wondering why I was the one who survived. I replay everything that happened during the game over and over again. Analyzing each moment to see if I could have done something, anything, differently. If there was really any logic to the way the world worked. Then I should have been the one who lost the game. Not Jonathan and Margot. Was it really through pure chance? Pure luck that I survived? Which brings me to today. I woke up this morning realizing that there's only one thing left to do. I have to play the staircase game again. You probably think I'm crazy. But I want to, need to, rescue Jonathan. In my dreams, his reflections are hunting him down as he wanders the cold and colorless world behind the mirrors. I need him to know that despite what it looked like, I didn't give up on him. I haven't given up on him. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to sacrifice anyone for Jonathan, no matter how much I love him. Unlike Margot, I'm not selfish enough to think that trading one person's life for another's is a fair trade. And even if I did, I wouldn't lie to myself. I wouldn't pretend that I was doing the right thing, or that I had no choice about doing it. That's why I wrote this post. If you've read all of this and believe me, then you know everything that I do about the game. I'm searching for someone who understands the risks. Someone who's brave enough and curious enough to play anyways. Maybe someone who's so unhappy here that they'd jump at the chance to explore another world. Or someone who wants to study the game, run experiments on it and make new scientific discoveries. Or maybe someone who's survived similar supernatural games before. Someone who's always believed in the paranormal and who knows how dangerous a simple game can be. If that sounds like you, please reach out to me. You and I can play the staircase game together. Story. I was a park ranger in a fire watchtower, but I was the one being watched. When I was in my 20s, I took a job as a park ranger at a state park. It was the perfect job for me at the time. I love working outdoors. Every day presented new challenges, and I got to work alone. On days when I could get my work done early, I would find a beautiful spot somewhere in the park and read or listen to music. It was therapeutic. I had just gone through a tough year. School kicked my ass. And I had just broken up with my long-term girlfriend. I needed an escape, and the park provided it. While working during the day was amazing, the night shift at the park wasn't as relaxing. Do you know how uncomfortable the night can make even the most comfortable spaces in your house feel? Well, the pitch black of Mother Nature is like that feeling on steroids. The absolute worst place to sit during a night shift was the North End Watchtower. Everyone who worked there called it the Sentinel, because it was massive and looked out across the whole of the forest that made up the park. It was tall, just over 100 feet above the ground, and made of old pine that seemed to retain the scent as if it had just been cut the day before. It was basically like a little cabin on top of really tall stilts. However, inside wasn't exactly like a luxury box. The wall that faced the forest was one large window that gave pretty breathtaking views but was also really good at giving you feelings of vertigo. Inside, there was relatively meager furniture. There were just 2 chairs, one for sitting in good weather and one insulated one for bad weather, an old desk. A single bare light bulb overhead, and a small fan to help keep you cool. I always brought something to read or write because the night watch in the tower is dull as hell. It was quite a hike, too. It took about 10 minutes or so to walk the 10 stories. When you had to do it in the dark at night, it tended to take a little longer. Each story you climbed disappeared into the darkness below you. It could be a bit unsettling. Once you're on top of the tower, your job for that shift is to basically look for fires or anything else out of the ordinary. When there was a full moon, you could see so much of the woods. But when there was a new moon or cloudy, you couldn't see a goddamn thing. If it wasn't for the bare light bulb in the cabin, you couldn't see anything. Typically, you keep in touch with people on the walkie and just idle away the hours. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I never dozed off for a while. But if you had come to visit me some nights, I might have had sleep creases on my face. Most nights, when I was in the Sentinel, I brought a book and read or a journal to write in. Basically, occupy my mind for the shift and ignore the dark. Rangers, especially older ones, love to tell stories about the weird shit they've seen over the years. People tend to think of parks as safe zones where the most deadly thing that can happen is an animal attack. And, yes, while animal attacks do occur, most of the violence comes from people. Campers, drunk, will get into fights or fall into fire pits, or get lost on their way to the bathroom. Drifters will sneak into the park and stay in unoccupied cabins or buildings. I cannot tell you the number of times I've walked into squatters chilling in a distant ranger cabin and have had to evict them. But one thing no one outside the world of park rangers likes to talk about is that parks, especially at night, tend to be a haven for criminals. I know it sounds crazy at the outset, but it happens. Murders, rapes, drug activity, you name it. It happens. I was lucky to never deal with any of the more heavy stuff, a few times. We found drugs to be sold or a small patch of marijuana growing in the woods, but nothing horrifying. But if you've put your time in at a park, eventually, you'll run across something that will haunt your dreams. Not too far from where our park was, there was a correctional facility. It wasn't Alcatraz or anything that high security, but the people there were serious criminals. It was a distance away, on clear nights. You could barely make out the lights from the yard along the horizon, but it loomed large in your imagination. Your rational brain knew that any criminal could have to brave the dangerous forest in pitch black before they ran into you. But a tiny flicker of light kept a corner of your brain illuminated. It could happen. It won't, but it could. It was near the end of summer, and some of the staff had already split for the year. I was on for a few more weeks, but I was going to get night duty for most of those days since I was lowest on the totem pole. Worse, I would be on sentinel duty those nights. I know having the least amount of seniority was the main reason. But I know that my boss and a few older rangers play poker those nights as well. Since I had no money or skills, I was sent up into the tower. As the sun was starting to set, I walked into the central station at the park entrance. A few rangers were milling about, shooting the shit. The day shift was relaying night shift things they should be aware of. That kind of stuff. It mainly was nothing. Not a ton of campers in the park this time of year. Just a few sightings of bears nearby. Someone also swears they saw a bobcat but wasn't sure. But then someone walked into the station and the tenor of the night shifted. "Excuse me," a woman about 40 said in an overly polite way. She was dressed in leggings. And my guess was she was here to walk the trails. My boss, and want to be Casanova. Jonesy noticed the outfit and lack of a wedding ring and shot her his 10-cent smile. "Welcome to ______ State Park. How can I help you today?" he said, his words dripping with saccharin. Hi," she said, a little taken aback. "I wanted to report something. Well, maybe report is a bit extreme. But just make you aware of something I saw out on the trails." "Sure, what did you see?" She shifted her weight, a little uneasy. "It seemed, I clocked it and thought it was a little unusual. Sometimes when people see a bear or a bobcat, two things that had been spotted recently, they might have their adrenaline pumping and be a bit jittery. But this wasn't that. It sounds crazy. But, I think I saw something stalking me out in the woods. I'm sorry to hear that. Probably gave you a bit of a spook." Jonesy said, "We've had a few bear and bobcat sightings lately." "No," she said definitively. "It wasn't a bear or a cat. I think it was a person." "What trail?" "Sandalwood Loop B, I think it's called. That's not that far from a few campgrounds and fishing cabins." They didn't look like a camper. Everyone in the cabin had stopped talking and turned their attention to the woman. She noticed, and you could see the red rush to her cheeks. "What did they look like?" They looked shadowy," she said, "like they were afraid of the sun or something." "And they were following you?" "I caught something in the corner of my eye around the last turn of the loop. I stopped and pretended to stretch, and I saw something in the woods just off the trail. They were hiding behind a tree, eyeballing me." "Jesus," Jonesy said, "I'm sorry that happened to you." "Thank you," she said, her voice going soft. They followed me until I nearly got to the end of the loop. I started running then and lost sight of them." Jonesy turned back to two of the older rangers and told them to hop in a gator cart and check out the woods for anything. He told them to keep their walkies on and take a sidearm just in case. They left in a flash, and Jonesy turned his attention to the woman. "Can you tell me anything that might help? Did they have any kind of identifiable clothes? Did they speak to you?" "Did they?" she interrupted. "They made noises." "Noises?" Jonesy asked, slightly confused. "Yes, a few. They made a kind of a chittering noise. And a faint, yelling kind of sound. Possibly cicadas." Another older ranger said, "A group of them can scare the fur off a cat. Maybe. I dunno. They also whistled, but not like they were whistling at me. It's like they were trying to blend in with nature." "Can you describe the noise?" "She whistled something that I knew right away. That sounds like a wood thrush." "How do you know that?" Jonesy said, not being able to help himself. "My grandpa was an avid birder." He turned his attention back to the woman. Did you want to file a police report or? No, 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 she said quickly. I don't even have that much information. I just was scared and wanted to let you know just in case. Are you sure? Yes, she said. I don't think anyone else was on the trail after me. But I didn't feel right not telling you. I'm so sorry that happened to you here. The park is supposed to be a place to relax. She laughed nervously. Jonesy shot her a calming smile. Here's my card, he said, handing her one. If you change your mind, please call me. She pocketed it and nodded. She turned to leave and then stopped. She turned back and, after a brief pause, said something else that was weird. I saw this thing on both sides of the trail. He crossed behind you? I didn't notice him doing that. But he must have because I saw him on both sides. Unless there was more than one of them. I said, instantly regretting it. Jonesy turned and gave me a, Jesus dude, look. And I clammed up. Do you need someone to escort you to your car? Ma'am? No, I'm right out there. Thanks. Though, she said as she walked out the door. We heard her motor away a few moments later. Sorry, I said before Jonesy could say anything. He sighed. No worries. Just don't go freaking out guests. We need people like her to come back. People like her to come back. Right? Was I too obvious? Jonesy said with a smile. What do you think she saw? I asked. A Wendigo. One of the other rangers said. And everyone laughed, having read about Wendigos and skinwalkers in a mythology class. I didn't find it so amusing. Might have been her eyes playing tricks on her. If someone is out there, those two will find them. They're good at tracking, and whatever is out there couldn't have gotten too far. Great night to be up in the tower, I said with a smirk. That's probably the safest place to be. Jonesy said, no one climbs 10 stories if they don't have to. I hung around for about another half hour or so to see what came of the trackers. They came back and said there wasn't anything around the Sandalwood Loop, no footprints of anything they saw. Granted, the leaves had started to fall, so it was hard to see anything on the ground, but I trusted their tracking skills. Not going to lie, even with the guys coming back empty-handed, I was still a bit nervous about the shift. Jonesy was right, though. No one climbs stairs unless they have to. This is still America. After all, laziness always wins. Also, there was nothing in the cabin above the trees except me. A book, and a journal. Nothing worth making the journey. As the sun slid behind the horizon, I started my trek to the Sentinel. When I got to the platform at the bottom, something caught my eye. The tower base is lousy, with stickers, tags, and names carved into the pine. Usually, it's Joe plus Jane for Eva, or something along those lines. But what had been freshly cut was a bit different. It was a pair of eyes. Had the earlier events not happened, I probably wouldn't have even noticed the eyes. I chalked it up to my mind, already being primed to see some spooky shit. I assumed it had been some kids earlier or one of the older rangers looking to give me a scare. Whatever it was, I did a quick glance around me before I started up the stairs. From the vantage point high above the trees, you can see storms come rolling in. Tonight was no exception. It was a waning crescent moon tonight, so it would be a bit dark. But those rain clouds made it pitch black. The only natural light I would see would be the occasional burst of lightning inside the clouds. The wind had picked up too, You can tell because there is a slight shift in the tower when the winds gust. Not a lot, but just enough to notice. You get used to it. But when it first hits, it can be a bit jarring. There were a few wind gusts, but I settled in for the evening and stopped noticing. About an hour later, my walkie crackled to life. "How's the view?" It was Jonesy. "Great," I said. "We're about to do a pass around the park. Wanted to give you a heads up." I leaned forward in my chair and glanced through the window towards the base. I saw Jonesy and a few other rangers getting into their gator carts to head out. Their headlights were bright, but only because there was literally no other light down there. The beams themselves only saw a few feet in front of you. "Thanks. You guys need me to scout anything for you?" "No, we'll be fine. But, hey, if you see any wendigos, let me know." "Huh? Funny," I said. "If you hear any thrushes singing, run. Those boys should all be in bed by now." "I'll keep that in mind. Be back in a half hour. 40 minutes tops. Over and out," I said, and I placed down my walkie and watched those tiny ants drive off into the woods and out of sight. I kicked back in my chair and started reading again. That's when I heard a board creak. At first, my mind assumed it was probably just the wind pushing the tower. It can cause a creaking sound in the tower. But my brain pushed away the fog of rationality, and a more terrible thought became clear. What if someone was outside the door? I would have heard them walking up the stairs, right? I looked around for anything I could use as a weapon, outside of smashing my walkie or flashlight into this potential person's head. There wasn't much. If I did need to escape, light and communication would probably be a good thing to have. Didn't want to go and break essential equipment. I grabbed my walkie and pressed the button. "Jonesy," I said, trying to sound confident. "Jonesy, you out there?" I knew there was a chance he might be out of range. Sometimes these walkies can be wonky in the forest, and I was praying he would respond. But the longer I heard the static, the less hope I had he could hear me. "Jonesy, just curious if you guys had circled back this way." Finally, "Yeah, Ned forgot his light, and we came back, but we're heading out now." "Okay," I said. "Hey, odd question, but did anyone come up to the Sentinel by chance?" "Just you," he said, and then added, "Why? Thought I heard a board creak. It's breezy tonight, storm coming in, probably just the wind, or the Wendigo," he said, chuckling to himself. "Have fun," I said, ending the conversation. I put my walkie back down and stared at the door that leads to the stairs. The odds that someone would have walked up here to put a scare in me was remote. Like Jonesy said earlier, no one walks 10 stories unless they have to. But what if the woman from earlier had seen someone, or a group, and they were looking for a place to hide out? Would the Sentinel be a good choice? Maybe. I don't know how the criminal mind works. Regardless, for my own sanity, I would have to swing that door open and see if anything was there. It was probably nothing, but I needed to be sure. If not, the rest of my shift was going to be miserable. I quietly walked across the cabin to the door and grabbed the handle. I counted down from 3 in my head and swung the door open. There was nothing there. In the distance, a flash of lightning crashed, and thunder rolled, but no person was standing there. I sighed and then stepped out onto the landing. You could really feel the breeze up here now. That storm was moving in quickly. You could smell the rain coming. The earthy scent that the raindrops stir up was all around me. Even though I was sure no one was outside the cabin, I wanted to check out the stairs just in case. I walked over to the stairs and stared down. In the darkness, the stories below me just merged with the night. I couldn't see anything. I pulled out my flashlight and shone the beam down the stairs to the next landing. The flashlights we had were decent but not ideal. Cops got 1000 lumen flashlights to shine in your eyes when they pull you over. And we were lucky to get half that. It's not like we'd need adequate lights working in the pitch black or anything. I walked down to the first landing and glanced around. Nothing seemed out of place. I flashed my light down to the next landing, and something caught my eye. The light reflected off of something on the stairs. Not unlike a toddler, I made my way to the shiny object. I was a little surprised to find a small piece of reflective strip on the stairs. I didn't remember seeing it on the way up. I would have picked it up to throw it away. It looked like it had been ripped off of a jacket or uniform or something. But how did this get here? The wind might have blown this up from a campsite. But that felt wrong. It was. I turned to climb back up to the cabin when I froze. On the railing, someone had carved another set of eyes. I didn't move. I stood there as my brain tried to piece together an excuse that made sense. But it was failing, even when I started to feel the patter of rain on my face. I didn't move. What the hell was going on? Fearing that someone might be looking at me, I clicked off my flashlight. I know I said earlier that I didn't want to waste essential tools. But, at this point, I was ready to brain someone until the damn thing broke. The rain started to come down a bit harder, which helped to break me from my fugue state. I was about to start back up towards the cabin when I heard the floorboards above me squeak. There was a crash of thunder nearby, and it barely registered in my mind. I was so tuned into the symphony of pine stairs that a bomb could have blown off near me. And I'd miss it. After what felt like 17 hours. I hadn't heard anything else. I relaxed a little bit. It was probably nothing. My mind was overactive, and I was stringing together disparate events into a cohesive narrative to scare myself. I was sure that was it. Then I heard something drag across the pine above me. It sounded like someone was gouging out the wood. I didn't know what to do. My legs felt like jello. I wanted to go streaming down the stairs, but I was afraid I would make too much noise. Plus, the idea of running down 8 stories of now wet steps didn't sound ideal. I slowly started making my way towards the stairs heading down when the gouging noises above me stopped. After a slight pause, I heard footsteps head towards the door of the cabin. Someone was up there. I was sure of it. What they wanted to do? Well, I didn't want to think about that. I slowly started down the stairs, careful to not let any of them squeak underneath me. I kept my flashlight off and just descended into the darkness. I reached for where my walkie should be and cursed to myself when I realized I had left it up there. As if on cue, I heard the cabin door swing back open and heard an object crashing through the trees towards the ground. As it passed me, I heard the familiar static of the walkie. Whatever was in the cabin had just tossed my only lifeline to the outside world. Well, fuck, that wasn't good. I hastened my trip down the stairs. As I rounded the landing for the 6th story, I suddenly heard the familiar call of a wood thrush 3 landings below me. Only, the thrushes were gone at this time of night. This was a person. He made the noise again, and it clicked as to why they would give their position up. He was signaling to the person above me. He was letting him know where I was. One above, one below. I was trapped. Above me, I heard someone start down the steps. They moved slow and steady. Deliberate. Whoever was up there was coming down to me, and I had nowhere to go. I thought about jumping down and trying to grab a branch on the way, but knew that would end poorly for me in the best of scenarios and deadly in the worst. They rounded the second story down. I was running out of time for a plan. I could run down the stairs and try to bull rush whoever was down there. But the rain was coming down harder now, and we could slip and fall off the tower. The only thing I had going for me was the darkness. I had the only light, and outside of the occasional lightning flash, it was dark as hell. It would cloak me if I could find a spot to hide. As he rounded the landing above me, I made a decision that, looking back, was one of the wildest things I've ever done in my life. I wake up some nights gasping for breath because I dreamed about doing this. The instinct to survive is so deeply ingrained into our animal brain that I suppressed all the fear I would usually have and just acted. As quietly as I could, I climbed over the handrail on the landing and hung off the side of the stairs. My feet felt for the handrail on the landing below me to help steady me. But my toes just grazed against the wood. I couldn't reach them. My arms started burning as they held my weight. I clawed into the wood with my hands, hoping my nails digging into the pine would counteract my wet palms. I closed my eyes, partially to shut out the pain in my arms and partly because I was afraid the whites of my eyes would get noticed. I heard the footsteps turn the corner and start to come down the stairs right next to me. I held my breath. My arms were burning, and I was so afraid I would lose my grip. The person took the steps one at a time, slow as possible. They were looking for me on the landing but didn't see me. Suddenly, whatever it was started chittering into the darkness. A few seconds later, the wood thrush called back. The footsteps stopped coming down the stairs and started going back up. No. In a flash, a solution came to me. I used my right foot to kick off my left boot. Suddenly, I was glad I didn't take Jonesy's advice to keep the laces as tight as a drum. I kicked my boot onto the landing below me, and they landed with a heavy crash. The footsteps stopped going up the stairs. I freed my other boot, and it crashed down next to their partner on the landing. It sounded like I was down there. The footsteps walked right past me, heading down quickly to surprise me on the landing below. As soon as they rounded the corner, I called upon all the strength in my body and quickly pulled myself back up over the railing. I landed with a thud which gave away the ghost. I popped up and dashed up the stairs to the top of the cabin. I knew they'd be right behind me, so I didn't hesitate. In seconds I was at the top of the stairs and outside the cabin door. I was met with another pair of eyes carved into the wood. They stared back at me, watching and waiting to see what I was going to do next. I dashed into the cabin and leaned against the door to brace against anyone trying to burst in. I knew two people, at least I hoped they were people, were coming. And they were going to not stop until they got into the cabin. Another bolt of lightning flashed nearby, and the ensuing thunder shook the tower. Things were close. I glanced up and noticed that someone had carved another set of eyes staring at me just above the window. Only this time, they left a message with the picture. "You watch us. But who's watching you?" I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I swallowed hard as I heard 2 sets of footprints reach the top of the landing. Sure enough, they charged into the door, pushing it open slightly. I braced hard against the door and started yelling. Just the most primal screaming I've ever done. They kept thumping the door. WHOOMP. 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 Each thrust pushed the door open a bit more and a bit more. I was struggling to hold out against them. I was tired, and my socks were slipping on the wood. It was only a matter of time until they burst through. I thought about my life. I thought about my parents, my friends, all the things I'd never get to do. Then the hair on my arms started to stand on end. Then my leg hair. Then my hair started to rise. Only, it wasn't fear that was causing this. It was something much more primal, much more natural, much more powerful. I dashed across the room and sat on the insulated stool, a beat-up wooden seat with glass legs, and held my feet up. As the door burst open, I saw 2 sets of eyes staring at me. The 2 faces grinned, and the cabin light reflected off the blade of a knife. I screamed as everything went white, and what sounded like the sky splitting in 2 erupted around us. Lightning had struck the tower. I was safe. Glass and wood are shitty conductors, but the 2 men who were standing in a puddle weren't as lucky. The blast had shocked them and sent them tumbling down the side of the tower. When I opened my eyes, I could see the burn marks across the pine and smell the fire that had been started. Without giving anything a second thought, I dashed out of the door, careful not to catch myself on fire, and ran down the stairs of the Sentinel. It may take 10 minutes to climb up, but it took me about 2 minutes to get down. As soon as I hit the bottom landing, I saw the lights of the gator carts pull up. I collapsed on the ground as Jonesy and the other rangers rushed over to me. I glanced up and saw his face, and I started to sob. Above him, the flames licked and ate away the tower floor by floor. It would burn for over an hour. I later learned that the 2 men killed by the lightning were escaped convicts from the jail. Both of them had beat up a guard, grabbed their clothes, and headed out into the woods 3 days earlier. The escape had been kept quiet because they didn't want to spook anyone and thought they'd track them down in the woods sooner rather than later. Why scare people if you didn't have to? Also, fuck that noise. They both had been convicted of murder. And, I swear to God, this is what the police told me. The criminals had ill intent for me. I told the officers I had gathered that. Thinking back, they probably watched me climb up the tower later and saw an easy target. When I had first heard the floorboard squeak outside the door, the criminal that had followed me up made a quick decision to climb up onto the roof of the cabin to prevent me from seeing him until he was ready. I probably didn't hear anything on the roof because of the fan and the rain. I think about what he could have done to me had he caught me by surprise. Jumping down from the roof and shudder. At best, I'd be stabbed by a madman. At worst, I'd tumble 10 stories to my death, either way. Not a great thing to linger on during idle hours. That was my last day as a ranger. I was due back to school in a few weeks, and I needed time to calm my nerves. Everyone understood. They even paid me out for the week. which was nice. I also took a small part of the Sentinel as a memento of the ordeal. Every time I look at the piece of wood I took from the tower, I wasn't reminded of what could have happened to me, but instead of what I did to survive. Someone was watching me that night, but it wasn't just the criminals. It was nature herself. Story: the worst family photo. It was the best vacation our family ever took, if you forget about the dead girl floating in the river. She's hard to forget, even after all these years. Wrapped in her puffy pink raincoat, bobbing gently up and down with the light ripples of the water. She appeared from a distance to be no older than 12. In truth, she was 16. Is there much of a difference? The bridge stretched over a river of middling size, and was probably less than 80 feet high. We hadn't planned to stop and take pictures there. We were in danger of being late to the ball game, Caleb's first. We told the kids that we parked our car across the bridge, over a mile from the stadium, so that we could eat at a semi-famous burger joint in the area. In reality, we did it so we wouldn't have to pay the outrageous stadium parking fee. Regardless, with full bellies, we had just begun our walk to the park, and were totally content. Earlier in the day, when the clouds had been threatening and the air was heavy with that pre-downpour restlessness, I'd feared a rain out. Caleb would have been crushed. But the clouds had amounted to nothing more than a light drizzle. And now, the sun was beginning to poke through in places. It was a good thing, too. The damn ball game had been the whole reason to take a vacation in the first place. I suppose the story really starts 2 years earlier, at Caleb's Little League tryouts. Jade and I thought it was important that our kids be involved in team sports. I, growing up, hadn't been. A fact which I often felt a bit sad about. When Caleb turned 9, we arrived at baseball not out of any great love for the game, but rather a dearth of options. Caleb was too short for basketball, and Jade wouldn't hear of her boy catching brain damage on a football field. In the weeks leading up to the tryouts, I'd had my younger brother teach Caleb the basics. How to swing a bat, throw a ball. I watched the two of them practicing in the backyard from our old kitchen window, having no clue whether or not the kid was any good. But he looked like he was having fun. And wasn't that what mattered? Anyway, I wasn't expecting him to be a superstar. I just hoped he wouldn't embarrass himself at tryouts. He didn't. In fact, when I picked him up that day, he seemed to think he had a shot at making the minor 2S. There were 3 leagues for kids his age to play in, determined by talent level: the minor 1S, the minor 2s, and the majors. We'd anticipated, of course, that in his first year he would play in the minor 1S, with a chance to move up as the years progressed. We were shocked beyond speaking the night he got the phone call from one of the league's head coaches. He'd made the majors. The coach told Caleb that he'd drafted him because even though our boy wasn't the biggest or most talented kid on the field, he played with heart and hustle and grit, just like a certain big league ballplayer. So that was how, on that overcast summer morning, we found ourselves on the bridge. I strolled along the gravelly sidewalk, fingers intertwined with Jade's. Caleb walked, skipped, almost, just ahead of us, a hat cocked on his head and the name of his childhood hero stretched across the top of his back. His little sister, Abra, strode near him, struggling with a yo-yo we bought her that morning. Everything was so picturesque, and the tall trees flanking the river so beautiful, that Jade stopped the family to take a photo. That was where our perfect vacation stopped being perfect. Abra whined. She hated taking pictures. The lighting's perfect right now, my dear, Jade responded patiently. And if there's one thing I hope you learn from your mother, it's that you never waste perfect lighting. She pulled the family camera from a pocket I didn't even know her jacket had, and angled it carefully on the concrete railing of the bridge, which stood less than 5 feet high. In the present day, our story might have played out much differently. But when our children were young, we owned no smartphones or even digital cameras. There were no such devices to own. This family camera used rolls of film, and Jade had stocked up on those before the vacation. She'd get them all developed at Walmart's photo center when we made it back home. Once the camera was propped up just so, Jade set the timer and hurried over to take her place next to me in the family lineup. The picture snapped. Jade ran back to set the timer again, in case someone had blinked, of course, and rushed back once more to her family. Artificially wide smiles stamped on each face. The camera snapped a second time. Moments later, a strange sound floated through the air, a cross between a splash and a dull thud. Nobody thought much of it. The sound wasn't even that noticeable above the flow of the river, until a woman's desperate wail rang out behind us. We all whirled around at once, some 100 yards away, partially concealed by the light rise and fall of the bridge's middle. A woman was clawing her fingernails into her face. She stared, horror-struck, over the edge of the bridge, a sobbing shriek on her lips, her expression utterly grotesque. I didn't know what had happened, but I knew I wanted my children far away from the situation. I gave the tickets to my wife, keeping one for myself, and told her I would meet the 3 of them at the stadium. For now, I said, I'll see if this woman needs help. We set off on our separate paths. But then 2 jigsaw pieces came together in my mind. Jade? I said. My wife turned. Don't let the kids look down there. As far as I know, the kids didn't look down there. It's a good thing, too. The sight has never left me. When I approached the hysterical woman on the bridge, an important-looking man in a smart business suit had already reached her from the other side. He was peering over the chest-high barrier, all that stood between passers-by and a deadly fall. Said the man, a bit more matter-of-factly than the situation called for. Dreadful. If the woman was bothered by his aloofness, or if she even noticed it, she didn't let on. She was now sitting on the pavement, arms wrapped tightly around her knees, rocking back and forth and sobbing and repeating the word, Natalie, over and over. Blood speckled her cheeks from where she had scratched herself. The man pulled from beneath his suitcoat pocket a cellular phone which, impressive though it was at the time, would have been considered comically huge just 5 years later. He pressed 3 digits on it and began to speak to the emergency operator, his voice carrying over the sobs of the woman near my feet. I remember thinking, with some righteousness, that I just couldn't see the appeal in a cellular phone. Imagine people being able to get a hold of you whenever they wanted. I closed my eyes, knowing full well what I'd see. I opened them seconds later, and allowed myself to glance over the ledge. Sure enough, A young girl lay dead below, bobbing lightly up and down with the movement of the water. She lay in a pocket of water surrounded by tall plants, which was reasonably still and quite shallow. This pocket seemed to be the only reason she hadn't been swept downstream. What's more, it may well have been the reason she died. Had she landed in deeper, moving water, she might have survived the fall. She looked, as I said when the story began, no older than 12. She wore a puffy pink raincoat that seemed to be too small and juvenile for her, as though it was bought for a girl much younger than she, because despite appearances, the girl below me, whose name was presumably Natalie, was actually a junior in high school. Or at least, she had been. The girl's blonde hair spread out like a fan from her head, and a ray of sunlight escaped the clouds above, giving her a vaguely angelic look. Or perhaps that was my imagination. Regardless, as I stood there, unable to look away, listening without hearing to the man next to me as he spoke his final words to the emergency operator, I realized something. Young Natalie had the misfortune of being the first dead body I'd ever seen in my life. Neither I nor the cell phone-bearing businessman made an effort to console the woman near us or even approach her in conversation. She was now lying in the fetal position and trembling slightly, an occasional whimper sliding between her lips. The spots of blood from her cheeks were now smeared across her face, making the whole sorry scene look more criminal than it should have. We both hovered nearby, knowing the police would wish to speak with us, feeling like intruders on this woman's grief. A few minutes later, the woman was no longer crying. It seemed like she'd cried herself out. In fact, but her whimpers had turned to wails, and she clutched and pulled at the fabric of her blouse so hard I thought it might rip. I had a flashback of my childhood, reading Bible stories with my parents. Stories about men like Job and David who were so overcome with grief that they rent their own garments into pieces. Such an extravagant display of anguish seemed a little unrealistic to me at the time. But in the presence of this woman, it was those passages which came to mind. After what seemed an eternity, a single police officer arrived. This seemed negligent to me. Granted, I came from a much smaller city, with a much less busy police force. But still, the image of the girl named Natalie floating below seemed disturbing enough to warrant at least a second lawman. The young officer, who was clearly overwhelmed by the situation, had the bad sense to begin speaking with all three of us at the same time. The man in the suit introduced himself as an employee of what I gathered was a rather impressive firm downtown. And he did so with such aplomb that the police officer seemed to think this man, and not he, was in charge. I was standing over there, near the main road, the man said, pointing from whence he had come, when I heard a scream, this woman's scream. He nodded to the woman, now on her hands and knees, moaning lowly and seemingly unaware of her surroundings. She was staring over the edge of the bridge. I looked over myself as I hurried toward her, and saw the young girl's body lying below. Good, said the police officer. He seemed deeply distracted by the almost inhuman noises coming from the woman at our feet, emanating from her at random intervals. He turned to me. And you? I told him my story. Then the officer crouched down, and with more authority and grace than he had heretofore demonstrated, began to address the woman. Ma'am, my name is Officer Morris. I'm here to help you. Do you think you could answer just a couple questions for me? Slowly, the woman looked up at him and nodded. The blood on her face had crusted and her expression was grotesque. I began to wonder what my face would look like if my entire life had been flipped upside down in a mere moment. Who is the girl, ma'am? The woman hiccuped loudly. She's my daughter, Natalie. She's 16. And could you tell me what happened? Ma'am, in your own words? My mind, as minds are wont to do, latched onto a wholly unimportant detail. The phrase, in your own words, used purely out of ceremony, as if the woman could have spoken someone else's words, and almost forgot to listen to the far more interesting things being said. I could. The woman took a deep breath, and then told her story with no sobs, no hiccups, no interruptions to speak of. Natalie was very sick. The doctors weren't totally sure what was wrong with her. They thought it was a bad bout of food poisoning at first. But it just wouldn't go away. Days turned into weeks. Weeks turned into months. She could hardly keep any food down. And she was constantly achy and nauseous and pale. I took her out of school for most of April and May. Anyway, that's the whole reason we were out here. She was feeling a little better today. Or so she told me. When the rain stopped, and the sun started to shine through the clouds, she begged me to let her go outside. It was her favorite kind of weather. So she and I got dressed and went out here for a walk. We were planning on going to one of the parks down by the frontage road. And that's how. The woman took a deep breath. She sounded as though something large were caught in her throat. And that's how we ended up here. On the bridge, she said. We were walking together, side by side. She fell behind. Just a few steps. I didn't notice. I don't think she wanted me to notice. The next thing I knew, she was over the edge. She jumped. Officer Morris nodded. You saw her jump? No, thank God. I heard her land down there, in the river. I turned around to look over the edge. And that's when I saw her, the woman's voice wavered. And tears filled her eyes once more. And before hardly a moment had passed, she was a puddle of hysterics again. Officer Morris looked resigned. There would be no more answers from her. At least, not for a while. He turned to us. Gentlemen, write your contact information down on this paper. And then you can go. I did. As I handed the paper back to Officer Morris, he said, enjoy the game. I did. It's amazing what a person can put out of their mind, if they need to. I had just witnessed the most disturbing scene of my life, and not an hour later was at a baseball game with my family. The game was surprisingly wonderful. I'd always thought of baseball as boring, but actually being in the stadium, as opposed to watching on TV, was an enormous improvement. What's more, Caleb's favorite player made up for his poor first at-bats with a go-ahead double in the 8th inning, when he slid into second base headfirst, a pure demonstration of the hustle he was known for. I thought Caleb might actually faint with joy. Like I said, it was the best vacation our family ever took. If you can forget about Natalie, and for a few weeks, nobody had much problem forgetting about Natalie. Nobody but me had seen the body. Caleb and Abra didn't even know there had been a body. As far as we knew, they didn't know anything had happened at all. I suppose that's why it was such a shock. One night a few weeks after the vacation, when Abra knocked on our bedroom door and said, Mom? Dad? Natalie says you should look closer. We glanced at each other, not connecting the dots at first. Jade walked over to open the bedroom door. What, sweetie? She said, crouching down to meet our daughter's gaze. At the picture, Abra said, Natalie wanted me to tell you to look closer at it. What Abra didn't know, what she couldn't possibly know, was that earlier in the day, Jade had the pictures from our vacation developed. I had come home from work for a long lunch, and Jade and I spent the hour flipping through the pictures together, laughing and reminiscing. It was great fun, until we got to the pictures on the bridge. There were only 2 of them, the first take, and the second. In the first, our family was standing together on the bridge, smiling brightly. In the second, taken in case any of us had blinked or made a face in the first, nobody had. Our family stood and smiled just the same as before. Only one detail was different, in the background of the second picture. On the farthest edge of the photograph, a blonde-haired girl in a puffy pink raincoat could be seen in mid-flight. Falling from the bridge, I saw Natalie first, feeling me tense up, perhaps hearing my light intake of breath. Jade turned to me. What's wrong, hun? She asked. Awestruck, I found myself unable to speak, to articulate. I simply pointed at the picture. Jade looked down. What are you? Oh my God. Oh my God. A small scream escaped her lips. Jade turned her face away. No, I can't look at it. Throw it away. I didn't need to be told twice. I snatched up the photograph, strode to our kitchen, opened the cupboard below the sink and threw it in the garbage can. No, Jade began. Not there. I need it out of the house. It's vile. She shuddered. At first I wasn't sure why she had reacted so strongly. But then I realized. Jade hadn't really experienced much of anything that day on the bridge. She hadn't spent half an hour with a grief-addled mother. She hadn't seen Natalie's corpse bobbing in the water, hair floating outward like an ornate crown. She had largely escaped the situation, and I had only given her the barest details. She'd never asked for more. Jade sat on the couch, legs curled up to her chest, looking thoroughly disturbed. I knew, at that moment, that she was picturing her own children launching themselves headfirst over the bridge. The kitchen garbage can was good enough for me, but if Jade wanted it out of the house, then out of the house it would go. All right, I said, picking the photo back out of the garbage can and taking it out the garage door. I walked around to the side of our house, where the big outdoor garbage buckets were. I took out the top garbage bag, threw the picture in, and put the bag down on top of it. Before I did, though, I snuck one last quick look at the young girl, her arms outstretched, her hair billowing around her, the sun glimmering off it as she fell to her early death. Jade had been right. The lighting was perfect. Jade turned her gaze from Abra and looked at me, furious. I thought I told you to get it out of the house. She said. I did. I said, nonplussed. I buried it deep in the outside can. Not deep enough, apparently. She said. Don't fight, said Abra. I didn't look at it. I don't want to. Jade and I looked back at our daughter. I just want you to look at it. Well, Natalie does. She says you didn't look close enough. We were silent for a few moments. Then I managed. What do you mean? Natalie says? Abra rolled her eyes. She was at that age, giving attitude to her parents constantly. But still too young for it to be anything other than cute. I mean, she said, inflecting her words as though she were the one speaking to a 6-year-old. Natalie says, I don't know why, it's just what she said. What are you talking about? Jade stammered. Who's Natalie? Sweetie? When did she say this to you? Just now, Abra said, then, sensing we needed more explanation, added, she's in my bedroom. I'd never moved so fast in my life. In 2 strides I was past my wife and daughter, in 2 more. Halfway to Abra's bedroom, not even pausing to think about what I'd find. I flung open her door and stepped inside. Nothing. There was nobody there. Of course there's nobody here. I thought, what the hell are you thinking? Jade and Abra were right behind me. This time, it was Abra's turn to look nonplussed. Natalie? Abra called. Natalie? She sighed angrily. God, she was here a minute ago. Don't say, God, Jade said feebly. I think she was desperate for some sense of normalcy to invade the conversation. Some people don't like it. You say it, Abra accused. I know, sweetie. Grown-ups. I interrupted. Abra, where did Natalie come from? What did she look like? I don't know. She looked normal, Abra said, shrugging. She just knocked on the door and I let her in. The door to the house? No, the door to my room. I don't open the door to the house. You told me not to. Remember? Yes. Of course we remember, I said, glancing back nervously at her bedroom door. That's good, sweetie. Good for you. But when you say she looked normal, like, how old was she? What color was her hair? Yellow, Abra said promptly. I don't know how old she was. Older than Caleb, but younger than me and Mom? Yeah, she said, then, with a bit more attitude. Why are you guys freaking out so much? She was nice. Jade looked at me helplessly. Terrified. What the fuck? She mouthed. I shrugged. I didn't know what to say to either of them. Abra broke the silence, grumbling. Fine. Don't answer me. Then. Sweetie. It's sort of complicated, Jade said. Why? Abra demanded. Listen, Mom. She came in and sat right there. Abra pointed at the bed. She was really nice to me. She said I reminded her of her little sister. She said that her sister's name was Eliza. She said that she missed Eliza. And she said that I needed to tell you to look closer at the picture. I asked her what picture. And she wouldn't tell me. She just said it was really important that I told you to look closer. She made me promise. So then I came and told you. And I don't know where she went. She glared at her mother fiercely, as though wondering what could possibly be the least bit complicated about that. Okay, thanks, sweetie, Jade said softly. I'll stay here with you. And I guess your daddy will go take a closer look at that picture? I shrugged, feeling more out of my depth than I had perhaps ever felt in my life. Sure, yeah, I guess. You don't want to come with? I can't look at it again, Jade said, lightly pressing our daughter's head to her bosom. That poor woman, reaching out like that. I'll never get it out of my mind as is. Well, what am I looking for? Jade shrugged. I was already to the garage by the time the strangeness of her remark struck me. Woman? Reaching out? I opened the lid of the garbage can and pulled the top bag out. There, below it, a bit damp, was the photograph. I picked it up. It was already dark outside, but the motion sensor on the side of our house had triggered, and one of the outdoor lights turned on. Huddling under it, holding the picture near the bulb, I did as my daughter told me to, and looked closer. I saw immediately what Jade had been talking about, but it was easy to see how I'd missed it. On the far side of the shot, next to where the girl's falling body was, were the outstretched arms of Natalie's mother. Most of her body and about half of her face was covered by Caleb and his cocked-up ball cap. But she was there, behind our family, watching helplessly as her own family crumbled. Her outward gesture was desperate. I understood why Jade couldn't look at the photo again. Perhaps no mother could help replacing that billowing golden hair with the hair of her own child. Those outstretched arms with her own. God, what a thing, I thought to myself. And our family had gotten wrapped up in the middle of it. Somehow, the light went off, leaving me with only the glow of the moon to see by. I waved my arm around, and the light turned back on. My thoughts all seemed to be pounding on my skull at once, demanding to be heard, each claiming their utmost importance. Thus, I found myself unable to give full attention to any one of them. But beneath them all was the vague idea that I was missing something. How on earth had Abra even known about the picture? About the girl named Natalie? Perhaps she had looked down after all. That day on the bridge? Still, it wouldn't explain how she knew the girl's name. And there was something else, too. Something in the back of my mind. But getting closer to the front, that didn't quite add up. And Abra had seemed so totally convinced that a girl named Natalie had actually been in her room. Was I willing to seriously entertain that possibility? No, I frantically told myself. There were plenty of explanations that made sense. I didn't need to start telling myself ghost stories. But what other explanations make sense? Name one. Just one. Something's wrong. Something's wrong here. And you know it. But what was wrong? How could I know what was wrong when I couldn't even form a coherent thought? Even the most preposterous explanations didn't make sense. Suppose, after all, that Natalie's ghost really had visited my daughter. All for the purpose of, what? Getting me to take a closer look at this photograph? I turned it over in my hands, examined the front, the back. I had learned nothing new on second glance. Nothing at all, except Natalie was very, very sick. It all came in an instant. She begged me to let her go outside. It was her favorite kind of weather. My mind flashed back to that day on the bridge. She fell behind, just a few steps. I didn't notice. I was right. Something was very wrong. The next thing I knew, she was over the edge. She jumped. And what had Officer Morris asked Natalie's mother? You saw her jump? Hands shaking, I looked once more at the photo, which now seemed more vile than I, or Jade, had ever realized. No, thank God. I heard her land down there, in the river. I turned around to look over the edge, and that's when I saw her. The difference was subtle, but obvious once noticed. The positioning of the wrists, the hands, the arms of Natalie's mother were not outstretched, as they had first seemed, in a desperate attempt to catch her child. And though only part of her face was visible, it was clear. Natalie's mother did not wear a shocked expression. Not horrified, not grief-stricken. I've never seen another face quite like it, to be honest, and I doubt you have either, unless you've borne witness to a woman murdering her own daughter. Detective Nadeau closed her eyes and sighed. We've suspected, we've looked into it, but there was no proof, none at all. And, you know, a grieving mother, it's not the kind of accusation you want to bring up unless you've actually got something. I didn't know what to say. I remained quiet, trying to stop my foot tapping on the tile floor. The door to Detective Nadeau's office was closed, but all the sounds of a bustling workplace behind us were still clearly audible. I only wish, well, not that it would have helped. What? I asked. Natalie had a younger sister, Eliza. I tried to look like I hadn't already known this information. The detective continued. She died of a bad flu years before. When she was just a little girl. There was no need to feign surprise here. Abra's words rang in my head. She said that she missed Eliza. I should say, it looked like a bad flu. At least. Now, well, it seems doubtful, doesn't it? She said this more to herself than to me. We were both silent for a while longer. Then she cleared her throat, shook her head lightly, and took on the same businesslike air she'd had when I first stepped into her office. Thank you so much for bringing this to our attention, she said. The picture by itself doesn't prove that she threw Natalie over, of course, but you're correct. It completely contradicts her testimony. Both testimonies. In fact, she was questioned again by a detective the next day. It probably won't be enough for a conviction, but it should be enough to stop. Her voice trailed off. She cleared her throat again, then said, again, thank you. Do you have any questions for me? I had a million questions, most of them revolving around the fact that it seemed for all the world like an actual ghost had visited my daughter. But I kept those to myself. I shook my head. Detective Nadeau stood up, staring at the photograph in her hand. It's lucky you noticed this. You're right. It's not obvious on first glance. And the chances of you even taking this picture in the first place. I know, I said. It's crazy. I didn't bother to tell her that my wife's good timing had been just about the least crazy detail of our entire story. Crazy doesn't begin to cover it, the detective said. She looked down at the floor, as though trying to decide something, then lowered her voice and said, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but this woman is currently trying to file for adoption. Story. Every Christmas Eve, a monster challenges me to a game. Growing up, I don't think we had a single moment free of struggle. We were a poor family that couldn't make ends meet most months, living basically day to day as we tried our best to stretch my father's income until the next paycheck came in. My father, God bless his soul, raised me by himself, and he was a hard-working man throughout his life. Mom died giving birth to me, her first and only child, and my father refused to remarry and make things easier for him. I only ever loved one woman, he told me when we talked about it once I reached adulthood. That's not something you can replace. I'll take those feelings with me to the grave. Being the sole breadwinner in the house was a tall order to have to step up to. He was barely ever home, away for various jobs even during the weekends. In a sense, I sort of raised myself now that I think about it. But his absence never made me despise my father or grow distant towards him. Quite the opposite, in fact. It made the few precious moments we got to share mean even more to me. Some of those moments were during holidays like Easter or Christmas. When he didn't work, we lived out in the boonies in a small house that he inherited when Grandpa passed away. A cramped but comfortable place that was just the right size for the two of us. It was also close to the wilderness, so my father would go out hunting for meat every once in a while. Don't question me on his methods or the legality of his actions. I can't answer either. Truth is, I never knew or cared. All that mattered was that he filled the fridge and kept me fed without having to spend a dime from our already limited budget. I grew up mostly on venison and wild rabbit. Pork and especially beef were a rarity. He tried to teach me from a young age, to impart his knowledge onto me. But I wasn't an eager learner. I had no problem with eating cute forest critters. I just couldn't hunt them and kill them myself. But my father still tried, taking me out on a few hunting trips with him and our old dog. Charles, my father's companion into the wilderness, wasn't a pure breed, of course. Just an old mutt that my father rescued from a shelter. But he was big and had a keen sense of smell despite his age. So he was a huge help in tracking down prey. The few times I saw him in action, I was impressed. One such instance comes to mind right away. The three of us, Charles, my father, and I, were out looking for a deer on a chilly autumn day. We found tracks and followed them until we spotted the deer. But my father missed the shot and scared it away. Charles ran after it when the deer bolted, and we ran after the dog to not lose him. He led us on a wild chase through the forest for a few minutes. But we finally caught up to him on the banks of a river that crisscrossed the trees. "What's he doing?" I asked my father when we saw Charles pacing back and forth on the edge of the whirling waters. "The deer probably jumped in and got swept by the current," my father answered. "The water washed away the scent trail. So Charles is confused." We followed the river downstream. And true enough, we found the deer's carcass. Charles strutted over to it victoriously, giving us a good laugh. We had venison steak for dinner that night, and my father made sure to give Charles a big, juicy cut for his troubles. Anyways, my story takes place in that home, when I was about 8 years old. Despite our shaky financial situation, my father always tried to make the holiday season special for me. He could never afford fancy gifts, like Game Boys for example when those were hot. But his gestures never went unappreciated. We mostly painted eggs together for Easter, or went out hiking before Christmas to find nice trees we could fell and bring home to decorate. But that particular Christmas hadn't gone down as planned. A few months beforehand, Dad fell ill, and his condition worsened until he was left bedridden. He didn't want to go see a doctor right away, saying that he only needed to rest. But he eventually relented. After a round of tests, the doctors told him the one thing that nobody wants to hear. He had pancreatic cancer. And it already started spreading to other organs. All cancers are nasty, ugly affairs, but the pancreatic kind is especially vile. It gives nearly no symptoms until it is too late to do something about it. And that was the case for my father. Even with treatment, the doctors said that his chances for survival were slim at best. But my father refused treatment. So they predicted his death to happen sometime around New Year's. The news devastated him, though he shielded me from them to the best of his ability. I only found out about it later, when I was older. As it stood, I only knew that he was sick, being a young kid that thought of his father as a permanent part of their life. The thought that he might die never even occurred to me, but he deteriorated visibly each day, until a neighbor had to come over every so often to help him out with the most basic tasks. Why not someone from our family? You might ask? Simple. We had few living relatives, and the ones we did have were deadbeats, never giving a crap about us except when they needed to borrow money. They wouldn't have helped take care of a sick man, and they definitely wouldn't have taken me in after my father's passing. Listen, Nico, Dad told me one December evening after calling me into his bedroom. I'll be very sick for a while. I might never get better. His voice was weak and raspy, and I could tell that he had difficulty getting those few words out. You will, I protested. Maybe. He relented. But until that happens, you'll need to go and live with someone else that can take care of you. I don't want to, I said, stomping my foot down. I know, he admitted, a few tears forming around his eyes. But you have to do it. For me, okay? I almost cried myself, though it was more out of frustration than anything else. I didn't understand the severity of our predicament back then. Turning around, I found the neighbor in the doorway, with tears in her eyes as well. She was an older lady living all by herself some 15 minutes away. The closest person to us out here. Her name was Daisy, and she'd always been kind to me, giving me homemade sweets and pocket money whenever me and Dad went over to help her out with small chores. She'd been the closest thing I had to a grandma growing up. Miss Daisy made some arrangements. Dad said after a short pause, "Some nice people will come by after Christmas, and you'll have to go with them." Okay? I didn't stay around to listen anymore. I ran out of the room, bawling my eyes out. Daisy yelled after me, trying to stop me, but I couldn't. I didn't want to live with someone else. I wanted to stay with my dad. After I got outside, I made my way to my usual spot where I played most days. A dingy little treehouse that Dad built for me a couple of summers back. But I loved the place to death. I climbed up into it to hide, having no plans to actually run away from home. I simply wanted to be alone for a while, in a place where Daisy couldn't reach me to drag me back inside. I heard her calling for me for quite some time, but she eventually relented and went home for the night. But I spent the night wide awake up in the treehouse, looking over the forest as I tried to think of a way to solve our problems. I didn't have any money, and with Christmas right around the corner and me being a child, I couldn't earn it fast enough either. So any ideas involving doctors or payment in general were out first. I wasn't particularly religious either, so prayer never even crossed my mind. Santa, I decided after every other solution went nowhere. He always brought me what I wanted. I'll ask him to make Dad better as my Christmas present. Not a bad plan, so long as you believed in Santa, of course. Which at that young age I still did. In my mind it was foolproof. A 100% guaranteed chance of success. I'd been a good boy all year. I helped out and never misbehaved. So Santa would have to give me the present I wanted. After that plan was hatched, I went back inside and went to bed, No point in ruining my good boy streak. The next day I woke up first thing in the morning, got my dad's hand saw, and ventured out into the woods all by my lonesome. With him being bedridden, we hadn't gone hunting for a Christmas tree that year. But we needed one for Santa, didn't we? That we did, and I decided to take the matter into my own hands. I spent all morning and a good chunk of the afternoon searching, until I found a fir that I considered good enough. Don't ask me the exact species. I have no idea. Back then they were all Christmas trees to me. Anyway, I got it down all by myself, which proved to be a much more difficult task than I had expected. I got tangled in the branches as I tried to reach its trunk. I received plenty of scratches, nearly poked out one of my eyes at some point, but I succeeded, and I dragged it back home victoriously. "Where were you?" Daisy scolded when I entered the house. She'd returned while I was away, and she was ready to give me an earful for my outburst. "Your father was worried sick for you." I let her scold me to her heart's content, apologized, and brought the tree inside. Dad was impressed with me, and he all but dragged himself out of bed to help me set up the tree. I realized in the meantime that he hoped to spend one final Christmas with me, to give me some heartwarming memories to hold on to when he'd be gone. But at that moment I didn't consider it. I simply had fun carrying out our usual Christmas routine. We didn't have much to hang on the branches. No fancy lights and candles and whatnot. Just the same old tinsel and baubles that we reused ever since I could remember. But the tree still turned out stunning. And it was made even better for me by the fact that I went out and got it myself. I behaved after that, waiting for the days to pass one by one. Dad got visibly worse with each one, to the point where he needed to be spoon-fed and couldn't get up to use the bathroom. But I still held out hope, convinced that once Christmas came, Santa would give me my present. It felt like years waiting for the 24th to arrive, but it swung around eventually. I stayed up waiting, knowing full well that I wasn't supposed to do that. After all, Santa skipped houses if the kids inside didn't sleep. But I wanted to meet him and ask him my wish face to face, to make sure that it would come true. Evening came and passed. Night settled outside, and I pretended to go to sleep after we ate dinner and Daisy left. As soon as I was sure that Dad was asleep, I got up and made my way to the living room on my toes. With no place to really hide in the small room, I got behind the Christmas tree and waited. My hope was that the darkness would hide me for long enough until Santa came in. The only clock in the house was on the opposite wall, in full view but barely visible. I watched the seconds ticking away into minutes, seeing 10 p.m. turn to 11. It was quite the ordeal to stand and wait for that long. But I was determined. I nearly fell asleep at one point, but 11:59 rolled around, and that sobered me up real good. I held my breath as I watched the sweep hand going, until it reached the last second before midnight. Then it got stuck, refusing to transition into midnight. Did the battery run out? I wondered. At any rate, I thought no big deal of it. Just because the clock stopped didn't mean that midnight wouldn't come. I waited for a few seconds, for Santa to come down the admittedly small chimney. But as the seconds turned into a minute, I started to worry. Did he figure me out? Did I undo all of my goodness with this one stunt? Did he skip our house? I got out from behind the tree, walking out in the open as my worry turned to panic. I'd blown it. No, I whispered with desperation. No, 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 no. Please, I'm sorry. Please. The words got stuck in my throat when I heard something from outside. The sound of skittering feet approaching the house from the surrounding woods. Tapping on the walls as something climbed to the roof. Santa came after all, and I waited for him with bated breath. The sounds of his rushing feet reached the roof. Then they stopped. I looked at the chimney intently, backing away slowly to give him room. Something scraped against the bricks and mortar, giving off a bristly sound. And before long I saw a face emerge from the fireplace. Two beady black eyes came into view first, scanning the room from side to side and settling on me. The rest of his head followed, looking like silly putty being forced through a tube. My wonder turned to terror as he advanced little by little, revealing a thin, centipede-like body with many small legs. After it was done, and he was fully in the room with me, he stared at me for what felt like hours. His mouth contorted into a twisted grin, the corners of his lips cracking and spreading until they reached his ears. Hundreds of tiny, needle-sharp teeth peered at me from inside his maw, yellowed and blasted with decay. "What are you doing up so late, child?" it questioned, bringing me out of my stupefaction. "You should be sleeping." I'm waiting for Santa," I stuttered in answer. Are you him? "You shouldn't be waiting for Santa," he answered. "That makes you a naughty boy." "I'm sorry," I mumbled, on the verge of tearing up. "But I wanted." "Let me guess," he said in a bored tone. "You wanted to ask for a specific gift? What would it be? A new bicycle? Toys? Make Daddy feel better. He's sick," I said with conviction. "That's the only present I want." He raised an eyebrow hearing that, and scurried closer to me. His long body coiled, surrounding me as his beady eyes examined me. The color in my face drained, and it took all I had to keep from screaming and running away. "Very well," he answered. "Let us see your father. I might be able to offer you what you wish for." He pulled away, allowing me to lead him to Dad's bedroom. I did so, opening the door slowly to reveal the dark room. Dad was in his bed sleeping, so Santa followed me inside. He pushed himself up, holding his spindly body above Dad with only a couple of hind legs. "He does look sick," he admitted. One of his front limbs reached down, touching Dad's forehead. "Very sick, but I can help." "Then do it, please," I whispered. "I will, but only if you play a game with me," he answered. "If you beat me at it, I'll cure your father." And if I lose?" I asked, scared by the prospect. "That's a surprise you'll have to find out," he answered and gave me another grin that sent chills down my spine. I wanted to refuse, but seeing Dad in that state broke my heart. He'd done so much for me over the years that I couldn't let him down now when he needed me. "What's the game?" I asked. "You've been a good little boy all year, so I'll let you choose," he said. I thought it over for a bit, trying to decide what game I was best at. I didn't know a lot of them, so my options were limited, but I eventually settled on one. "Hide and seek," I answered. His grin grew a bit wider hearing that. "Okay," he said with satisfaction. "I'll do the seeking. You'll do the hiding. If I can't find you for 10 minutes, you win. Is that good?" "Yes," I answered. already thinking of potential hiding spots. Great, I'll count to 100. So scurry off and hide. He turned to face the wall and started counting out loud. So I bolted out of the room and left the house entirely. As tempting as it was to hide inside, I figured it would be the first place he'd look for me. My best chance was to get as far away as possible before he started searching. The moment I got outside, I was taken aback by what I found. It was snowing pretty heavily only minutes prior, but now the bulky flakes were suspended in midair. There was no wind, no sound, no movement whatsoever, like the world itself paused for our game. It looked and felt surreal. Hearing the creature counting loudly inside, I blocked all of it out and continued running. I counted down from 100 in my head as I went. And I got pretty far away from home in that time. I hoped to make it to the treehouse, but it was too far away. So I dove into some bushes instead, without anything on me to tell time. I had to approximate as I waited for the 10 minutes to pass. I think it was 2 minutes in by the time he left the house as well. I could see his monstrous figure leaving through the front door in the moon's pale light. But something was different. He moved faster, more erratically, his head turning from side to side in search of me. I thought he didn't know about the treehouse. But I was wrong. He scurried past the bushes I was hiding in, going right for it. I caught a glimpse of his face when he passed by, and his expression petrified me. He looked scary before, but now he looked downright terrifying. The grin on his lips more evil than I thought possible. He really wanted to catch me. I saw him reaching the treehouse, climbing up with little effort. He pushed his body inside through the window, breaking some of the planks apart in the process. When he didn't find me up there, he let out an angry screech and started tearing the treehouse to shreds. I saw pieces of it flying as he thrashed about inside, until all that was left was a devastated husk. When he was done, he climbed down and looked at the forest for a few tense moments. I started realizing just how dire my situation was, so I retreated further into the darkness. But before I did, I saw his face contorting as something bubbled to the surface of his skin between his eyes. A deformed snout formed out of his flesh, and he started sniffing the air with it. I didn't wait to see if he'd find me, knowing full well that he would. Instead, I got out of the bushes on the other side and ran away deeper into the forest. I estimated that maybe 5 minutes had passed, so I had 5 more to go. The sounds of his feet rushing after me came from behind, so I forced myself to run even faster. With hiding out of the question, I had to find a way to escape him for long enough. The way Charles tracked down prey using his sense of smell came to mind, so I knew I needed to erase my scent somehow. The river, I decided, remembering how that deer managed to escape Charles and his nose. I ran into its general direction, deeper and deeper into the woods, and I eventually came across it. Luckily for me, it wasn't entirely frozen over. I stepped out on the treacherous ice until I felt it cracking beneath my feet. So I shot a soul at it and broke it. I fell into the freezing water, feeling it pushing all of the air out of my lungs as it seeped into my clothes and invaded my skin. It was frigid, and thermal shock or hypothermia were very real dangers. But they didn't worry me much at that moment. In fact, they barely crossed my mind. My only goal was to escape the horrific creature that was after me. The current pushed me under the ice and carried me along on its underside, scraping me against the jagged edges that had formed. I got scratched and bruised. Sensation left the tips of my fingers and feet as the cold worked its way into my flesh, and my lungs burned for air. The ordeal didn't last for long, but it was excruciating. Half a minute later at most, the current spat me out of another break in the ice. I clung to it, trying in vain to drag myself out as I panted heavily. Prying my eyes open, I could barely make out the spot upstream where I jumped in. The creature reached it and paused, sniffing the air as puffs of steam left his nostrils. He looked around in confusion, so I ducked back down into the waters. Despite the heavy price I paid, my plan worked. Coming back up to the surface, I saw him crossing the river and continuing deeper into the woods. As the few minutes left of our game passed, I just waited, holding on for dear life. Worry finally overtook me as the dire nature of my situation set in. I would win, but I would freeze to death in the process, as I didn't have the strength to pull myself out of the river. And even if I did get out, I'd die on my way home to exposure, wet to the bone as I was, and with the temperature outside well into the negatives. The air itself would do me in. I was starting to slip away into unconsciousness when I noticed the snowflakes begin to fall to the ground again. That was a clear signal that the game was over, so I started screaming, "Help! Please, help me!" My voice, although weak, carried far and wide through the night. I kept calling out, and soon enough I heard the creature barreling towards me through the forest. He emerged from between the trees, with a wide frown on his face that turned to a grin when he saw me. "You're quite resourceful, Nicholas," he said as he approached the river. "I must commend you for that, and for defeating me." He stepped on the ice, and I expected his huge body to break it easily. But it didn't. The ice didn't as much as crack under his enormous weight. One of his appendages came up, and he pointed it my way for me to grab it. I did, and he effortlessly lifted me out of the water. "Now, hold on tight. We have to get you to shelter right away," he said as he put me on his back. I got my arms around his throat, and he galloped through the forest with the same amazing speed he had displayed before. If not for the circumstances I was in, I might have enjoyed the bumpy, fast-paced ride. In no time at all, we were back home, and I went inside to change and warm up. "You'll get a nasty cold tomorrow, but you will live," he told me, "and your father will as well. You won, so I will see to my end of our agreement." He went to Dad's room with me in tow, and he placed his creepy feet along Dad's sleeping form. Color gradually returned to Dad's skin and he drew in a deep inhale. But he didn't wake up. "There, I have upheld my promise," he said and turned to leave the room. "See you next year, Nicholas, and remember to be a good boy." He then left through the chimney, and I heard him scurrying off back into the forest. True to his word, my father woke up the next morning in perfect health, to everyone's utter shock except my own. "I asked Santa to make you better as my gift," I explained to him and Daisy. I tried to tell them more, to go into detail, but I couldn't, and I don't mean that in a corny "oh I didn't want them to worry" way. I literally couldn't. The words wouldn't travel up my throat, no matter how hard I tried to push them out. My father nodded, and a few tears escaped his eyes. Tears of happiness. I thought at the time. But now I'm having doubts. That Christmas was the happiest one in my life. And getting to spend it with my father made me forget my ordeal. Later checkups with the doctors revealed that any trace of cancer was gone from his body. Like it was never even there. They questioned him, of course. But that got them nowhere. So they called it a miraculous recovery and left it at that. But my story doesn't end there. Unfortunately, for the creature kept its other promise as well, returning year after year on Christmas Eve for us to play again. Just as the first time, it allowed me to choose. And I chose every game under the sun over the years. I'd research and practice them the whole year beforehand. And I never picked games based on luck. Just ones based on skill. That allowed me to remain one step ahead and win each and every time. Much to the creature's surprise. My father lived a long and healthy life. But he died in the summer of 2020 at 72. I myself am 43 years old, going on 44, and we maintained a close relationship throughout the years. His death was devastating to me, but I found solace in the fact that I delayed it all of those decades ago. But then something else happened, and on the Christmas Eve of 2020, I finally lost my first game with the creature. He grinned widely like he'd done back when he chased me, and I prepared myself to be dragged off to some horrible fate. Instead, he left without saying a word. I don't know if he'll return again this Christmas. But truth be told, I might not live to see the 24th. A couple of months ago, I fell ill just like my dad had. I made appointments and got checked out. And my worst fear was realized. I was diagnosed with the same cancer that the creature got rid of in my father. Ever since, I've spent my time in and out of chemotherapy as I slowly deteriorated. Even though money is no longer a problem and medical knowledge has advanced so far, I'm still beyond saving. I'm lying on my deathbed now as I write this out, counting the moments, unsure how many of them I have left. But I'm not scared for myself. No, you see, I have a loving wife by my side and 2 young kids of my own. 2 brothers of 7 and 9 years old respectively. 2 amazing yet naive kids that I love like nothing else in this world. And who are as pained to see me in this condition as I was to see my father. So yes, the creature might return this Christmas to play once more. But I worry that this time I won't be one of the players. I've tried talking to my wife and sons about it. But it's just like all of those years ago. The words about the creature won't come out of me. My only hope now is that I'll be 6 feet under come the 24th of December. So that my sins won't be passed down to my sons like they've been passed down to me by my father. I'd gladly take death over waking up healthy on Christmas morning. Story. I spent 23 years in prison, and my last 2 weeks were the most dangerous. That's not to say the previous years were easy. Far from it. There were long stretches of hopelessness and desperation, wishing to go back in time somehow, some way, change what I'd done, but wishing did nothing. And the only reality was my 8x11 cell and the moments I spent out of it. Quickly I learned that I had to stop thinking about the outside world, even when it entered my new one. The first time my wife and kids came to visit me, I had a black eye and broken nose from talking to the wrong person in the lunch line. After that, only my wife came to visit. She stuck with her weekly trips until I was transferred out of state to Pickaway County Pen to sure out my sentence. The visits became phone calls, which became letters, which became silence. It was just too difficult for all of us. I can't imagine what it was like for them to see a loved one in a place like that. It was so hard for me to see them come in. They seemed perfect and innocent, a shimmer of momentary light in my new dark world. And it was all so senseless. What I'd done hadn't even been intentional. It was an accident, a slip of the mind, a momentary break from my daily duties. But it resulted in 13 deaths, an entire family Christmas dinner party, 2 grandparents, 4 couples, and 7 grandchildren, all gone, and it was all because their landlord, me, hadn't made the appropriate changes to their furnace and it spewed out carbon monoxide as the family gathered. The new CO2 detectors hadn't been installed yet. All 13 were dead at the dinner table before the meal cooled. We were just getting home from our own family dinner when I saw the M's vehicles outside. I knew right away what happened, as did investigators. I was taken into custody soon after and a case was levied against me as new information came out about several arguments I'd had with the tenants. They pushed for intent, but it was weak and fell apart. But still, I was sentenced to 30 years through varying convictions regarding gross negligence resulting in the deaths of those 13 people. One of their relatives came to visit me once. She spat on the glass partition and told me she hoped I went to hell. The adjustment from real life to prison life was hard, but I found it built up my discipline. Every aspect of my life was regimented into sections of the day. And because of my condition, I was granted certain privileges and accesses I wouldn't normally have. My condition was a calcified brain tumor that I've had since I was a child. My mother had the same one. In fact, she developed it when she was pregnant with me. It was located in a place in the brain, the same as mine, where it couldn't be operated on. Because she was pregnant with me, most treatment options were out for my mom. The doctors gave her 3 months to live. At the time, I was 4 months from being born. So the whole thing turned into a grand supportive push from everyone around her to keep my mother alive long enough to give birth to me. Long enough that even if I was premature, I'd be developed enough to live a normal life. 3 months passed. My mom was still going. Then, I was born, a healthy baby boy, and all of a sudden, the brain tumor had calcified and was no longer an issue. The same as mine, only I didn't get mine in my 30s. Like my mother did, mine developed when I was 10. It came on fast. All of a sudden I was getting terrible migraines and my vision would go blurry. I hid it from my parents for as long as I could, because I knew the story of my birth and that it would be upsetting to my mother. What happened was worse. She found me bleeding from my ears in the backyard. I was rushed to the hospital and found to have the same tumor. Only mine was more advanced and aggressive. The doctors gave me a month. My parents were devastated. I was in shock. The next few weeks were filled with tests and arrangements. Most of it was a blur. But the afternoon I remember most was when my parents took me to the mall and told me I could go into any clothing store and pick out any suit or outfit I wanted. I knew something was up, because we were poor and this never happened in our family. And as I was trying on clothes, my parents were crying. It didn't dawn on me until years later that they took me there to pick out what I'd be buried in. But I never brought it up with them. I never needed to. The month passed, and then another one did. And another. My tumor had shrunk and calcified. It was still there, like my mother's, but was unreachable, and from what the doctors said, was dead and not dangerous. It was a miracle, just like my mom's. Of course, I still had migraines from time to time, but it beats dying at 10 years old. And as I said, it helped separate me from typical prison life. Working in the library meant I got access to it at most times of the day. So that's where I went. I read a lot the first few years. I took classes and workshops. I even discovered a secret about the library. It had a hidden room. It wasn't really a room, so much as half a cell that had been closed off with a steel sheet behind a large bookshelf. The steel sheet had come loose and allowed entry, but could be slid back to make it invisible again. Of course, the half cell was enclosed by cement. There was no escaping through it, but it was a place you could hide, if you needed to, and I added some small makeshift locks to the inside, in case I ever needed it. The only person I ever told about the secret hideout was a small, defenseless man named Jackson who'd gotten a job in the library. He was doing a 15-year stint for wire and mail fraud amongst a few others, and had already been eaten up a few times by the more unwelcoming inmates. Jackson and I became good friends. And even though my parole had been granted and I was gonna be out in a few months, I was gonna miss him and our chats. Jackson was also the first and only person I told about the new inmate. I'd watched the transport bus from the window of the library and saw the 2x2 group of 16 inmates marched out and entered into their new caged home. He was in the last group of 2, and the guy beside him looked terrified. The new prisoner was named Laveau. He was black with a thick, dark afro jutting out in short, strange dreads. Laveau was a Haitian immigrant with a harsh, severe and bony face. Whispers about him having ties to voodoo black magic circulated through the yard. And it was easy to see why. Wherever Laveau went in the prison, people kept their distance. It was almost like he emitted some strange unseen but heavily felt radiation that caused inmates to scatter as Laveau got closer. I watched it happen from the library window as Laveau would move through the yard. Slowly, and groups of people, whoever they were, would get up and casually scatter to other ends of the yard. In the CAF, the same thing happened at tables at meal times, and in the showers, too. Not that I ever had a run-in. About a week into Laveau's arrival, inmates in cells were switched around after an internal drug bust, and Laveau's previously single room became a double. The man who moved into Laveau's cell was a gangbanger named Stax. Stax was a loud mouth and went off at anyone who would listen. But the morning after he moved into Laveau's cell, Stax was a different person. He was quiet, still, and he looked terrified. Stax walked into the CAF at breakfast and stopped in the middle of the line. He tipped his head down and stared at the ground in front of his feet. He didn't budge until breakfast was over. Then he left and went outside. In the yard, Stax did the same thing. He stared down, just ahead of his feet, until our time outside was almost up. But before it was, one of Stax's boys, Alamar, finally came up to him and tried to get his attention. Stax finally turned his eyes away from the ground and looked up. Matching Alamar's, Stax's eyes went wide. He looked terrified. Alamar backed away and the alarm buzzed for us to go inside. Stack's eyes were locked on Alamar now. I didn't see either of them until the next day, and they were both dead when I did. Stax had found a small partition of metal, bent it multiple times and sharpened an edge into a shiv. He'd stabbed Alamar to death with it, poked out his eyes, then slit his own throat. It was an open and shut case to anyone not watching. But I was watching, and I continued to track Laveau as he'd get closer and closer to people at lunch. In the yard and in the halls. 2 more inmates died, this time in the showers. The same details as Stax and Alamar, metal shiv, dozens of stab wounds, eyes poked out, and the suicidal throat slashed decapit. Word was spreading through the yard that a huge inmate named Lil Mo put out a hit on Laveau. Lil Mo was the head of one of the black gangs and had resources. He also had ties to the kitchen, so his first thought was to poison Laveau. The problem was, no one ever saw Laveau eat, so Lil Mo had to come up with a new plan. Lil Mo increased the money reward he was offering, but no one was taking the job. 2 more inmates died, metal shiv, stab wounds, poked out eyes, slashed throat suicide, and both of the victims were members of Lil Mo's gang. The reward was doubled. A group of 3 thugs that basically controlled the bench press in the workout yard 24/7. Agreed to take on the job. Lil Mo got them actual weapons, knives and solid metal pipes. He didn't care if the murder didn't look like an accident. The longer Laveau was alive, the less Lil Mo controlled the yard. A manufactured fight between 2 of Lil Mo's men caused a distraction for the guards while the 3 thugs followed Laveau out of the lunchroom. They supposedly attacked Laveau in the hallway, but no one knows what happened. Only what happened next. When all the inmates were allowed outside that afternoon, the 3 thugs were standing in the middle of the yard, nowhere near the bench press station, and they were staring blankly at the ground. No one could get their attention. The 3 men only moved when the alarm buzzed for us to go back inside. And when we did, there was Laveau, waiting in the darkness of his cell, untouched. That night, there were screams through the cells. The prison went into a lockdown for 24 hours. By the time it was reopened, news had traveled to every inmate about what had happened. The 3 thugs had gone into their cells that night, killed their bunkmates with shivs, and then killed themselves. 6 deaths in one night. It was a prison record. None of the inmates knew what to do. I was lucky and got to spend most of my time away from them in the library. But I watched from the windows as they all tried to avoid Laveau. And for the most part, they did. Word got out that Laveau was being transferred to another prison. Not a tear was shed from anyone. But it wasn't happening until the end of the month, which was 3 weeks away. And in the second, Laveau caught me watching him. I was in the library as usual, standing by the window and watching the events of the exercise yard. I was trying to find Laveau, but couldn't spot him. Then I did. Laveau was standing near the basketball court. His eyes were fixed on me in the window. I actually felt colder when I saw him. I was so fixed on his eyes I didn't realize Laveau had started walking to the entrance doors to the prison. He disappeared inside and I lost sight of him. For some reason, I knew he was on his way up to me. I turned to move to the exit, and came face to face with Laveau. A moment later, He was beside me. Laveau was whispering into my ear, and my vision suddenly darkened. I knew I was losing consciousness and my legs were buckling. I fell back against the carpeted floor of the library, and my head hit something familiar. It was the pillow on my bunk. My vision flooded back and I was no longer in the library. I was laying in my bed back in my cell. But it was night now. The prison was freezing. I could see my own breath. My jail door was open. So I got up and looked out to the small courtyard and opposing wall of cells facing mine. There was a strange light coming from somewhere below us that pulsed a dark red, filling the compound for a moment, before it plunged us back into darkness. What I could see was that the other cells were all closed, and they appeared to be empty. A loud screech came from the bottom left corner of the wall of cells facing mine. I knew right away whose cell it was coming from. My eyes instinctively moved to the sound. It was Laveau's cell, and it was open. I knew Laveau was standing in his cell, just out of sight. Then his footsteps carried his strange and wiry frame in the pulsing red light. He was staring up at me. His eyes locked onto mine again. A new series of screeches pierced out from all over the prison. All the cell doors were now sliding open. In the depths of the dark cells, I could see the same figures waiting to step out. Dozens of twin Laveaus stepped out of the open cell doors from everywhere. The ones facing me and the ones on my side. And every single Laveau was staring directly at me. They all had white paint in smeared streaks vertically down their faces like some war mask. In an instant, they all moved at the exact same time, darting towards me. I jumped back into my cell, grabbing a hold of the door, expecting it not to budge. But it did. It slid shut and I held it there. Arms reached in, grabbing me and squeezing my throat. Dozens of bodies were piled up against the bars of my cell, trying to pull the door open or tear me apart. Somehow, the door held, and they didn't get in. But Laveau floated through the bars and into my cell. He hovered over me, the skin on his face melting away and dripping down onto mine. Large flashes of white light filled my cell in quick, repeated strobes. Then I was in one of the prison hospital rooms. I was in a bed with tubes and monitors attached to me. A nurse told me I'd been found in the library. I'd fallen and cracked my head, suffering a heavy concussion. I'd been out for 2 days. I asked about Laveau, but they said it had just been me in the library. No sign of anyone else. Somehow, whatever Laveau did to the other prisoners didn't work on me. The only thing I could think of was the calcified tumor in my brain. Could it possibly have saved my life? Suddenly, I was feeling grateful for what was previously a curse. I was released back to Gen Pop 2 days later, and immediately wished I was still in the infirmary. Things had gotten scary. Laveau's transfer was coming up, and it looked like he had been busy while I was out. My first day back, I was late going out to the yard in the morning. I wished I hadn't gone at all. More than half of the inmates outside were in the statue stance. Unmoving, unwavering. They were unresponsive to the guards, even when the guards took it a step further and pepper sprayed, tasered and billy clubbed them. The inmates didn't move. They all stood their grounds. Only now, they weren't looking down. They were looking at me. And Laveau was amongst them. The alarm buzzed for the end of the outside break. Every inmate staring at me bolted for me in sync. There were frightening snarls on their faces, and they looked overcome with rage like they wanted to tear me apart. I wasn't far from the doors and got inside just as the riot team was on its way out. They'd seen the large group of inmates doing the statue pose in the yard, and the team was on the ready to make a move. I burst through the line of riot shields as they didn't seem to care about me. I ran as fast as I could, knowing there was only one place I might be safe. I heard the doors behind me burst open, followed by screams and yells from the crowd of possessed inmates. I knew the riot team would only hold for so long. I just needed to get to the library. I made my way down the few hallways it took to get there and found it empty. I jammed a chair against the door handle and ran to the back of the library. When I got to the back wall, I shifted the bookshelf forward at the far end and slid behind it into the opening. I pulled the metal sheet aside and slid in. I pulled the metal sheet back and fastened it to 3 makeshift locks I'd built over the years. Outside, I heard the library door burst open, and the yells of insane inmates screaming for my blood filled the room. I built the locks, so knew they were pretty strong. But were they strong enough to keep out the hordes of inmates pouring into the library? I knew they were going to find the cubby, because I saw Jackson in the horde of inmates chasing me. He knew this was here. And whatever he knew, I imagined Laveau knew. Sure enough, I heard the bookshelf in front of my hiding place crash down. Hands pounded against the metal sheet. The locks I made rattled in their hinges. My voice was called out, shrilly, from a strangely disturbed-sounding Jackson. The mob kept banging on the metal sheet, trying to break through or shift it enough to get inside. But it stuck, and they didn't get in. I'm not sure how much time passed, but eventually, the banging stopped and so did the screaming. I stayed in the cubby overnight, just in case. The next morning, I heard cleanup crews clearing rooms. I unlocked the latches and slid the metal sheet aside. The room was filled with the bodies of inmates. Orange jumpsuits stained red, stab wounds and throat slits. Eyes punctured and hollowed out. The cleaning crew entered and stared at me like I was levitating. They hadn't expected to find any survivors. But there I stood, not a drop of blood or a scratch on me. I was led back to my cell where I waited to be told where to go or what to do. My sentence was basically done, and the authorities gave the green light to release me a few days early. In the days after the release, I looked into what happened at the prison. Apparently, over 200 inmates and 14 prison guards died in the riot. But the whole thing was being hushed over and claimed to be some kind of mass food poisoning. The names of the dead inmates were made public. Laveau wasn't one of them. I looked into him and even hired a private investigator to find out if and where Laveau had ended up. Turned out, he'd been transferred out of state, and by the time I'd gotten the information, there'd already been 2 deaths and 2 suicides at Laveau's new prison. Story. It all started with a hot air balloon. It appeared on the horizon early one morning, at the very far edge of Caleb's field. It was just a blip at first, but as it gently wafted closer to my property, it became large enough to blot out the sun. My son Henry was captivated. He'd never seen a hot air balloon in person before. He watched it drift closer and closer, then ran out on the porch in his dinosaur onesie, and watched it creeping even closer. As I drank my coffee, I could hear the sputters of the fire keeping the colorful thing afloat. It would stop and start periodically, bursting to life in a geyser of flames. My son waved excitedly, but his excitement waned as the hot air balloon drew nearer. "Mommy, there's no one in the basket," he said. I heard the burner puttering. "What do you mean, honey?" I asked through the open window. I stretched down and peered up at the object in the sky. Henry was right. There was no one manning the hot air balloon. Weird, I thought. Must have gotten loose. There hadn't been much wind that morning. But if whoever the balloon belonged to hadn't tied it down properly, it could have drifted off on its own. Out of curiosity, I grabbed my keys, buckled my son in the backseat of the truck, and took off after it. The balloon ran out of fuel and landed on the outskirts of my field. Where I finally caught up to it, Caleb was already there, sitting on his four-wheeler and scrutinizing it with a perplexed expression on his face. "Morning, Grace," he said, never looking away from the object as the envelope slowly lost its circular shape and fanned to the ground like curtains in the breeze. "Howdy, Caleb. Any idea what this straggler's doing here?" I asked. I opened the back door to let Henry out. My excitable son jumped out of the truck and bolted towards the hot air balloon. Thankfully, Caleb grabbed him by the shoulders and held him back. "No, son. It's not safe. Might catch fire. Best to keep your distance," he told Henry. His gaze then fell on me. Not sure. I reckon it's a runaway tourist attraction from a few towns over," I theorized. He rubbed his bushy chin. Yeah, that's probably it." Henry squirmed in Caleb's firm grip. "Mum, I wanna go look." The last of the fabric fell and draped over a patch of soil. "Should be safe now," said Caleb, jerking his head towards my son. I nodded back, and he let Henry go. My boy squealed and ran towards the basket. "Careful not to touch the burner. Honey, it's still hot," I called out, hands on my hips. Caleb followed him at a much slower pace. "It's quiet this morning," he murmured. "Did you notice?" I shook my head. "It's never quiet with Henry around." He laughed. I picked up the pace as Henry pulled himself aboard. Though I knew it was impossible, a small part of me was afraid the balloon would inflate and my son would fly off into the sky, never to be seen or heard from again. Just one of the many ridiculous automatic thoughts you get when you're a parent. Everything has the potential to be dangerous, even when it's not. Thankfully, the hot air balloon stayed right where it was, and Henry ran around in the basket like it was the best toy he'd ever seen. "Now don't you break anything, Henry," I said, leaning over the side of the basket. Caleb knelt down, lifted the fabric, and inspected it curiously. "Everything looks intact. Best not leave it out here, though. Help me put it in the back of my truck. I'll store it in the barn until its owners show up," I answered. It probably cost a pretty penny. Someone was bound to come claim it sooner or later. Maybe I'd convince them to take us up for a ride as a thank you. I shooed Henry out of the basket and told him to go sit in the truck while Caleb and I unhooked the fabric, rolled it, and tossed it in the back. We then grabbed the basket and hoisted it up. "Shit," I whispered, straining to lift it. "Heavier than it looks." Beads of sweat were rolling down Caleb's face, probably because of the burner. I nodded. It wasn't easy, but we managed to force it in the truck. Caleb helped me tie it down while Henry watched eagerly from the back seat. Phew, I mumbled, wiping my brow. I was definitely having second thoughts about bringing it into the barn. Maybe I'd just throw a tarp on it once I got home and call it a day. Caleb wiped his hands on his jeans. I best be headed back. The wife'll want to know what all the excitement was about. He hopped on his four-wheeler and gave me a wave. Thanks, Caleb. Y'all take care, I answered. We both took off in opposite directions. Henry watched as Caleb disappeared on the horizon, and then stared at our rows of corn the rest of the way home. As we pulled into the driveway, Henry said, "Mr. Scarecrow's doing a good job today." "What?" He pointed to the field. "Look." I followed his gaze to the scarecrow. For the first time in years, there were no crows cawing around it, or anywhere else on the property. Stupid thing never worked before. Don't know why it was working now. Well, I'll be damned. Caleb was right. Without the incessant bird calls, and with most of the animals still asleep, it was rather quiet out. So quiet, in fact, that I could hear a low atmospheric hum droning on in the background. The kind of sound you only notice when everything else goes away. It was neither peaceful nor annoying, it was just a constant low sound easily drowned out by my son's babbling. Spencer, our farmhand, arrived late that morning. I was already washing the dishes from breakfast when I saw him driving up the road. He had a bad habit of being tardy, so I wasn't exactly surprised when he came running through the door. Huffing, puffing, and apologizing. "Sorry, ma'am. This is the last time. I swear," he said. I stared at him, unimpressed. "Do you hear what happened?" he asked. "The hot air balloon? Yeah, I was there, and I still managed to make it back here on time to feed the livestock." He lowered his head in shame. "Sorry, ma'am." I sighed. "It's fine. Just get to work, all right?" He nodded, just as he was about to step out the door. However, we heard a booming noise off in the distance. "What in tarnation was that?" he asked, peering out towards the field. "Transformer exploded?" I suggested. "Too loud for that," he replied. We stepped onto the porch and scanned the area, until we spotted a wisp of smoke in the distance. "Looks like it's coming from the Burns field," he said. "Probably just their tractor. Mr. Burns has been meaning to replace that old thing for years now. Guess the engine finally gave out," I replied, and then shoved him lightly. "Come on. Enough procrastinating. You've got work to do." His eyes stayed locked on the small column of smoke for a moment, but he eventually nodded. "All right. Sorry, ma'am." While Spencer was doing hard labor outside and Henry was watching cartoons in the other room, I got to work pickling vegetables for storage. It was nearing lunch when Spencer finally showed up again. He was covered in dirt. "Took care of the cattle and everything, ma'am," he said. "Good work, Spence. I'll have lunch ready in a minute. You mind doing one last thing? There's a tarp in the barn. Be a dear and go get it for me?" "Sure, ma'am." "Where exactly?" "In the storage loft. Can't miss it. I'll be back in a minute," he answered. I watched him walking into the barn while I tended to the hash browns. Then, I waited for a couple of minutes. Then 5, then 10. What the hell is taking so long? I paced back and forth, irritated. His car was still in the driveway. So I knew he hadn't slipped away to go flirt with some girl in town. With a grunt, I stomped into the barn, expecting to see him lounging about. I was prepared to chastise him for his laziness. "Spence?" I asked angrily as the door swung open. A ladder was propped against the wooden loft, the tarp at its feet. I grabbed the tarp and peered up, trying to find Spencer. "Spence, what are you playing at?" I called. No answer. "Spence, lunch is ready. Get down from there," I insisted. Still nothing. Not even a single creak from the wooden planks. All I could hear was the quiet hum from earlier. This time, slightly louder. If Spencer was up there, he was being perfectly still and quiet. Two things he wasn't too good at. Tarp wedged under my arm. I grabbed the ladder and began climbing the rungs. I was about halfway up when I heard Henry calling. "Mom, I'm hungry." Well, I had what I needed. I had the tarp. Spencer could play his stupid games all he wanted. For all I cared, I slid back down and went back inside to serve lunch. "Where's Spencer?" asked Henry. "He's trying a brand new diet of cold eggs and ham," I answered. "Ew." We finished eating with no sign of Spencer. I was starting to get a little worried. He wasn't the most reliable guy. He'd often come in late and cut out early. But he'd never run off on me in the middle of the day. And he'd certainly never leave his car behind. I figured I'd go look for him once I was done with the dishes. Henry was playing with his toys and I was drying off the last of the pots and pans. I probably never would have noticed it if the sun wasn't shining at just the right angle, sending a beam of light from floor to ceiling. Dust particles. They were dancing through the room's air currents. However, about a foot below the ceiling, there was a visible decrease in the density. I watched as little flakes swam up and disappeared beyond the invisible border. Weird, I thought, squinting at the empty space. There was something about it that made me feel unnerved. It's like I knew something was wrong, but couldn't quite put my finger on what. I looked outside. Not a bird in sight for miles. I thought of the hot air balloon and how empty it had been. I thought about Spencer up in the barn's loft. A bumblebee buzzed by the window, flew up beyond the intangible line, and disappeared. 1 second it was there. The next, it was just gone. "I'm going to get my trucks," squeaked Henry as he ran towards the stairs. I grabbed him so quickly that he nearly fell. "Don't go upstairs," I warned, my voice a mix of stern conviction and crackling terror. I gulped down a knot of apprehension. My eyes were locked on the immaculate separation between the dusty and nearly dustless air. In that moment, I could only think of one thing. Something I'd heard on TV. Dust is mainly comprised of dead skin cells. My blood ran cold. I could see it moving. The separation. I mean, slowly, like the motion of the sun setting on the horizon. It was subtle, but it was definitely moving down. That's when I realized that humming sound from this morning was getting even louder. "We need to get to lower ground," I thought. I wasn't even sure what was going on, but I knew that something bad would happen if we were caught under the unseen ceiling slowly dropping on us. We lived on a plateau surrounded by mountains, the lowest point for miles. There was no lower ground, except for the cellar. Ducking my head, I grabbed Henry's arm and pulled him towards the door. "Mum, what are you doing?" he whined, tugging back. I didn't answer. I didn't know what to say. I closed the door tightly, unsure whether or not it would help keep it whatever it was out. The mere possibility that it might help was enough to bring me some form of comfort. With my free hand, I nabbed the flashlight I kept on the top step and climbed down with my son. It was cold downstairs, perfect for storage. I had shelves with jars full of pickled vegetables, homemade jams, and sealed meats lining every wall. The concrete room wasn't very inviting to a 7-year-old, so Henry usually stayed out unless I asked him to fetch me something. I let out a sigh of relief and took a seat on the bottom of the wooden staircase. I could hear frogs and crickets chirping happily outside. "Mom?" I didn't answer. Instead, I went over the facts in my mind. Was I exaggerating? What had compelled me to run and hide? An empty hot air balloon? A missing farmhand? "Mom." "Huh? What?" "Henry?" I replied. He bounced around from foot to foot. "What's going on?" "There's." I paused, thinking it over. What was I supposed to tell the kid? I didn't even know what was happening. My eyebrows came together. "There's bad air up there." "Like a fart?" I sighed. "Yeah, something like that." I hung my head and hid my face behind my hands. I was being stupid. At least, that's what I thought. Until the croaks came to a sudden stop, as though all the bullfrogs in the creek out back were suddenly holding their breaths. I found myself holding mine, waiting for the sound to come back. But all I heard were the crickets. 10 minutes later, the crickets went silent. The void from the hush that fell over the room couldn't even be filled by the pitter-patter of Henry's feet as he ran in circles. Bored out of his mind, my fear only increased as I spotted the jars of meat sitting on the top shelf of the rack in the corner. They were empty. I pointed the flashlight up and looked at the dust particles in its ray. They were disappearing about 2 feet from the ceiling, just like they had upstairs. And, just like upstairs, the invisible divide was getting lower. That low hum following suit. All I could do was watch as, over the course of an hour, the separation came closer and closer to my son and I until it became clear that I couldn't sit on the stairs anymore. I pulled Henry into my lap and sat on the cold concrete floor, shaking as I watched the invisible ceiling falling on us. From time to time, I had to jiggle the flashlight to get it working again. I rocked my son gently, praying whatever was falling on us would stop and pull back, praying Henry wouldn't go rogue on me and run out of my grasp. As it came closer, I laid down and told my son to do the same. We had to stay as low to the ground as possible. "Don't move, honey," I told him. "Mom, what are you doing?" "We're playing dead, honey. If you do good, I'll bake you your favorite cake," I promised. "But you gotta be perfectly still." "All right, okay," he said. I wasn't sure what to expect. Would it hurt when it happened? Would we disappear like the people in the hot air balloon? Could we somehow be saved? I held my hand against Henry's chest, pinning him down like a seatbelt. I could feel him shivering against the cold stone floor. I was terrified he'd squirm and disappear forever. Should have brought a blanket, I thought. No, the blankets were on the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor hadn't been safe. There was a rock digging into my thigh, but I couldn't risk moving. The threshold was closing in on us, making me feel claustrophobic in the wide open room. I dropped the flashlight, closed my eyes tightly, and held my breath for as long as I could. I waited, listening to the droning hum getting louder and louder like a bug circling my ear. I could feel Henry's body heat radiating from his chest. As long as I felt that warmth on my arm, I knew my boy was okay. Even if I disappeared, at least he'd be lower to the ground. Low enough to be safe. I hoped. We must have been there for at least an hour, maybe two. Before the sound became more distant, Henry had somehow fallen asleep despite the displeasing conditions. I opened my eyes, finally gathering enough courage to reach for the flashlight. I flicked it on and carefully aimed it at the ceiling. The dust wasn't back, but I couldn't see a divide anymore. Either we'd been engulfed, or the phenomena had passed. I was afraid to move at first, but I finally raised my arm. Nothing happened. I sat up. Still nothing. I let out a sigh of relief. We'd been spared. Somehow. By some miracle. We'd been spared. When the hum completely faded, I cautiously climbed up the stairs. Keeping my head low, I opened the door and looked around. The sound was gone. The invisible divide. Gone with it. It was over. After waking Henry and warming him up, I headed out to the barn. It was empty. No birds. No livestock. Not even a single fly buzzing around the cow manure. Every single animal on my farm had gone missing. We got in the truck and headed towards town. As we passed the Burns farm, I saw their crop duster crashed to pieces in the field. Must have been the explosion Spencer and I heard earlier. I stopped to check, but the plane was empty. I knocked on the Burns door, but received no answer. I drove to Caleb's farm and tried them. No answer. I drove to town. There was no one. Not a single living being. Not even a goddamn squirrel. I don't know exactly what happened, but I'm afraid it's about to happen again. I can hear that hum in the distance. As much as I want to get out of here, I can't take the risk. I mean, the only path out of here is through the mountains. And I don't fancy going anywhere too high right now. I'm going to try my luck and hide in the cellar again. If you don't hear from me, it means we weren't lucky enough to be spared twice. Mysteries are everywhere, and some may be closer than you think. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss the next mystery. See you in the next story.